T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8.
Shout out to Kopish.
Shout out to Kopish, guys.
Keep all the good work
the
up.
two legends, Emil Heskey, Howard Gill. Can't get much better than that, guys. Yeah. You know what to do now. Like, comment, subscribe. I'm with legends, guys.
Kopish.
You lot quick off the draw. Yep. Back again for another Kopish Kall-in live. And I did press the wrong button, guys. I did press the wrong button. First and foremost, can you guys hear me okay? Can you see me okay? Let me get something in the chat that lets me know you can hear and see me. Yes. Big up Dilios92. Big up to everyone. As always, when we get behind the mic, please make sure you subscribe, comment, and like, people. So, the theme of the show today, guys, obviously, you know, this is your show. You get to come in, you get to ask us the questions you want. However, I want to keep a little bit of a theme, guys. And the theme I want to keep is, do you think we will get our targets? As you see, I'm getting a notepad ready for taking questions, etc. Do you think we'll get our targets? And the reason I ask this is because for a long time, we were told that Jude Bellingham was coming. He's not coming. We were told that Mason Mount was coming. Not coming. Thuram, Kone, Inacio, Van der Veer. Who else have we been linked with? Justin Timber. All these players are being linked with, and everyone seems to think that, yeah, Schmatka's come in and it's going to be all good. I don't know if he's plain sailing. And the reason I say, and look, McAllister, obviously, that's the main one. The reason why, and again, I know people are going to say I'm drawing on the side of being pessimistic and all this, but I just want to draw a bit of context, because sometimes I feel as though we act like we're in a bit of a cocoon that no one else can go in for the same players that we're going for. And case in point is Luis Diaz, for example. Spurs looked like they were going to secure Luis Diaz. What happened? We found out the terms, found out the fee. Boom. Next thing you know, he's wearing Liverpool red. He's winning a League Cup, FA Cup, and almost winning the Champions League and the Premier League. That's the reason I asked that question. It wouldn't be pronounced to me that the agents of some of these players are using Liverpool to either strike a new deal for a contract or push the clubs or other clubs who want them to move faster. I think Ugarte is a prime example. I actually do think we've wanted Ugarte. I just think we didn't want to pay the release fee. I think we wanted to structure a deal. When Sporting probably saw that Chelsea and other teams like PSG would just pay the fee, they probably said, well, we're going to go down that route, and Liverpool probably walked away, in my opinion. That's why I asked these questions, because I don't think it's plain sailing. I really don't. And I do think it's going to be a more difficult summer than we anticipate, because we can't offer because we can't offer players that Champions League football for 1 year. And again, I know a lot of you will say it's just 1 year. There's no guarantees. And I use Arsenal as an example. The first time Arsenal came out of the Champions League, a lot of them and their fans said it's just going to be one season. It's calm. It's just going to be one season. I mean, it wasn't one season. It's about 5 or 6. That's how quickly this league can change. And again, I know a couple of you are going to push back and say, yeah, but it's 5. It's 5 places next season. Still not a guarantee. We almost didn't get 5th place this season, guys. It's not a guarantee. and all the teams around us are going to spend big, and all the teams around us, quote unquote, right now are ahead of us. So again, just wanted to get your thoughts on that before we open up the floor and get you guys calling in and having your say. Got a shout out to a few people first and foremost. I got a shout out to Dave LFC Chats. Big up yourself, Dave, bro. Hope you're well. I haven't spoken to you in a while. Hope you and the family are well. Make sure you guys subscribe to Dave LFC's Chats channel. I got a shout out to my man as well, Glasgow Red TV, aka John Moore. Make sure you go and subscribe to his channel too. And I got a shout out to the main man, Jamie Phillips, as well, doing some fantastic stuff. Apologies, Jamie, I couldn't get on your show the other day, but I watched the show, listened to it. Shout out to everyone you had on the panel, especially Ensman TV as well. Big up to Ensman TV. Even managed to catch some of your show. I think you did. Yeah, I think you might have streamed it yesterday regarding Kone and Turam and McAllister. That, again, great show. You open up the panel as well. Brilliant show. Shout out to Uncle Albert who was on there. Trying to remember the other panelists you had on there as well. But big up to all the panelists you had. Got a shout out to the man behind the channel as well. World of Football, aka Jersey Boy. Big up yourself, bro. Without you, this wouldn't be running as smoothly as it is. And obviously, guys, shout out to the rest of you guys who haven't got channels, but always rock with us and support this channel and have done for years now. So, people, I'm going to open up the lines because you guys don't want to hear me yabber on all night. And really want to see you guys come in and let me know your thoughts, people. I'm really interested to know your takes and your opinions this evening. As always, the rules are very simple. Just remain respectful, whether you're in the chat or whether you call in. Banter is always acceptable. But all we ask is that you just remain respectful. I don't think we ask for much, do we? Just a little bit of fun, remain respectful, and we keep it moving. Right. Gave him an introduction earlier. I'm going to bring him in first, though. Is the one and only Jersey Boy, and I'm very interested to hear his take on the Liverpool targets as well, him being French, him speaking about Thuram in the past and Kone. Here he is, the one and only Jersey Boy. Oh, before as well, 3-minute time limit tonight for everyone as well. So don't feel as though we're just targeting anyone in particular. We are going to be as strict with everyone as possible. So please don't take it personally if we have to cut your time. Right, let me get him in. Pause. So I'm having some technical issues at the moment. So bear with me, people. Bear with me. It's part of the reason why this show started slightly late and why I thought you might not be able to hear me at the beginning. So please do bear with. Hold on. Where are we? Come on. Nothing like doing a bit of live content creation, eh? There we go. All right. Here we go. Jersey Boy, welcome to the show, brother.
Big up, big up, big up. I had to rename myself the Frenchman Jersey so people clearly can see I'm French. I know my shit.
French top as well. Yeah, I see you, bro. I see you.
Yeah. So, first of all, people, might be going, "Oh, fake Frenchman." I'm not a fake Frenchman. First of all, it's Kefrin Thuram, and it's Manu Kone. That's how you say it. And Benjamin Pavard. That's how you say their names. Not Thuram. Right, that's how I say it.
Thuram.
I'll text you how to pronounce it. First thing I want to talk about is Benjamin Pavard. I do not like this link whatsoever, and I'll explain why quickly. The first thing about Benjamin Pavard, which I don't like, and I don't want us to get him, is I've watched him countless times for us in the World Cup. I watched him in the European qualifiers, even the Euros. He's that garbage that he's being dropped for Koundé. And yes, Koundé is not a right back, but Pavard's supposed to be that man. He cannot defend. So 100% don't want that. On the Thuram, I've been talking about Thuram on this call-in show for months now, and we have to get this man. I think he's basically going to be the French Bellingham. I think he's going to be that good. Manu Kone as well. I think it's going to be a great signing if we both get them. But the problem is, I think They're both quite similar, but I think one of them is more of a 6, so I think you could play both together. One of them I've seen is injury prone, but he's only missed like 12 games in like 3 years. That's not bad, you know. Yeah, so I'm happy that we're getting more French players. Just don't bring me that bum Benjamin Pavard, please. I don't want Benjamin Pavard. There are much better options out there. I know you can put right centre back, but the guy cannot defend. I don't want Pavard whatsoever anywhere near this club. So my message to FSG is please don't bring him over here. There are much better options, and please get Thuram and Kone in as soon as possible. And yeah, so people, I'm just telling you that these two players, if we both get them, you're going to see something really, really magical. And my question is to you, Callum, is do you think if we sign both them players, do you think it will help them get called up by Deschamps? Because Kefrin right now is playing under 21s. He's not being called up for the European qualifiers. Do you think if we sign both those players, do you think it will get him the edge to play for the Euros next year? That's my questions.
Appreciate.
Questions.
Can I ask you a question before you leave?
Yes.
Obviously, big up to yourself as always. There's a lot of talk going back and forth in the community about what type of midfielders these two are. Do you think they have the capabilities? Because I'll be straight with you. I think they're both 8s. They're ball-winning 8s, but they can also progressively pass forward, run with the ball, play us out of trouble, etc.
Mm-hmm.
They can chip in with a goal here or there. They're not prolific. They're not goal scorers by any stretch of the imagination. But there's talk of if it's them 3 coming in, we won't sign any other 3, including McAllister. Who would play at the 6 potentially, in your opinion, out of the 2?
It's really interesting because I've seen a lot recently with Nice. There's been a few times they've played formation with 4 behind the 2 strikers, and he's played all the way on the left side, like a winger, or coming in further. So I think he's more the attacking one. It's going to be Manu Kone, I think, is the guy who, if we had to play him as one of them 2 as 6, it's going to be Manu Kone. I think Thuram is more of outgoing. He's more 8. So I think you could see next season, if we get both, you could play Kone in the CDM, McAllister and Kefrin Thuram. So for me, it's going to be Manu Kone at CDM for me. I think Thuram could play there, but it's a bit of a risk, like playing Henderson in that role. It just doesn't really work. So, yeah.
All right, then, bro. I'm going to chop up your questions always, Jersey Boy. You know, it's a pleasure. We'll catch up.
People subscribe to Kopish.
Yeah, subscribe to Jersey Boy's channel as well. World of Football. Going to be doing some great stuff next season. So
there's 400 people here and there's only 84 likes. That's such outrageous, people. And subscribe to World of Football and yeah, man.
Big up. Big up, bro. Big up to Jersey Boys always. Right, I'll answer his question. Will they get a better chance of getting a call up if they join Liverpool? The short answer is yes. I think we've seen it throughout history now. As unfortunate as it is, players who play for bigger clubs tend to get the call ups, and it's not fair and it's not right, but it's what happens, unfortunately. And I don't think it'll be much different in this case, because for whatever reason, for example, if Kone at the moment, if Thuram and Kone at the moment aren't playing regular European football and they join Liverpool and they are playing regular European football, then in the manager's mind, he'll probably think, well, yeah, they're more suited now to play at a higher level because they're playing regular European football. They're playing for Liverpool. They're getting more used to that pressure. Shout out to Nabil Omar in the comments. I was just about to use this as an example. Konate is now become one of the better players in the French team and is a player that it seems to have got the trust of Didier Deschamps and did himself plenty of favours with his World Cup appearances. When you look at players like Saliba as well, again, joined Arsenal, had a great season. So I think the proof's in the pudding. If they join a better club or a bigger club, then they tend to get a call up. But again, the links to Thuram, the links to Kone, I'm all over it. And again, I know I'm going to get called out and get called spoilt by a lot of people. And I don't mean to come across pessimistic if that's how I sound. As fantastic as they both are, I still would like us to get an out-and-out 6. And I'd love us to get Ugarte along with those 2 or 3. I really would, because I think if you had Ugarte, Kone, Thuram, and McAllister, and then you add that to the rest of the midfield, I'll be honest, I have us down as title winners, in my opinion. That's without even doing anything else to the midfield or defense or the attack. I'd have us down as title winners. That's how confident I'd be with those 3 or 4 centre midfielders, especially Ugarte. The guy's just a machine in terms of winning the ball back. And if he's able to win the ball back and distribute it to players like Trent and Virgil playing diagonals like he used to, and like the other players, like, I think it could be special. But that's just my opinion. Let me get the next caller in. I'm going to call him CNA.
Mm-hmm.
Big up yourself, bro. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. How are you, Karen?
Not too bad. I've had a really busy week, but I'm good. As I always say this, I've got air in my lungs, and my friends and family are all good, in good health, so I can't complain too much, brother. How are you?
Man. Listen, man, I'm doing good as well, man. Another day, another blessing, man. That's how it goes.
That's where we go, bro.
What's it called? I agree with what you're saying, Callum, but I have this type of idea what Klopp and Linders are going to do this season, and some people may agree with me, and some people don't. I personally don't think that this should happen, but I personally see us playing a 3-4-3 formation with a diamond in midfield, with Trent as the 6, Kone and Thuram as the 2 8s, and McAllister as the 10. Then the 2 wide forwards and then the striker. In possession, of course. Outside of possession, I don't know how they're gonna fit that in. But I personally believe that's how we're going to be playing. Personally, would I be happy with that? Trent as the deep line playmaker. I'm not going to say no. I just want to understand how we're going to be playing that formation out of the ball. So that's what I wanted to ask you. That was the first question. If we were to play that type of formation with in possession, by the way, it would be Konate, Van Dijk, or Robertson, or Inacio, whoever's playing left centre back, and then the DM also called would be Trent as the 6, and then Kone and Thuram as the 2 8s, and then McAllister at the top of the diamond. How would you feel about that in possession? The only issue that I would have is out of possession. How would that work? Who would be the DM if we're going to be playing a 4-3-3 or a 4-4-2, or what type of formation in that way? Next question. Also called in terms of the targets, which type of centre back do you think is more important, a right centre back or a left centre back? Because I'm a keeper 100% real with you, Callum. We need a left centre back, but Joe Gomez and Matip stink. They stink, man. They stink of shit, man. And listen, I don't mean it in any disrespectful way. They both need to go this summer, man. Like, if we have to be honest, Joe Gomez, the only reason why he's at this football club is because he's homegrown. That's the only reason. I can't even think of any other reason. He's it's not even like he's a terrible defender, because he's not a terrible defender. It's just that I have never seen a centre back that played for Liverpool in my lifetime that's had less confidence than this guy right now. It's just the confidence with this guy, and with all due respect, I can't keep him, man. And Konate, the reason why I ask is this: Robertson is usually he's usually reliable in terms of he doesn't get injury here and there. I do feel like Tsimikas is going to go. So if Tsimikas were to leave this summer, that would mean that would be Robertson on the left and Konate only on the right. Now, Konate is more injury prone, so that would make you believe that we need a right centre-back more. But again, Robertson as a left-sided centre-back in possession, because that's how I feel like we're going to be playing next season, he just isn't good enough defensively from a defensive standpoint. And I know people are going to sit there and say that how you disrespecting Robo is just, listen, you can just clearly see that, barring Henderson, because we know what, like, I've just moved on from that guy. Barring Henderson,
Yeah.
him and Fabinho are the two weak points in this system, like this season. And it's kind of weird for me saying that because we actually had Curtis Jones playing, and he wasn't even that much of a weak point. But those are the two questions. And the last one is a bit of a fun one. How gassed are you? How gassed are you for this Errol Spence and Crawford fight, man? Because I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real. Carl, did you watch that first take? Did you watch that first take?
No, I haven't yet. Don't spoil it for me. Don't spoil
I didn't.
it.
Oh my days!
Don't
The last
spoil it.
thing that Errol Spence said, it got me gassed. You know, it got me gassed. Stephen A. Smith.
Don't spoil it.
I ain't gonna spoil it. I ain't gonna spoil it. But Stephen A. Smith, I'm gonna say one thing. He knows how to gas up a fight. He
100%.
knows how to gas up a fight. Even Max Kellerman, man, bro, I can't wait for this fight. You know,
Same.
I can't.
Well, I'm gonna chop this up for you now, brother. Always a pleasure speaking to you, my bro.
Big up, bro. Big up.
Thank you, bro. Bless up. All right. I'm gonna leave the fun one till last because the first two ones are very serious questions. I'm gonna start with Trent in DM and shout out to Jamrock because Jamrock wrote this in the comment section as well. I've never thought about this scenario, so I'm gonna wing this one, guys. I'm not gonna BS you guys and be like, yeah, I thought about this, sat long and hard. The first time this scenario has gone through my head because of Jamrock and Cal's Nettle Army. I think back to 13-14 when Gerrard was a deep line playmaker in a 4-4-2 diamond with Henderson and Coutinho / Joe Allen on the left of the three, and then Sterling or Coutinho in the 10. And attacking wise, we were excellent. We were so fluid. We were so good. Suarez and Sturridge obviously doing their thing. Sterling was brilliant. Coutinho was excellent. Gerrard was dictating play from deep. And Henderson was an absolute machine on the right-hand side of that midfield. And I will maintain, and I'll take this to the grave with me, if Henderson doesn't get sent off against Man City, we go on to win the league in 13-14, in my opinion. That being said, though, I do think football's progressed on. And the issue I have, as well as they did attacking-wise, defensively that season, they were absolutely atrocious. Now, the caveat to that is we have better defensive players. So the defense then was Flanagan left back, Robbo's head, shoulders, knees and toes better than Flanagan. Right back, if Trent's going to play in a 6, we don't know who's playing right back potentially. Centre-backs, Van Dijk and Konate, Gomez, Matip, they're all better than what we had at the time. However, if we're going to play the 3-2-2-3, attacking wise, I don't have an issue with that. I think we'd be brilliant attacking wise. Defensively is where I worry. And the reason why I worry is because I think you're putting so much pressure on that back three. It could really go a long way to exposing us and making our season more difficult. And that ties in nicely to the next question. Which is more important, a right-sided centre-back or a left-sided centre-back? I'm going to be real with you. It all depends on what Klopp decides to do. And the reason I say that is if we go and get an out-and-out right-back, Trent can move into midfield, so it gives us another midfielder. If you get a left-sided centre-back, it means we can go inverted or we could go through at the back and be comfortable without putting pressure on Robbo, who's not a natural in that position. And I know he plays like that for Scotland. Playing like that for Scotland, playing like that for Liverpool, do different things. Plus, it just gives us options. We can go 4 at the back, we can go 3 at the back and be comfortable. And look, if push comes to shove and Konate is not available, for me, you can play Virgil out on the right-hand side and Matip through the middle. You can play Gomez there. Again, I'm not going to be as comfortable with those scenarios, but the left-footed left centre-back for me is the priority. And the right-back. I think we can get away with, for a season, the 3 right-sided centre-backs we've got, because Gomez, in my opinion, could fill in at right-back and centre-back. So that's what I would do in that scenario. I'd get a left-sided centre-back and a right-back as opposed to a right centre-back. If we can find someone who can do both, then absolutely fantastic. I know Jersey Boy's not a fan, but someone like Pavard maybe that could run. And Spence v Crawford. It feels good. Boxing might be on its way back finally. We had Tank and Garcia. Brilliant fight. Great stoppage. And now we've got Spence and Crawford. Big time boxing could be on its way back. I just hope the politics don't ruin what's a nice little revolution in the boxing scene. And that's on the same night as a massive UFC card as well. So I'm salivating. I'm very happy with that. Right. Let's get the next call in. If you haven't already, though, guys, please do smash that like button. It would be greatly appreciative if you could do that. Right. Going to bring in the next guest, Mr. John Wick himself, the Asian sensation.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mizzy in the building.
Wagwan.
How you doing, brother? Wagwan.
Yeah, I'm all right. How you doing, Cal?
Not too
all
bad,
good.
Bro.
No football. Yeah. Calm, bro. Yeah, all these links. I'm just gonna keep my energy intact until someone's got photo in the extra training ground. You know what I'm saying?
Fact.
Do you know what it is, Cal? You mentioned Ugarte and the number 6. I want to know your thought on the Fulham defensive midfielder, the Portuguese. Is it Palhinha? Just want to know your take on him, because he's I think he put a shift for the team this season. I think that's his first ever season. It's a fantastic signing for them. The combination, those three. I don't want to butcher those names. Like Jazzy Boy said, the two French.
Thuram and Kone.
Yeah, Thuram and Kone, and then McAllister. We'll see in it. I still have. I'm intrigued with the chemistry between them if they play together on that middle of the park. But if it all goes well, then credit to the recruitment and credit to the new director. Also, I don't want to butcher his name as well. Let's just say George.
Schmecker.
Yeah, in it. But you know what it is, Kel, as well. I'm not feeling with the preseason. The one that they're gonna travel far east, the one against Bayern. But I don't know, because I think it's because of the back end of the season that we haven't performed so well. But I'm guessing there's gonna be a lot of fans turn up, like last year before the start of the season. Darwin and the other rest of the new signings that summer. But I think that when the Prem lights up that August, then we'll see. And speaking of which, I went to Luton last month. I didn't tell you about it.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward on that, and I'll try to catch that Prem if I head to UK. What's one of the fixtures that you're looking forward, apart from United and Everton? That's my question. For next season.
That's a good one.
Yeah. And also before I jump out, what's your take on Anthony Taylor? Because it's becoming a headline this week that lost, Roma lost the Europa League final.
Yeah.
And Mourinho lost his first ever. So yeah, that's the only thing that I have this week. That's my take on it. Big up to everyone. Smash that like.
Big up yourself.
Yeah. Take care, Cal.
Big up, bro. Bless you as always, bro.
Love.
Big up. Great questions from Tom Izzy. I'll start with Palhinha. I think Palhinha is very good. Like, no two ways about it. If we were a team that only needed one midfielder, or in fact, let me articulate this properly. Palhinha is very good. 28 years old, was excellent in the Premier League this season for Fulham as well. The acing is the only thing that bothers me. And look, call me a hypocrite, and I am a hypocrite, because I'd sit here and I'd tell you I would take Milinkovic-Savic. I just think for a DM though, when you look at the options that are out there, and again, I'm going to use Ugarte, I'm going to use Rice, I'm going to use players like that. They're younger than him, and I think they're better than him. For me, those are the sort of players we should be aiming for. He's in the peak right now, Palhinha. I don't know if he gets any better. If we were to sign him, you would not hear any complaints from me, but I do think there are better players available who would probably be cheaper than him and younger as well. So we know that's a fantastic point. Fernandinho signed at 28. Man City have got stupid money to play with, though. We ain't. Our signings, we haven't got the affordability to get them wrong. Like, we've seen that this season. We haven't got spare room. We ain't got spare change where we can turn around and go, didn't work out, let's just move away from it. We need, in my opinion, to go and get the Premier 6. I don't think we will from the looks of it, but I think that's what we need to do. So that Paolini, again, if we got him, not complaining. Just wouldn't be who I'd go for in my first choice, nor do I think the club will because of his age profile. Pre-season, I'm more shocked. I'm not shocked that we're going abroad because it's a staple now of these big clubs to go abroad and make money and make revenue and try and get new fans. I'm more shocked we're not playing more games. And obviously games could be announced between now and the start of the season. But I'm interested to see how we do with playing less games, because we've played a lot of games pre-season. And look, it's good for us as a channel. And selfishly, you guys know I love watching all types of Liverpool games, whether it be pre-season or the youth team football. I'm interested to see how fresh it keeps the squad, though, because you look at Man City's blueprint, they don't play many games and they do very well each season. So it'll be interesting there. The fixture I'm most looking forward to, I won't use Luton because Tommy's already used Luton. I always say it's Crystal Palace because they're on my doorstep, innit, pretty much. Or should I say they used to be on my doorstep, but they're still close. And I've got a really good relationship with my neighbours, and they're all Palace fans. So we always have a nice little bit of banter in and around the game. So that's always fun. So Palace is always a special game for me. Outside the big six, trying to think of another game, actually. Fulham again's another one. Went to Craven Cottage when I was younger a couple of times and enjoyed the games there. So selfishly, it's the London teams, and hopefully can actually try and get to some of these games this season as well. Thoughts on Anthony Taylor. So I'm going to speak about Anthony Taylor as the referee and then Anthony Taylor, the human being. As a referee, I think he's one of the worst in the country. In fact, I think he's one of the worst in Europe. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys. I think he's a terrible, terrible referee, and he seems to get worse and worse each season. And what makes a bad referee, in my opinion, is one that every club seems to have an issue with and can draw on facts as to why they have issues. It's not just Liverpool. Chelsea fans really dislike him. Man United fans really dislike him. He's a terrible, terrible ref. I don't think he refereed that game very well. I'm surprised he was even given the responsibility to referee that game based on his track record and his history. But again, this is what happened. Anthony Taylor, the human being. I'm going to be real with you. I love football. I've always loved football. And I consider myself a very passionate fan. There's a difference between being passionate and going overboard. You don't attack a man and his family walking through an airport. You don't do that. Like there's no excuse for that. There is no reasoning for that. It's shocking on so many levels. Look, again, I'm speaking as a guy who's got a wife and kids, and for someone to attack me in an airport by myself, all right, cool, you do your thing in it, but not around my family. You don't do that stuff. You just don't do that and you can't do that as a football fan. You can't do that as a human being, but you can't caveat that and be like, I'm a passionate football fan. Like, that's not on. Like, Anthony Taylor is one of the worst refs. I could not see Anthony Taylor on the street and just think, I'm going to go and punch him up. I don't care because he cost Liverpool a game. Like, what are we doing here? Like, those people who did that, they should be facing prison sentences and they should be getting banned from going to games, full stop. You just don't do those things. It's far more ridiculous than you can even comprehend. Like, to do that, you've got to be really low as a human being. You have to learn to switch it on and off when it comes to football. Like, prime example, Richarlison, probably the footballer I dislike the most. If I saw Richarlison on the street, I'm not going to go up to him and start an argument with him. What am I gaining from that? Like, what are we doing here? But again, until these parameters are put in place, until these people are punished properly, then unfortunately things like this unfortunately can continue to happen. But yeah, thoughts go out to Anthony Taylor and his family, because no one should have to go through that. And I hope they're all okay, shall I say. And hopefully we don't see scenes like that again. But it's starting to become a bit regular, fans doing the most, and it's not good. Right, let's get our next caller in. Revenite FC. Welcome to the show, brother. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, Kall. Hope you're doing well. I wanted to piggyback on something you were saying earlier, which is kind of worrying in a way because of the type of midfielders we are linked to. Because Kone and Thuram and McAllister, I like all the players, of course, but we keep saying about the six. We cannot forget about the six because we know what Klopp likes to do. He likes to mold the players, but we always talk about we should go and get a proper six. And I always wanted Ugarte as well. I've been saying his name for quite a while, but I have seen a lot of people just saying now that they don't rate him and they don't want him. And it's just like, let's be real. Like, we do still need the six. I don't think that it's gonna work if we get these midfielders and try to swap them around and try and make them work in a pivot and try and make them work with Trent. I still think that our defense is still going to be kind of exposed. I still think we're going to have problems with that midfield, and yeah, it would definitely get better, but I still think we need a six.
Yeah.
And I think on the thing of Klopp as well, I think Klopp needs to be more adaptable as well. Like, we can change the formation and make us more solid and drop the line like we've talked about in the past if it's going to get us the result, if we don't have the players we need. But the question is, will he want to do that? I'm still not quite sure. And I'm worried that if I've got this thing in the back of my head that Klopp still thinks Fabinho is just bad form, and he's going to try him again, and he's going to use Stefan a lot next season, and that's worrying because I don't want to put so much pressure on Stefan at all. I don't want to do it. And or we get the Morton prop before he comes back in as well. Yeah, that could happen as well. Yeah, I'm not. That could happen as well. But yeah, I mean that's really all I wanted to talk about. But I think we're going to be disappointed as well in some of the other areas. I just don't see FSG doing everything. I don't think we're going to get a full back or we're going to get a forward for some reason. I just think that they're going to do the midfielders, they're going to do the centre back, and I think that's all they're going to do. I don't think we have that, but we won't have the money to do all of them, I think.
I hear you. Before I let you go, bro, am I right in saying you on Jamie's show the other day?
Yeah, I was on Jamie's show.
Yeah, you did great on there, man. You did very well.
Thanks, Kall.
Really enjoyed listening to you, man. So keep up the great content, keep up the speaking. I like the way you articulate yourself, even in the comment section. But seeing you on Jamie's channel, that was nice as well. And again, seeing you on here as well and hearing your questions, appreciate you, man. You've always been a supporter of ours as well, so thank you, man. Appreciate that.
All right, thanks, Kall.
Yeah, I'll try that out for you now, bro. Thank you, bro. Again, I know a lot of people disagree with me, and that's absolutely fine. I have no issue with that. I do still think the 6 is more important than the 8. I really do. The 6 is so important for our team. I think people forget what we were like before Fabinho came. And I know, again, you can caveat it with Alisson and Virgil and just Genie being there, but Flacco. Do you know what game that really stands out? There's 2 games. It's 1920 versus City at home where we won 3-1. Flacco ran that game. Shut down everything in the midfield, and then Genie and Hendo were allowed to do their work. But also, that 4-0 against Barcelona. Guys, I know DMs don't get the most praise, and I'm speaking as someone who plays DM. I know how it goes. You can't be a selfish player if you're playing DM because you're not going to get the credit of the strikers and all that. You're just not. But you see Fabinho in that 4-0 win against Barcelona, arguably one of the best ever 6 performances I've ever seen. It was absolutely brilliant. Like, from start to finish, it was an incredible game. And let's not forget, he got a yellow card unfairly in that game in like the first 4 minutes. He had to walk a tightrope for that whole game because we know what the Barcelona players were on. And he was sensational. And I kid you not, guys, he would not, and we would not have qualified for the final if he didn't have that sort of game. Sam Max, you're right. It was 4 years ago. Absolutely. But that's my point, Sam Max, bro. It was 4 years ago. We need someone to be doing that now. And I love Fabinho, but I have to keep it real. I don't think he's that guy anymore. And I do not want passages in this team. I don't want us sitting there going, yeah, but if you get legs in and around him, he'll do this and he'll do that. I don't hear these people. I don't hear anyone saying about Rodri. I don't hear Man City fans going, we'll keep Rodri, but just get some legs around him and you'll get the best out of him again. Because Rodri don't need legs around him. It helps, of course. Just like if Gerrard had a better team, he would have won more trophies. But Gerrard still did his thing regardless of what was around him. Rodri does his thing regardless of what's around him. Flacco used to do his thing regardless of what was around him. He's not doing it anymore. Bajcetic again. I love Bajcetic. Too much pressure to put on a kid. And we saw in some of the bigger games, he got run around. He got the run around. Man City, Kevin De Bruyne versus Bajcetic. I don't like that. I don't like that. Bajcetic versus Real Madrid, I didn't like it. But he's not meant to be of that level yet. He's 18. He's not meant to be. He's meant to be learning from someone. Hence why we go and get a proper DM. This whole molding a player and all this, just go and get a proper DM. Klopp didn't mold Fabinho. He brought a DM. Klopp didn't mold Virgil. He brought a centre-back. He didn't mold Robbo. He brought a left-back. He didn't mold some of our best players who have been our best players. Just go out and get the player who's ready-made. Klopp shouldn't be doing the molding thing now in 2023. He's been there 7-8 years. Just do your thing now, Klopp. Speaking of Klopp, is he adaptable? No. Can he become adaptable? Yes. But only he can prove that. Hence why I keep on saying I give him till December, because I still maintain if anyone can turn this around and do a good job, it's Jurgen Klopp. But the only person that's going to stop Jurgen Klopp doing well is Jurgen Klopp. So, again, it's down to him. He's got to stop with disloyalty and he's got to stop with the stubbornness to an extent. Every great person, every great manager has stubbornness. But we'll see. Shout out to Gary Paul, always trolling me. Regarding Morton, I actually think Morton's a really good player. I just don't think he's good enough to take us where we need to be. But I'll be honest, I can see it happening already that our fan base is going to really get onto Morton. Morton's actually a very good player. He's just not good enough for Liverpool to be a starter. Maybe not even a squad player yet. He could become that guy, but he's not there yet. I'd rather Morton get a loan deal again, like a Carvalho, even like an Elliott. I'd like Elliott to go out on loan as well. However, I don't think he will. I think he'll be Salah's backup this season upcoming. But yeah, that's me. But yeah, for me, the six is the most important position. Right, let's get the next caller on. Maddie.
Hey, what up, Callum?
Yes, Maddie.
What's going on?
Not too bad. Talk to me. How you been?
I've been all right. Can't complain, you know. First and foremost, got to shout you out. Saw you on Instagram, pictures with the family and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, good look. You know, black love is real.
Yes, indeed. All love, but yes, black love as well.
Well, I'm talking to you personally. So
yeah,
You know, so
no, big up to the missus.
If anybody take that the wrong way, as I said, Chinese could only speak Chinese to another person. That's how I look at it. So.
Cool, fair enough.
Anyway, so a couple of pointers. So one of the most disturbing things I've seen, and as I said, a lot of the content creators are not catching on to it. They're talking now that there is going to be a strong possibility of Champions League games being played in America.
Oh, okay.
Pure nonsense. I've never seen an NBA or an NFL or NHL or any of their games when it comes to playoffs played in any other part of the world. So, and this is what, as I said, no disrespect, but this is what happens when you give America a bit too much power, because now they're starting to. The other thing that a lot of people not noticing, they made a breakaway from the FIFA game. So it's EAFC now.
Yeah.
And that, it's going to be complicated, because now it already started debate on rating women alongside men, which is, as I said, a whole unnecessary nonsense. So now back to LFC. When the new owners come in, I put in you down as minority sporting director. I campaigning because you're the only one who talks the sense. This Swiss Army knife nonsense, it's not going to work. Elliot playing for Salah, backing him up. We better hope Salah next year don't have an injury, because that flank would be dead, pure dead. Right? The other thing with Klopp, I'm just like you. I'm giving him till December. I have no loyalty to that man, none whatsoever. And a lot of people tend to talk about, oh, we ungrateful, because I'm hearing that talk a lot about we ungrateful. How many of them who buy LFC gear actually put a player's name on it? Hardly any. So don't talk to me about being ungrateful. My choice, plain and simple, right? The other thing that I got to say is, like, I don't know. And as I said, people got to stop blaming FSG. Resigning Adrian and talking about, well, he's like the Spanish liaison for the South American players. Guess what? Give him a job like that. Plain and simple. It baffles me. It really baffles me. And the other thing where people saying about, oh, this stuff with Klopp. What I got to tell people, like you say, I listened to what the man said. He said, see you all in Istanbul. We're not even sniffing Istanbul. That's like me saying, Carl, we're going to do a road trip. But then when we're ready, I saying, you know what, we're going to be walking there. Makes no sense, right? Yeah. Then he comes out and says stuff like, we as LFC fans are ungrateful, because we spoiled by having Top. And before I go, the other thing that came out the other day with the streamers and stuff. And as I said, a lot of these guys on ESPN FC and stuff, and some of them on Sky, they are dummies. The simple fact, let me tell you what goes on. We have Hulu, Netflix, USA, NBC, and the regular Premier League across here in the States. Each one of them has certain amounts of game. So they also now are given certain games. So now if I have one package, now because Hulu, whoever comes in, they get their package, but now one of my games goes to their channel and I can't see it.
Yeah.
How much sense that makes? And then you all want me to fork out how much money and then telling me, well, okay, I don't have another life, so okay, I don't want to watch movies and all that sort of stuff. It makes no sense, plain and simple. So that's all I got to say today. I'm going to save roasting for when Drifty and Matt are here. Be warned, I'm hungry.
I just saw, before I let you go, I just saw on your display picture, you served in the armed forces. Big up yourself, man.
11 years, brother. 11 years.
Big up. Got a lot of time and respect for people who do that. It's big up, man. Maddie,
peace out, everybody. Hit the share, the subscribe, and the like, and everything else. These boys and them doing the thing.
Thank you, bro. Bless you. Bless you and the family, bro. Take care. Big up to Maddie as always. I'm going to start with the Champions League in the USA. I'll be honest, I'd not heard of that. Believe me, if I heard of that, you guys would have known. You know what I'm like anyway. Stuff like that really winds me up. That's crazy. What are we doing here? What are we just whoring out footballers? Like, what is going on? These are human beings, you know? Like, come on, man. Come on. Someone's really got to step up. And look, shout out to Chris Brack from LFC Day Trippers. I was going back and forth with him yesterday on WhatsApp. And, you know, the European Super League, I'm going to be real with how UEFA is moving at the moment. It doesn't seem like the worst idea in the world. And look, I was one of the most vocal against the European Super League, and I don't change my stance on how it's presented and the structure of it. But you know, if they changed the structure and they presented it better, for me, it'd be better than what the new format of the Champions League is. UEFA are doing a lot of people dirty right now. And what they did, which was brilliant, especially them and FIFA, when the ESL news came out, they pulled on our heartstrings and they acted like they were the victims in this. They're not victims. They got outsmarted, but then what they did is they then outsmarted the people who are trying to open up the ESL. UEFA and FIFA are just as dirty, if not dirtier. They don't care about us as fans, and they don't really care about the teams either. They are pocketing way more of the revenue than they should be. They are giving fans way less than they should be. Man City and Inter Milan fans getting tickets and having to pay through the nose for tickets. Not only that, getting less tickets than they should be because they want to give out to friends and corporates. Nah, do me a favor, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, and that said, I better not see Champions League in America. Regarding Klopp's loyalty, I'm going to be real. Where I disagree with Maddie, I am loyal to Klopp. I'm just more loyal to Liverpool. So as much as I love Klopp, as much as I want him to do well, as much as I think he can do well, if he doesn't, then we've got to say goodbye, man. And it's going to be hard to say goodbye to Jurgen Klopp. But look, Liverpool wasn't just constructed in 2015. We've been there since 1892, and we've seen some amazing people come. We've seen some amazing people go, but the club always goes on. I'm loyal to the badge. I'm loyal to this, guys. This is what I'm loyal to. I'm sorry to say, I have players that I have a special place in my heart for. Salahs, Fabinho's, Trent's, Robbo's, Virgil's, Alisson's. I have a special place in my heart for these players. Bobby, but I was the first on this channel to say I think Bobby's got to go because I'm loyal to the badge, man. I'm loyal to these players, but I'm most loyal to the badge, and I will always be most loyal to the badge in a football sense, obviously. Outside of football, I'm loyal to friends and family, but this is where I'm at with Liverpool. So if I feel as though someone's holding Liverpool back, then unfortunately we have to say goodbye to that person, hopefully try and change things and then move on as a club. In regards to Adrian, yeah, I just kind of don't know, man. I don't know. I know people say, well, why change if he's happy doing what he's doing? Well, we change because he shouldn't be at the club anymore. And like, you can't sit there and tell me we haven't got a good vibe in the dressing room if Alisson leaves like that. If Alisson leaves, that would be bad. If Adrian leaves, then you can't tell me that wouldn't be a good vibe, or the vibe would go down. So we have to keep him. If that's the case, then as I said, I will turn into the biggest comedian and I will go and sign for Liverpool. Slap me on 10k a week and I'll make everyone laugh. I'll make everyone saltfish and dumplings every week. I'll do that job if that's what it takes now. Because last time I checked, you got to be of a certain caliber to play for this club, and you got to be able to offer on the pitch as well as off it, not just off it. So yeah, that's my feelings on that. So big up to Maddie. Bring up the next caller. He was actually making me laugh in the background. Him and his missus were absolutely cracking me up. Josh, I saw it, bro. I saw it.
You know what happened, right? You know what happened? She had this toe cramp, and like she couldn't get rid of it. She's like to me, "Oh, help!" I'm like, "What do you want to do? I can't help you." You know the worst thing is, yeah, it actually warns you as well. Only the host can see you. So I'm thinking, is he actually paying attention? Yeah, because there's an absolute madness going on in the background. I'm there trying to run away. She's there crying. It's just all a mess. All a mess. You know what's weird? Normally I don't get to jump on because obviously it gets really busy.
Let me pause you for 1 sec.
Sorry, go on.
All right. I know, but it's bedtime. I'm not gonna argue with mummy, but good night. All right, I'm not involved. That's with you, mummy, to discuss. Good night, guys. Night, Robbie. Night, Stevie. You're not the only one, bro.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's not just me, is it?
All that time I'm here taking a meeting.
Yeah, it's all right. What was I gonna? Yeah, I actually don't even. I didn't expect to jump on, so I don't even have any questions.
That's fine with me, bro.
Sorry.
Sorry. Guys, what are we doing there? Robbie.
All right, baby.
Oh, bless them. Too much energy.
Yeah, way too much. Way too much. They keep on trying to sneak in the conservatory. That's what it is, and then Robbie's tripped over.
Oh,
if you don't hear, you got to feel, man. That's how I grew up.
But yeah, I don't really have. Oh, I didn't even think of any questions for you. But I wanted to ask you, what are your well, actually, it's more of a statement. I want to actually. Normally, I don't have anything good to say about FSG, but I want to actually sound them out because I believe that they've brought back Melwood for the women's. So I didn't expect that. And what's up, Drift?
Yo, what's going on, bro? So I wasn't going to jump in halfway because I know it's a bit of a mad thing,
I just looked up and I saw you.
You've never been on. Yeah, true, you've never been on. I thought, let me jump in and say what I'm going to.
No, I have been on. I was on ages ago.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, I'm saying you become the
last
king
time I came on, I got cooked by the comments.
Is it?
Yeah, because I said I would sell Salah, keep Mane, and get Riyad Mahrez, and I got killed.
I think I remember that actually.
Yeah.
I remember it.
Yeah, I got killed in the comment section. I was being called an FSG shill. Ironically, I'm back complimenting. So I remember. So on the last Monday night or Tuesday night, you guys were talking about the new director of football and how it's a short-term deal, and that was the first time I heard of it. Honestly, I fell off my chair, but I had to do some research into it. So apparently, Homie is retired, and we've brought him out of retirement. So if he is happy to, because put it like this, he's 59 years old. He's coming to a whole new country, right? Imagine that if your mum or dad or whatever at 59, whatever, 60, had to go to a new country, learn new culture, etc. They're close to retirement or whatnot. So how do you feel about that now, if he's happy knowing that information? And the other thing I was going to say to you, I remember dropping a super chat, and Cal, you disagreed with me about Adesanya versus what's his name, Pereira. But I've come back with a rebuttal. You see, when you're talking about how Izzy has the reach advantage doesn't count for anything, because you know what, Pereira's taller than him, so now Izzy has to punch up instead of punching straight. So that's what I'm telling you, man. If Izzy fights him again, Pereira's going to cook him. See, that first round, I wanted Izzy to win because I like Izzy. I think he's I like technically gifted fighters. Yeah. And you see, if Izzy fights Pereira again, he's getting destroyed. That first round was horrible. You can't take that many that many calf kicks. If he didn't knock him out when he did, Pereira would have beaten him to a bloody pulp. I'm telling you. Right, that rematch cannot happen again. I'm glad he's gone up to light heavyweight.
I got a rebuttal for your rebuttal.
Oh, I have to wait another 3 months now. I've got to think of something. He's too good. Go on.
Volkanovski is shorter than Max Holloway, but he's got a reach advantage on Holloway. That's why he's able to beat Holloway every single time, because he uses his kicks for the legs and he jabs him away.
He didn't beat him the second or the third time, by the way. Especially
not
the
third time. The third time.
Especially third time Holloway got absolutely blasted.
No, the third time wasn't even close, Drift.
No, it wasn't. I was so upset seeing Holloway getting beaten up.
I remember the third one, but I know the second one. The second one, Holloway was robbed 100%.
Yeah, it was, but it was still 3-2. It wasn't like a wide. But the third, are you forgetting the third
I had it
fight?
4-1 in the second one. I thought Holloway absolutely pieced him up in the second fight.
No, the second fight, I gave it 48-47 to Holloway.
Yeah, same. But the third fight,
I gave it to Holloway. I think he edged it.
Third
I
fight,
don't actually remember. Maybe I'm thinking of something else for the third fight, but I definitely know that Holloway won the second fight.
Yeah, Holloway should have won the second.
Yeah, it would have made the third fight a lot better. because it's like a rubber match. But
Yeah.
it's what it is.
Yeah.
I was so disappointed with that. Actually, yeah, I have one question for you, but it's not related. What's one skill that, as a man, you haven't mastered and you should master?
Oh, that's an easy one.
For me, mine's ironing. I can't iron for shit. Like I'm telling you, yeah. Even at my big age, my dad has to iron my clothes for me. It's horrible. I went to my mate's stag do. One of my shirts were all creased up, and his cousin had to iron my shirt. So
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Ironing for me is a timeout.
Look at Jamie's comment.
I can't see it, so you have to.
Yeah, you'll see it in a minute. You'll see it in a minute. I'll just bring up for everyone. This is Jamie's answer to your question. Keep trying, Jamie. Practice makes perfect.
Exactly.
But Josh, always a pleasure, bro.
Yeah,
chop those up now.
Big up yourself, man. Big up
like
all the viewers
the video,
man.
guys. Yeah,
yeah. Big up
yourself,
for the channel as well, bro. It's appreciated.
Big up, man.
Big up, Josh, as always. All right, so Drift. I'm going to start with the FSG one, then buy Melwood back. Yeah, I'm good with it. I'm good that we're starting to actually. I'm not going to say start. I'm hoping we start to financially back the women's team because there's a lot of potential in that women's team. So the sooner we do that, the better. The short-term deal for Schmatka, again, it makes sense. I just hope we don't fumble anything when we do stuff. So I hope we're all right with that. What's a skill you haven't mastered as a man?
What's mad about what Josh just said is there's two things that I do, and I do them for therapy. And if I am doing them, generally speaking, I'm doing it to not while out on someone, and that's washing up and ironing. If you see me doing those two things, it's actually quite therapeutic for me, but like I do it to calm down still. I'm not gonna
is
lie.
it?
Yeah. Like I actually do. Like I'll just, you know what I mean? I'll be like, what needs to be washed up? All right, let me calm myself down. That wax on, wax off. And the ironing, like sometimes I just do it to chill myself out. I get where Josh is coming from, that it can be a bit frustrating. I get that, and sometimes like I'll be like really generous and like, babe, have you got anything you need ironing? And she'll be like, yeah, and then she'll give me something, and I'll be like, why was this garment even made with 42 different creases and
brother? Don't get me started on
what is it about women's clothes, bruv? Like, how are we supposed to iron this, bruv? You're not that you need to just dry clean this, Ross, because this can't be ironed. But if we're just talking about so you feel the pain, bro.
Don't get me started.
But if you're talking about straightforward man clothes, shirts, tops, jumpers, shorts, trousers, all that kind of stuff, like I kind of enjoy doing it. If you know what I mean,
calm. The boys' clothes are calm.
And a little trick for people if they really can't be bothered, if you got a dryer, just spray a little bit of water where the creases are in your garment, fling it in the dryer for 5 minutes, it'll come out without the creases in it, and then you didn't have to do nothing. So yeah, little bit of a what's that thing you call a hack? Little hack there for people.
Yeah.
What's a skill as a man I haven't learned? Am I gonna get in trouble if I say what I want to say?
I don't know I don't know. It depends what you're gonna say. Do you want to message it to me first?
I haven't mastered patience for a certain type of people. I'll leave it there. I could work on it a bit more. Yeah,
I don't think that's a skill anyone can master, to be honest. I'll be honest. I think women would say the same thing. Like I know my missus would say the same about me, bro.
Yeah,
there's times where I look at her and I think she might stab me tonight. Like, I look at her and I say, yeah, there's that look in her eye. She might stab me tonight. It might happen.
It's something I'd like to master.
I mean,
but you're right. Maybe it's not possible for real. Maybe
when you do,
possible.
let me know, bro. Because I'd love to be in there as well. I think for me, one skill that I haven't mastered, I think, is building and construction. Like I'm pretty good at doing stuff around the house. Like, but you see, like if I need, like my garden, for example, I always talk to you and Matt about this. I want to redo my garden. I wish I could just get out there and do it myself rather than having to save up and pay someone else to do it. Like I wish
You
I
know
could
what,
just
bro?
buy the material. And do it.
Next time there's a proper nice sunny day, I'll come and do it with you, bro. I enjoy that shit. You know already, bro.
The gardens are mazza, bro.
Bruv, it's fine. If you've got a chainsaw, if you've got an axe, if you've got a shovel, if you've got a
No, this is what I mean.
If you've got all the tools, bruv, I'll come and do it for you.
No,
bro.
cutting all this stuff down, that's calm. I can do that. I'm
What needs
talking
to be
about
done?
I need to landscape the garden and just completely renovate it. That's what I'm talking about.
What,
Not,
build a wall or like
yeah, like all that stuff. And like I need to knock down a wall and level
I'll
up
still do that with you if you want, you know, bruv. I'll still do it if you want.
We ain't about it. Drift. Trust me. I've got an old pond that's been covered up as well from the previous owner. I've got to get rid of that. I don't even know what's underneath.
Oh, right, is it? Where's the pond?
It's in the corner. You'd have seen it. It's like the circle bit in the garden, the circle brickwork. That used to be
is that a pond?
Yeah, but it's been cemented over. I don't know what's under that cement though. So I could lift that cement, bro, and I could let out hell, bro. For all I know, I got a volcano under there, bro. So I need.
I hope there ain't a body under there.
Not that I know of. That's gonna be awkward, isn't it? But now, if I'm at a point now where big building work is just, I wish I could do it. Like plastering a room, if I wanted to do that, I could just do it if I needed to. Like if I need to strip walls and repaint and do all those things and sand stuff down, and if I need to build stuff, like small stuff, I can do that. But stuff like that, just I want to just do that.
I hear you.
Actually,
do you know what?
My goodness, I just saw something in the chat. That is wild. That is wild. That's from your alias as well, Drifty. Yeah, Mr.
Hold on.
Mr. Dare I say?
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Wow, that is your alias, Drift. That's your alias.
No, technically it's your alias. Because it's
both
you
of
that
us. You got my picture and your name. Yeah.
Ooh. You don't even want to do that, bro. It's too messy.
Each to their own, bro.
Yeah, I don't even know. You know, you're right. Maybe car mechanic. I think that would be something I'd read, so I could just fix my own car, bro.
Shout. You know what? Yeah, I go with your one, car mechanic.
Yeah. Instead, so I don't have to keep hollering at my mechanic and wasting like energy and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I got a family member who does my car, but I still got to go over there and put the burden on someone else. If I could do it myself, that would be the one still. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah,
I know the basics about cars, but I wish that I could change the clutch or change the timing belt or you know what I mean, and all them kind of, I mean, normally you have to put it up on the ramp to be able to do that stuff, so you can't do it outside your yard. But yeah, if I could do it myself, it will save me a bit of time and money still.
Facts indeed. Right, let's get the next caller in. He's got his own channel is thriving, some great content on there. The one and only Jamie Phillips in the
Hi guys.
Speak of the devil, what's going on, bro?
I won't tell them what you WhatsApp me, Jamie, bro.
No, man, it's mad. I've learned to do it in a different way. Yeah, so it's I won't give you my secrets though. Yeah, guys, how you all doing? Good?
Yeah, man.
Good,
bless,
brother.
man.
How
Good to
are
see
you,
you, brother. It's been a minute, man.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. Been busy, man. Been busy. It's Liverpool team, man. So dead. Fabinho's a massive issue in this Liverpool team. I said it even last season. I think I said to you a year ago, guys, that Fabinho's a worry, and it's starting to look like that now. I think people are starting to get a bit excited because Fabinho played well towards the end of the season, but as I kept telling people, the teams that were playing weren't pressing our midfield, so it was easy for him to play against. Then the two teams we played at the end of the season in Villa and Southampton pressed our midfield, and he looked wanting again. He's going to be 30 next season. A 30-year-old Fabinho is not going to be as good as a 26, 27-year-old Fabinho. Why keep him in the team? We need a brand new left back because Robbo ain't got it no more. Robbo's 29 years of age. He's gone under the radar this season. Not a lot of people come for him because of the former Virgil and former Trent at defence. But I think Robbo has not been the player he once was. Again, he's 29, going on 30. Robbo's best aspects to his game, the energy that he brings to a side, is going to slowly go away from his game. I think Robbo would be an excellent backup left back. I don't want him to get gone. I think he should be the simulcast to a brand new left back going forward. The midfield, McAllister will be a brilliant signing. I love Jordan Henderson, don't get me wrong, but he's not got the legs anymore, and he can't do what Jurgen Klopp wants him to do anymore. And I see Jordan play, and he can't. Once Jordan gets pressed now, he struggles because he hasn't got the mobility in his legs he once used to have. I don't want a player just to run up and down our right-hand side to cover for Trent. The real issue there is Trent as a right back, not a midfielder. That shouldn't be happening. McAllister's a massive upgrade if we get him. Thuram and Kone, I believe. I think Kone is going to be. I think Kone might be actually the first player we buy because the situation going on with Gladbach. Big George's son's now the sporting director there. So they just go, it seems like an easy.
Oh shit, is he? Oh,
yeah. His son is now the sporting director of Gladbach. So it's just an easy thing to do, in my opinion.
Family ties. I love
think
it.
That's a transfer that can be done. Thuram, I like.
Cal, you're gonna get your player.
My midfield. If I look at the midfield, next season, you got your three veterans: Thiago, Fabinho, and Henderson. Say you got your three new players: McAllister, Thuram, and Kone. That's your six midfielders. Then you got your youth players in Stefan, Curtis, and Harvey Elliott. There's plenty of rotation there, and that's a good midfield. Also, Thiago don't have to play every minute of the game. Hendo don't have to constantly play. My only worry is we need a six because Fabinho will have to play no matter what, and it's players playing around him. That's my issue there. Darwin Núñez. If Darwin Núñez don't learn how to play the Liverpool way by New Year next year, I think we have to let him go. Because I'm looking at Cody Gakpo, that's come to this football club, who was a left winger in Holland, has come to this football club and become our false number 9 and has fitted into the Liverpool team like that. What Klopp wants him to do, he does. He suits our system. He suits the way Jurgen Klopp wants to play. His goals for game ratio since January is very good, considering he's playing out of position, apparently. Luis Diaz coming back next season in the full season. I can't wait to see that. I want to see what Diaz can do injury-free, so he could probably be a superstar. Mo Salah's your goal machine, probably get 30, 40 goals again next season. I worry about Darwin going forward. I don't know if Darwin's technically inept enough to learn how Klopp wants him to play, especially when I see Gakpo come into the side. If we get these things sorted in the summer, Liverpool, I want Liverpool putting a title challenge next year. I don't want just getting into the top 4. I want a title challenge because we got quality in our squad. People might laugh at me, but Arsenal have been 8th and 5th and then title challenged. This team can go back to that. There's no doubt about it. Klopp is still the right man for Liverpool for that reason, but he has been diabolical this year. He's got a way of murder at times. I put down going out to the Champions League on Klopp in the Real Madrid game. I know a lot of people playing Gomez and stuff like that. Gomez shouldn't have been on the pitch that long. Simple as that. You're the manager. You cost us that first leg, in my opinion, with the way you that changed that game tactically and didn't use subs properly and all that sort of stuff. Next season's a big one for Liverpool Football Club. I'm going on. The Europa League. I know we don't want to be in the Europa League. No one wants to be in the Europa League, yeah? No one wants to shop at Asda. Everyone wants to shop at Waitrose. That's the way it is. That's life. But we're in it. I want to win it. Simple as that. I'm not one of these fans who go, let's put Europa League on ice, not worry about it. Let's all go for the Premier League like it's a guarantee. Do you want to stay in front of Man United guys in honours? Because I know I do. Let's win every damn competition we're in.
That's the talk.
Yeah, Europa League. You can look. We're gonna get a group of there's a group of death in the Champions League. There's a group of niceness in the Europa League. You know what I mean? You're going to get a decent group that you can rotate at good level that we got in our squad to get through them groups, yeah? You take it seriously. You're in it to win it. It's a European trophy. Tell Sevilla they shouldn't win the Europa League. Tell them fans they shouldn't win the Europa League, yeah? It's a competition we should win. It's more honours. It's European glory. FA Cup, League Cup. Go for it. The teams in the 70s and 80s didn't go, oh, it's the Milk Cup, let's not win it. No, you go for these trophies. You get massive honours. You stay in front of Man United. You stay in front of Man City. You stay in front of Arsenal. You try your best in every competition you do next season, because at the end of the day, we are Liverpool Football Club. Simple as that, guys.
Jamie, you're a legend, bro. You're a legend.
But just quickly before you go, because I know everyone's gonna be like, Jamie's that way. Just quickly, a question here from Honest, bro. Just saying, has he been blocked on your channel?
No, man. No. I don't block anyone on my channel. I'm not. I let people cut. If they insult me, they insult me. Come back tomorrow. Come and insult me again.
I mean, no, people. Let's not be insulting, Jamie.
If you insult Jamie, you'll be blocked on our channel.
I look into it, honestly. Maybe one of the mods did something, so I look into it. But I haven't blocked you. Not at all. No. Cool. Not at all, my friend. Not at all.
Jamie, big up yourself. Guys, go and subscribe to Jamie's channel. Jamie, a couple of people saying you got this. You're looking like Stipe these days, bro. I've only just seen it now.
Yeah, you do, bro. You actually do.
Think like him now. So I'm in that heavyweight division. I'm 242. So yeah, I'm there. No, yeah. Thankfully, I can speak a little bit better than him though. So I'm
no, Jamie, you're a legend, bro. Always a pleasure chopping up with you. Guys, make sure you guys support Jamie's channel. Bless you, bro.
Thank you very much.
Family as well, bro.
Yeah. Cheers, man. Cheers. See you guys later.
Yeah. I think Drifty's frozen. Are you there, Drift? You there, Drift?
Am I back? So I just wanted to check.
Yeah, you froze.
Am I back? Yeah, I think my Wi-Fi went a bit mad. Yeah.
Gonna start with Fabinho. I'll be honest, I agree with everything Jamie said. What's your thoughts on Flacco, Drift?
Jones from Tongs. One more mistake, bro, when you're gone. Yeah. All right, cool. A couple people getting a little bit people just getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Yeah. One more, bro. One more. You know what I mean? It's very easy to talk shit. But anyway, yeah. It's very easy to talk shit. Anyway, what was the question, sorry, bro?
Flacco. Do you agree, Jamie, regarding what you said about Flacco?
In terms of being a first team player, yeah, I agree with it. But I still believe that Flacco should be given one more season to rectify it, and if not, to at least be a squad player. If he's sold, I won't be angry if the replacement is good enough. But yeah, I can see the logic behind what people are saying after this season. I can see it.
Yeah, I agree. Robbo.
Yeah, that one was a bit left still. But I understand slightly what Jamie means, though.
So I'm with Jamie on this one to an extent. I think Robbo's got away with a lot this season because Virgil trenched form before he got inverted, and Flacco and Henderson have been so bad. Robbo's kind of got away with it. For me, I wouldn't sell Robbo. Well, in fact, Jamie didn't even say that, so there's no point in even saying that. I wouldn't sell Robbo. I think that's obvious. I am with him though. If we were to sell Tsimikas, if Tsimikas said I want to leave, 100%, I'm looking for an upgrade on Robbo. I'm not looking for someone to be an understudy. I'm looking for an upgrade on Robbo. Because I think we can upgrade on him. He's phenomenal. He is like Robbo. What he's done for this club is phenomenal. But I do think at this stage, I do think we can upgrade on him.
Yeah. The only thing is, it'll be quite difficult. If you go and look around Europe right now, it's actually, just in general, Cal, left backs aren't really something that's like the world isn't flooded with brilliant left backs. So it'll be quite difficult to actually replace him, to be honest. That would be quite a difficult thing to do, yeah. So it's not as easy. It's easier said than done.
Darwin Núñez, if he doesn't click in, Jamie was saying by New Year, we might have to look to move him out. I know you're not going to like this one, Drift. I agree with that statement as well.
No, I disagree with that one. But, you know, it's fine.
The reason I do, though, is not because it's this whole notion of if a player's not working, we just keep on keeping them around until they do potentially work or they don't. We've lost too many players on a free doing that, or we've lost them for low wages. For me, I think being ruthless means if a player can't get into gear within a season and a half, unfortunately, you might have to do what you're doing and go somewhere else. Doesn't mean you're not a good player, just means you're not right for what we want to achieve. And I don't think we come onto a player just willy-nilly, because it just affects everything. It affects the price of them if you want to sell them. It affects whether you decide to sell or not, because then the price is, oh, is it worth keeping because they're only going to cost this much? Are we bought him for this amount? Or can we sell him for this amount? For me, sometimes you just got to cut your ties. And the sooner you do that, sometimes the better.
I think a lot of that comes down to how we're ran as a club, where I understand you can't just throw money away, but we're too much of a club that's always got to be like penny pinching and watching the budget. Yeah, he costs 64 million. And I get that's a lot of money to be a squad player if he doesn't show that he's good enough to be a first teamer. But he's a brilliant option, even if we upgrade on him and having him around the squad and having somebody different. And you know what I mean? Like, being great is all about difference, right? Like, so forget how much we paid for him for a minute. What would be wrong with having him like on the bench or having him as an option, even if he can't quite fit in? That's what's good about difference. It means if what you're doing isn't working, you throw in a little bit of unpredictability, and then that can be something.
But Jamie's saying if he's not brilliant or showing signs of being brilliant by December, then
he's already shown signs. He's already shown signs that he's a good player. He hasn't had a bad season.
He never said good though. He said brilliant. You said brilliant.
Yeah, but your squad players don't have to be brilliant. So if he became a squad player, then that'll be fine.
But we haven't bought him to be a squad player.
Yeah, but that's other teams do that. It's just because we got FSG and we're always penny pinching. Do you know how many teams have players on their bench that cost 50, 60 mil? Sometimes that's just life. But because we're Liverpool and we've always got to watch the pennies, we've got to be so concerned about it.
Not because they want to. Man United are probably looking at getting rid of Sancho this season because he's not doing.
They're not getting rid of Sancho.
But if Man United get a decent offer for Sancho, I wouldn't be surprised if they sold. But Ten Hag's not. Bro, Ten Hag is on this ruthless thing. You know, don't get it twisted.
They're not selling Sancho, bro. No chance. And there's plenty of teams around the world who have players that cost money, and it'll be like, oh, it's a little bit of a downer that he didn't quite fulfill what he was supposed to do, but they'll stick by him. You know what I mean? I know Manchester United is a bad example, but Martial cost 52 million, and that was back when it would have been the equivalent to like 70 or 80 now. And he's always injured and rare.
Martial
only once, and he's been there for 7 years, brother. He's injured all the time, and he's unavailable.
The reason he got a new contract is because he started playing well, and that was Ollie's thing, innit? Ollie was, if you have a good couple of games, you get a new contract. If Man United had the option, they would sell Martial like that.
I don't think,
especially with Ten Hag, 100% they would.
No, I think they're happy with him being a squad player and like chipping in where he can.
Brother, they would sell Martial in a heartbeat if they could.
I don't think they would. But again, 100%. I just think it's forget how much he cost. It would be nice to have something different on the bench, regardless of even if he can't fully get himself into being a first team player. He's different. And different helps you to be unpredictable, so you can win things being different.
I agree with that. He has to refine his game. If he doesn't seem like he's refining his game, then I think a conversation has to be had.
It'll be fine.
All right.
And the Europa League thing, I don't understand the disrespect for the Europa League. Like, I think it's an English thing, if I'm being honest, because you don't see Italian, French, Spanish teams, any of those other teams disrespecting Europa League. It's almost like a bit of a bouginess in the Premier League where we look down on the Europa League. I just want to remind people,
it's not just
the
Europa
League is
FA
the UEFA Cup.
But it happens with the League Cup and the FA Cup. All these unless it's the Premier League or Champions League.
Yeah,
these
you're probably right. But
how many times have I said, like,
it's super bougie, bro?
I hate that.
It's super bougie. Like, the Europa League is the third biggest competition you can win in club football. It's your league, then it's the Champions League, then it's Europa League. And the Europa League is better than most leagues. I'd probably say the only leagues that are better than winning the Europa League are the Scudetto and La Liga. They're the only two of
German
obviously
League.
the Premier
German
League.
League as well.
No, bruv. I think the Europa League is a big achievement than winning the German League, bruv. Bayern Munich have just won their 11th title in a row, Cal.
Yeah,
11 titles in a row.
No, but
bruv,
I'm
the
saying
German
no.
League is not competitive in the slightest, bro.
I'd
11
still
in a
say-
row, Cal.
No, but that's not their fault. That's Dortmund bottling it.
No,
recently.
but Cal, if you win 11 leagues in a row, your league is dead food. I'm not saying there aren't good players and decent teams in it, but if any team wins 11 leagues in a row, your league is dead food, bro. Your league, I'd rather win the Europa League than the German League. Like, in my opinion, it's a more competitive tournament.
I don't know, Drew.
I don't know. I'm not disrespecting the German League.
No, I
just
know
think
you're not.
if you go 11 back-to-backs, that's madness, bruv.
Yeah.
In what walk of life, Cal, has anybody ever won 11 back-to-backs? Of anything. Even Juve only did 7 in a row in Italy.
Yeah.
11 back-to-backs. I don't even think Celtic have done 11, bro. No, they did 9, Cal, because then Rangers stopped the 10. And everybody laughs at the Scottish League because of how dominant Celtic are, right? And in Germany, Bayern Munich just done 11. 11 in a row is madness, bruv.
No, I hear that. I mean, Spain's not much different in terms of it's mainly rotate between Real Madrid and Barcelona with a sprinkle of Atletico.
At least it's
at least that's
rotated.
free. At least that's free teams.
At least it's a rotation, bro.
Yeah,
do you
that's
know
true.
what I mean?
That's true.
I don't know, man. But you know.
But hold on. In the same way you're saying about the Bundesliga, Sevilla, they got Europa in a chokehold, bro.
They do to a degree, of course, but
not to a degree, bro.
No, but this is the first time they've won it for 3 years. They're very dominant in there, but it was still
in it the last 2 years, though. Were they in it?
Yeah. I think
I don't know if they were in it, bro. I think every time they've been in it, I think every time they've been in it in recent history, they've won it.
At least we get other winners, though. At least we get
other
winners.
Like I said,
at least we get other winners.
They got in a chokehold, bro. They are the John Jones of the Europa League.
And
if
plus,
John Jones ain't about DC wins or
and remember, their success is recent. Bayern Munich have been doing this for the entirety of the German league.
That's true.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know how many German titles they've got, but it must be about 70 or something.
No,
like,
true.
do you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. I enjoy watching the German league. I think it's entertaining, but it's not competitive. It's not competitive at all, man. It just isn't.
I hear that. Right.
Yep. Win the Europa League. 100%. Win the Europa League.
Facts. Kadima.
Yo, are they in, man?
Welcome back.
Oh, go on, man, like Callum. Oh, Drift.
What's going on, Drew?
What's going on? Right, so I'll keep it short. As I started to watch this program more and more, I realizing Drift is this called satire, you know. This man will look for the bright side in hell. But you ain't know that bright side is hellfire born in your dog.
Not in the slightest, bro. Not in the slightest.
You see, Fabio Henrique Tavares, God bless him, I love the fella. But he done outside here, dog. I see the man pulling out a tackle. Lost in 50-50 challenge. Come now, man. Come now,
But he can't have a bad season.
What?
He can't have a bad season, no?
Send that you to cross have a ton about bad season and bad season. The Liverpool Football Club, yo. See that blood drop there? That would be coming out my eye when I see my defenders. My defenders and my number 6 on them pulling out tackle and losing 50-50 and going to ground when you don't have to go to ground. If it wasn't for Ibu, oh God. Relegation. We fighting relegation. We don't know what Everton. We in 16th place, I'm telling you. Liverpool Football Club is a giant. We get knocked on we backside this year. You ever see a man, a midget or a giant stand up without a spine? Right? We need a center back. We need a number 8. And we need a number 6. We need one more midfielder than that. And we need a man on the right wing for Mohamed Salah. Salah, he up there with Robbie, like God. Or I shouldn't say God, like Allah. You understand? because he's our
Same thing.
Egyptian.
Yeah, same
But
thing.
watch how you see Jurgen Klopp. He will take a world-class player and run him into the ground. I'm so glad Jurgen is already. I love my manager. I will defend him like a dog. But Drift, you have to admit when the man on fuckery, Jed. The man on shoppiness, dog.
Yeah, of course.
You understand?
But there's bigger issues. And that's all I've been telling. There's way bigger issues than Klopp.
What's the bigger issues?
FSG, structure of the transfer committee, budgets. There's way more issues than Klopp. The man had a bad season. That's it.
FSG not going anywhere. Okay.
I know, and that's the problem.
Let's live with that. And
I don't want to live with
according
that.
to the theme of the thing, Callum, name one transfer when you're January or summer where we ever get our first choice. Salah wasn't our first choice. Mane wasn't our first choice. Just name one where we get our first choice now.
The only one I can actually think of 17 is that 2018.
Man like Virgil and them, right?
Yeah, Virgil.
No,
Alisson.
2020.
Virgil was January. Yeah,
2020. I think Jota and Thiago were.
No, I include in January.
No,
I include in
wasn't.
January.
Jota wasn't. Werner was the first choice.
But is that factual though? Because I think we could have got Werner if we really wanted to. Is it factual?
Release
that
clause, Drift. You know we don't play release clauses. You know we don't, unless it's cheap.
I know, but we only paid 7 mil less for Jota though. So there's a part of me that feels like maybe we actually just didn't want him in the end.
Bro, we wanted Werner.
Originally, 7 million. Surely it was more.
Easiest business you could
do. The structure's different, Drift. It's 9 million a year for Jota. That was a full whack up front.
Maybe. Thiago was first choice though. We wanted Thiago. That was
but we're talking about where we get all of our first choices in one window. It's only been 18, and even then we got Shaqiri instead of Fekir.
I have a soft spot for Shaqiri, all right? I know. But big up man like Shaqiri still. But what I'm saying is, I don't think the fans at this club realize how bad things are. We are in, I don't know about all but I am in full crisis mode right now. If we F up this summer, I don't want to go back to the days when we was on that Brendan Rodgers hand them though. Please. We come too far.
Sure.
You understand? Who could eat lobster and then go back and eat sprat and them thing there? You understand? Fry 2 sprat, look at it and say hi, according to Adisha. Big up the world boss one time. Sprat, Sadiq, you can love your sprat, but I want whale dog, I want dolphin, I want to eat exotic, you know what I mean?
Dolphin?
Yeah, five fish, man.
I need exotic, you understand? Let's talk about all the bigger fish you fry thing, you understand? All again, unlike Liverpool, is some little simid in his side, fighting them for mid-table. Yeah. Mohamed Salah should be the captain. He's the only one with balls to call out the bullshit. Qualifying for the Champions League is bare minimum. This season was an utter, total failure. All them names we'll be calling this year, we could have get them last year. Holding out for, you see that light skin nigga with the hairline? Oh, God, boy. Pause. I had a big crush on Jude Bellingham. This whole club had a big crush on him, man. And then he cheating on me with some Spanish chick. You know what I mean?
That's a big pause.
I know a little. I know I'm a boyish good looks, but I closer to 30 than anything. I turn 30 I turn 30 this year. You understand? This club need. And this club, this fan club, this fan base, this manager, the owners need to wake up and smell the coffee, though. We need to wake up. Arsenal spend more than 5 years outside the champs. Mm-hmm. So we win 1 champs, win 1 prem, and we resting on we laurels. What all about?
I hear you. Kadeem, we're going to chop it up, man. We're going to chop it up.
One last thing.
Go
you see
for
that performance, although they give up last week, or they couldn't have sent Bobby out on a W, boy. Big up man like Nunez still. He's a bags man. I agree with Drift. That is a bags man. First year betting in whatever. But if he fail next year, I wear him out of the club too, Drift. You understand?
Fair enough. It'll be fine. Nunez will be fine, bro.
Boy. And just one last thing here. I just want to say, everybody watching this, I want to let you have a blessed night, a blessed weekend. You understand? God is good wherever they're fighting through, all they're going to make it. You understand? I know all, on a personal basis, all they're going to make it. Liverpool football club, though, it's on a coin flip. It's on a coin flip. You see, this is what you call a critical injunction. The shit could go right, the shit could go left, son. Understand? And when I say left, I mean it's not railing. We're going off the precipice into wherever. You know, I know God really.
I mean, I disagree, but we'll chop that now, bro.
What you disagree with? What you disagree with?
About 65%, but I'll get through it.
We'll chop it out.
Jeff, we didn't even make Champions League, you know.
I know, bro. It's never as bad as you think, bro. It's never as good as you think, and it's never as bad as you think, bro.
Tuesday nights are Europa nights, you know. You know that?
Of course.
Oh!
It's a banger still.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, yeah. But the Champions League anthem iconic, bro.
Yeah, of course.
Champions. You know? That shit that my goosebumps, my pauses raised when I hear that. I want more, and Ali to lift up one more prem, at least one more prem, one more champs, bro. You understand? This season, no trophy, no Champions League, no nothing, you know, dog.
I know, bro. I know, man. We'll be all right, man. We'll be all right, bro. We'll be all right, man. I'm telling you, it's never as bad as you think, bro. It's never as bad as you think, bro. We'll be all right, man.
Redeemer, we're gonna let Drift chop it up.
It's about light at the end of the tunnel.
Say that again, bro.
Is there a light at the end of the tunnel?
Oh, 100%, bro.
You sure that ain't another train?
No. It's a light, bro.
Kadima, big up yourself, my bro.
Make
sure you're on next week.
Big up all the Jamaicans, all the Trinidadians, everybody from the Caribbean. Big up all yourself, dog.
Yeah, man. 100%.
Big up.
Big
Bless
up,
up,
man.
bro.
Big up.
Big up, Kadir. That's the first time you met Kadima, innit?
Yeah.
The last time I met him, he was brilliant as well, man. Kadima's quality. What do you have to say, Jeff? Because he was quite vocal in saying some of the stuff that I've said that we've gone back and forth on.
It's never as bad as you think, and it's never as good as you think. That's football. You're never as far away as you think, and you're never as close as you think. That's football. Do you know what I mean? Is there frustration involved? Of course. Emotions run high, of course. I don't think this is a crisis. I think that's too far to say. I think we've built enough foundations for this to not be a crisis. We are only about 3 or 4 players away from being who we were again. A crisis for me would be like not even 5, like about 7 or 8 players need to be replaced in the first 11. Then I'll be like, yo, this is a madness right now. But if you really deep it, 4 first team players, and I think we're cooking again. So we are not as far away as people think. Whether we do it or not is more of the worry, because we know who our owners are. But if they get the job done this summer, if they do what they're supposed to do, if they go against what we're used to, and they actually bring in what we're supposed to, then we'll be all right, man. I'm telling you, we'll be all right. If you actually think about this for 1 second, I know everybody will improve. So you've got to understand that other teams are going to get better. But there is this thing that we do always say, and I'm not saying this is going to be true of this season, but every year we go, oh, next year is going to be the year when da-da-da, da-da-da, and someone's always shit. Like it just happens every. Have you not noticed that every summer we get to a summer we go, all right, this year this team's gonna be good, and then watch out for that team, and then every time there's at least 2 or 3 of those teams that we think and they're shit. It's just football. It's very, very rare that you ever see 4 or 5 teams all just being brilliant all at once. So somebody we think is going to be good next season is going to be shit. And then on top of that, we were at our absolute worst and still got 5th. Was it a bad season? Of course it was. Should we have done better? We should have done way better than we did. But we just had our worst season and we still got 5th. With the improvements, we'll be fine. If I'm wrong, I'll hold my hands up at the end of next season. But if we bring in the players that we've been linked with, as an example, it could change. We don't know these things are facts. But if we bring in the people we've been linked with, Inacio, Thuram, Kone, McAllister, we will fucking bad up the league next season. I'm telling you now. We will bad up the league next season. So all it's about now is making sure that these aren't rumours and this isn't gaslighting from the owners and the PR team. And this is real. And then let's talk at the end of the summer.
I don't know. I disagree, Drift. And again, you know what my stance is. This whole FSG's the only reason we're in this situation. It's not.
No. But they're 65 to 70% of the reason we're in this situation.
No, not currently.
They are. But I'm not gonna.
More.
We wasted way too many hours arguing about it, so let's not. But
no, I agree.
We'll be fine, man.
I hope so, Drift. I'm not as optimistic as you at the moment.
I think there's just too many high emotions running around our fan base at the moment. Everyone just needs to calm down, man.
But the emotions are based off logic and facts.
No. A lot of them are just based off emotion.
What's based off emotion?
The anger. It's just based off emotion.
The anger's based off the fact that we had a bad season. And that,
yeah, but if it was logic, then it would be mostly factual, and a lot of it now is just opinions. And
but we've had a bad season, so we're allowed to be angry, Jeff. We haven't won anything.
No. That's fine. But
our manager was doing a madness. We've still got the same owners. A lot of the players we have are falling off a cliff, but still are getting treated like they're world class players. There's logic in that.
No, nobody's treating people like they're world class. Who's doing that?
Well, our manager is treating some of our players like they're still world class.
No, he's playing them doesn't mean he still thinks they're world class. It just means that he's got no other option.
Because he chose not to have other options.
Nah, like I said, man, we'll see what happens this summer. If we do a lot of business this summer, then it was blatantly obvious he was told that he's got to make sure he saves money for next summer, last summer, and he didn't want to just buy players for the sake of buying players. Of course it does, because
that's speculation. No, Drift, that's speculation.
No,
there's no.
If we spend money this summer, then all the rumors we heard last summer are true.
No, they're not true.
Of course they are. We were told there's a budget that can't be touched because it's for this year. So if we spend money this year, we were told that players like Bellingham and whatever we had to wait for because the budget.
Bellingham wasn't because Bellingham wasn't leaving last summer. No, so why didn't no one else get Bellingham last summer, Drift?
No, I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about in particular. We were told last year we had to wait till this year to spend money because that was just the way the budget was budgeting for whatever the reason was.
We got told we were told we had to wait this year because Bellingham wasn't being sold by Dortmund last year. That's what we were told.
Because we didn't actually get told about Bellingham until the season has started. But during the summer, we kept hearing rumors that we had to just hold off and there was budget this and this wasn't this and we got to wait till next year to spend this money and all this kind of shit. And it was like, hold on a minute, what? And then if we spend money this year, it will be that was true.
But we were also told that Klopp was happy with his squad. We were also told by many respectable journalists that Klopp didn't want to do anything else.
Wasn't, because Klopp admitted it, and not only that, there was so many contradictions throughout things he was saying. It was like, nah, if he was happy with the squad, there wouldn't be so many different answers here.
No, last summer there was no contradictions. There actually was no contradictions last summer, and there wasn't. He said he was happy, and he showed he was happy. We brought in Arthur because we had an injury crisis, not because
players that he bigged up. He didn't play, and he didn't trust, and he didn't do all these things that he was saying.
Because they got injured. Because they got injured.
Even when they weren't injured, they weren't playing.
Because they're out of form.
No, I can't. But ever think there is no way anybody
What I'm saying
can
is
tell
not
me.
based. I'm saying facts. Look, here it is. Yeah. Let's say I've got food at home, but I want to get myself a takeaway. But I get to the shop and the shop's shut. I'm not going to sit there and scream and moan. I'm just going to turn around and go, it's unfortunate I couldn't get that, but I've got food at home. That's effectively what he said about a midfield in Schumanni. He wanted a takeaway. The takeaway went to somewhere else. And he turned around and said, you know what? It's one of them things. I've got food at home. I'll just warm that up in the microwave. But he didn't want to sign another midfield unless it was Schumanni or Bellingham. He knew he couldn't get Bellingham. So why wouldn't he say what he said? There was no contradictions last summer. There was actually none. When you go back and listen to what he says, there was none.
He said so many things, and then there'll be another thing, and then this, and then that. And there's been so many different times throughout where he'll say, it's like he drops us little Easter eggs, but nobody wants to hear it. They just want to have the agenda. Like he'll say little things, and they'll be like, "Oh, okay, shit, all right."
Well, it's more having but this is what I mean, Drift. You say he drops little Easter eggs, so I'm saying to you, why is it that when he says something, I can't just take it at face value? Why do I always have to try and look for the Easter egg?
Follow it, bruv. I've always told you, if he thinks that these players are as good as he says they are, then he would play them and the team will be built around them, etc., etc. But they're not, because he doesn't truly believe it. He's keeping morale high. He's making sure players don't fall out. He's doing what good managers do, and they keep players on side, and he's protecting the board, which is the one thing I don't agree with. But I understand why an employee doesn't want to make things messy. I don't like the way Mourinho, Conte, and other managers run things. I don't want my club becoming a circus. I don't agree with backing the owners, but I get why he does it. You don't want a circus. Look what Mourinho's doing right now with the Roma thing and shouting at referees and all. It makes your club look like a bit of a laughing stock. I don't want us to get like that. But he always throws out little Easter eggs to just show us, we got bills to pay, people. Little Easter eggs, little things to show us, guys. Can you stop asking me questions because it's obvious I don't have the money. But he doesn't want to be shady in public because he doesn't want our club to be like a joke. We're not a joke club. We're ran with pride and prestige. We don't just start doing the managers taking shots at owners and we're all over the place and we're getting laughed at and this, that, and that. We don't want to do all that Tottenham Conte crap. And I get it. That would be a way to just expose.
No one's asked him to do that. Jim.
People always take to do that. Cal. Everyone goes, expose the owners, say what you mean, be truthful. They all say it, but that shit in reality is rubbish. I don't want my club ran like that.
Drift.
If I had my club ran like that.
If I had a dodgy car and you said to me, Cal, how's the car going? And I turn around and go, bro, you see the car? Yeah, it's in great condition. I was driving it on the motorway, man. I just had it in cruise control and I love it. And why do I want a new car? Would you then go to Matt and go, I think Cal might want a new car, I just think something he needs. I think he might. You'd be like, no, Cal's all right with his car.
Yeah, but that's just you and me having a one-on-one. That's not talking in front of 100 million people.
Bruv, he sat there in front of shout out to the Anfield Rap. I think it was Neil he was speaking to from the Anfield Rap. He sat there in his face and said, look at my midfielders. Why do I need a midfielder? Why do I need a midfielder? I've got these midfielders. I've got this player. I've got that player. I've got that player. Unless there's a midfielder who's 1.95 centimeters who can arrive late and score goals, then I've got everything I need. But why do I have to keep on deep diving and decoding this ain't the Da Vinci Code? These are words that Klopp has said.
And if you want to believe that, that's fine. But there was the Easter egg right at the end, the sarcasm. You have to understand the Easter eggs. The Easter eggs aren't easy to find. That's why they're Easter eggs.
There's not a player. How is that sarcasm when there's not a player in world football? Do you know how tall 1.95 m is?
That's why it's sarcasm, bruv. He's basically just being stupid in his answer. Unless you can find me someone who's 6'9", it's sarcasm, bruv. That's the Easter egg. He's got to keep the same energy. Otherwise, it makes him look
saying there's
stupid,
not a midfielder
right?
out there who I can get that's better than what I've got. That's what he's saying.
So why did he play other players instead of these players that he's giving all this plaudits to?
Because of injuries, he doesn't like to rotate, Drift. Once he settles on something, he don't like to rotate.
Look, like I said, there's no point in us going back.
It's there for everyone to see.
All right.
Like my thing is,
I've seen the actions.
So when do I take him? When do I take him at his word, and when do I not, Drift?
when
if
his
he came
actions
out
and his words
all right, so
co-align.
Drift, if he came out tomorrow and said, not really feeling how it's working with the owners, what would you say?
I mean, that's a totally you can't go back on that. You wouldn't throw shade unless you're willing to own it. So that's a different type of situation.
No, but you would say, I knew it. I knew the owners weren't doing what they were meant to be doing. You would say that, right?
Well, yeah, based off of what I feel. But like I said, that's a shot, though. You can't take shots at people and it not be true. That's totally different. But if you say things like, I love Ox, Naby's world class, this guy, but then during the season, we don't see those players, your actions aren't true to what you were saying. He's spoken about so many people in our squad.
He decided to keep those players, bro.
Because there was no option. Nobody wanted them. Who's he going to get to replace them? What budget has he got to replace them? I'm just going off of what I've seen for the last 12 years.
There's no player we could have got. There's no midfielder in the world we could have got.
No, I'm not saying there was none, but we would have been stuck with that player. So Klopp didn't believe it was worth getting a player he didn't really want. Because you got to remember, if we'd have bought a player last year, that would have been 2 midfielders that we probably would only get this year, maybe even 1, because we bought 1 last year. So if we just bought any old guy,
need one though. If we bought one, we wouldn't need 3.
It was clearly obvious the guy we were going to buy last year probably wouldn't have been of the level we wanted. He probably wouldn't have been at the level we wanted based on the budget we had. Who could we have got last year?
Look at the level we have.
But nobody could have foreseen the drop-off of the players we have. It's very easy in hindsight to say this, but last summer, when we just come off of almost winning a quadruple, nobody could have known that Flacco, Hendo, Naby, and all these players would have fallen the way they have. Last summer, Klopp was basing what he was saying off of the fact that these players had just come off a brilliant season. Hindsight is easy. It's
not
very
hindsight,
easy, bro.
So Drift, why were we so upset when we didn't get a midfielder then?
Because we knew Naby and Ox were going to be unreliable with their injuries this season. And we knew we needed to bring in a player.
Naby and Ox, but Thiago's injury record was crap.
And Thiago, yeah, you're right. And Thiago.
Hendo wasn't at 8 anymore.
But nobody would have known that he would have become this much of a liability in terms of.
He was showing it last season.
He wasn't.
Drift, we had this debate and said it's either Hendo or Flacco in the 6. Hendo can't play the 8 anymore. We had this debate.
Yeah, I know. And that was the reason why we was worried about the number 8, because them man were injury prone.
Exactly. Hence why we didn't want to see Hendo in the 8 anymore, bro. Before the Champions League final.
I agree with that.
This is what I'm saying. Before the Champions League final, me and you said Flacco should be dropped because he's out of form and just come back from injury. Hendo should start in the 6. Naby starts in the 8 alongside Thiago. But if we're looking at starting Naby ahead of Hendo in a Champions League final, that should set alarm bells of saying we need an 8.
No, not on the ability of the player. It's his availability, not his ability. It was his availability.
It was both, Drift, because there were times where he'd stink up the place as well. But you can't sit here and tell me that we were happy potentially having Hendo players at 8 for last season going into the season.
Of course no. And that was why we all said we needed a midfielder. I agree. But he didn't get the midfielder he wanted. And when you're on a budget, you know you're stuck with that guy the same way we've been stuck with Naby for 5 years. So if we'd have bought a Nunes, for example, I don't think Nunes is good enough. He's a good midfielder, but I don't think he's good enough. But that would have been it. He would have been here now, and our midfield would have had to have consisted of Nunes, bro, for the next 3-4 years. Klopp didn't want to do that. Would I have done it? Yeah, I probably would have done it because I know we did need an 8. But Klopp knows, well, next year, I'm going to have to keep this guy. And I can't get rid of him because I don't have the budget to, and we're not ruthless, and that's not how we work. So I've got to make sure that for the next 3-4 years, Nunes is my starting lineup midfielder. And he didn't want to do that. So he said, no, I don't want him. It ended up biting us in the arse, Cal. But I understand why he did it.
Budget. There was no evidence there was no budget. There's
Cal,
none whatsoever.
For 12 years, there's been a budget. This is FSG, bro. This is our owners. There's been a budget for 12 years. Yeah, and we never operate in any loss at all.
And how often does Klopp? And how often is it that Klopp doesn't get the target he wants and he sits down and waits for someone? Because if we can talk about FSG
he's
all the
done
time.
It with Virgil, and who else has he done it with?
With bare players, Drift. Konate was another one. We could have signed a centre back. He wanted Konate. He waited for Konate.
Yeah. But the owners still were the reason we didn't get a player in January, or the reason why we didn't just pay the bit extra to get him when we needed him.
Bruv, they didn't want to sell. We had them in the Champions League. They didn't want to sell to us.
Yeah.
We can't, bruv. If Real
money
Madrid want
talks,
Trent,
bro. If you pay people, they will sell.
Trent. If Real Madrid wanted Trent, and Real Madrid offered us 100 mil, and Klopp says no, we're not selling, and the owners say no, we're not selling. We're not selling, bro. Suarez wanted to go to Arsenal. Hold on, Drift. Suarez wanted to go to Arsenal.
So it's Klopp's fault why we didn't buy a defender in 2020.
What,
when
at the
we
end
had
of the
crisis?
season?
No, in January. Was that Klopp's fault then?
It's both, to be honest.
Right,
It's actually both. How is it not, Drift? How is
I'm
it
not
not?
I'm not even gonna argue, bruv.
Bruv, I can't say nothing about Klopp, bruv, because you're just gonna defend everything he does.
I'm just having a discussion.
You won't see what Klopp does wrong.
No, of course Klopp has done wrong, but I understand the decisions he's making. I just said it was a wrong decision.
No, you agree with the
we
decision.
should have bought an
Doesn't
8.
make them
No,
right.
I understand it because whoever he bought last summer would have been a cheap midfielder, and he would have had to then include him in his plans for the next 3 years because that player ain't going nowhere. We ain't Man City. You would buy a Bravo and then next year get rid of him and use him as a stopgap. He would have been in our plans. And Klopp didn't like any of the players available to be in his long-term plans. Was it a mistake? Yes, because it ended up meaning that we had a bad midfield this year. So I agree. But I understand why he didn't buy a player who he didn't actually want that he would have been stuck with. Because we've seen in the past, we get stuck with players. But once we buy players, that's it. They're here for 3-4 years. We aren't the type of team who can just get rid of people and, you know what I mean? We don't do that. That's just not the way we operate. Our owners don't allow us to do that, bro. So I get why he didn't do it.
But the
That's
owners
all I'm
don't
saying
sell,
to you.
The owners don't sell players, you know. That's not the owners.
But
The
their
owners don't
structure is why we have to operate the way we operate.
So Klopp had to keep all these players to let their contracts run out.
No, but we didn't get offers that the club were willing to accept. So we kept them.
We didn't get offers that Klopp was willing to accept.
So Klopp is the one who decides whether the player is sold based on the money we're offered now.
So, a lot of the time,
Come
yes,
on,
it would
Cal,
be
man.
Klopp.
That's not true, bro.
So what? Klopp has no say. Klopp has
I'm
no
not
say.
saying he has no say. So hold on. So when Wolves offered us 20 million for Origi, you're telling me Klopp said no?
Yeah, who else would have said no?
Edwards, the owners, everything to do around the structure of transfers.
So hold on. Edwards and Klopp don't work together, no?
Klopp will be the one who says, I want to keep this player or I want to sell this player to a degree, yes. But if an offer comes in, Klopp's not the one who decides if it's enough. Klopp's not the one who goes, nah, that's not enough, bruv. That's not enough. It was obvious Klopp didn't want Origi, really. He barely played him. He didn't really care. Like, it was so obvious Klopp wasn't bothered whether Origi was here or not. But the club didn't think that matched the valuation, so they rejected it, and he stayed. Klopp didn't say no to 20 million for Origi from Wolves. It was either Origi didn't want to go Wolves or the committee didn't think it was enough. It wasn't Klopp. Klopp barely played Origi that year, bro. It wasn't Origi. It wasn't Klopp why Origi stayed.
All right.
Anyway.
That's why I don't speak on Klopp anymore, because there's no point.
Like I said, Klopp's made mistakes, of course he has, but the structure of this club is still based upon the way we're ran. So until that changes,
bro, no matter what happens, you're gonna just blame the FSG, bro. Like
for 70% of the problems, yeah, I will.
Bro, you've gone from 60 to 70 now. This is what I mean, bro. You're always gonna blame FSG.
No, I said 65 to 70. I've always said 65 to 70.
No.
We'll see this season, innit? A lot will be told.
We'll see. Chris, welcome to the show, bro.
What's going on?
Yo, give Sadiq, bring in Sadiq. His battery's about to die and shit.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, his battery's about to die. Bring him in and shit.
All right, I'm gonna bring him in and then bring you back on, yeah?
Yeah, all good.
Nice one, Chris.
Yeah.
Sadiq, you there, bro?
Yeah, cheers, guys. Thanks, Chris.
Good. What's going on, man?
Yeah, good. Just tired, man. Tired. It's been a long day. Been up since 4.
Oh,
Yeah. I'll get up at 4 in it.
Every day.
Yeah. Morning shift. And I start at 6. So, and I ride into work. So 14 kilometers. 14 kilometers back. So man's tired. It's all right.
You said 40 kilometers.
14.
Oh,
1 4.
I was gonna say.
Jesus, man, I ain't Superman out here.
40 kilometers, man's leaving the city, brother.
Do you know what I mean?
40.
End up in Kent or somewhere like that. I don't even know.
Yeah, bro.
No. Yeah, how's everyone doing?
Not too bad,
What?
brother. Not too bad.
Okay. Got a couple of questions, and I didn't know Drift was coming in actually. So I had a specific type of trivia question for Cal, but it could apply to Drifty as well. First off,
even if it's not me, go for it, bro. Go for it.
So first off, I'm just gonna say, big up everyone in the chat. Also, is everyone forgetting about the Community Shield? Is that not a trophy anymore? Because everyone said we've won no trophies,
right.
and Kadima said it, Kyle said it. I'm just thinking, wait a second, didn't we win? Do you know what I mean? Something. We won something. I know it was right at the beginning of the season, not a long time ago.
It's a trophy to me.
It's not a trophy, bro. Come on, man.
It's something.
It's something, but it's not a trophy, though.
So what? Is a pot noodle a meal? Is a pot meal something to eat?
Yeah, but it's not a meal, though.
Okay, but it's something to eat, though.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Okay. The Community Shield is something. It's just not a trophy.
Okay, all right. I'm not gonna. I've sat here and witnessed an argument. I'm not gonna. I'm too tired for this shit. I'm too tired. So yeah, basically, what I wanted to say was, so I put it in my super chat right at the beginning, and we move in silence. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've supported this team long enough. Witnessed the birth of Twitter and all this sort of stuff, where people are gonna put stuff out. They're gonna put out their agendas and want people to sort of buy into the ideas that Liverpool interested in this player, Liverpool interested in that player. Do you know what I mean? I tend to not buy into it until it comes out officially on Sky Sports. That's when I'm like, all right. Do you know what I mean? I think McAllister's done. I think we're probably going to wait until next week before we reveal that. I've heard rumours that he's going to get the number 10 shirt. I think the Kone deal is something we're interested in, but I think that's dependent on us selling some players. And it's quite annoying to think that we need to make money in order to do our next purchase. Do you know what I mean? But that's the sort of stuff that I've been hearing from my reliable sources. The other thing was, so to answer Kyle's question right at the beginning, I do potentially feel that we're going to get our targets. I'm hoping that McAllister is not the only deal. Like I said, I'm hoping Kone will follow him afterwards. So I'm hoping that gets revealed next week. Is what I've been hearing as well. But we'll see. And my last question was a bit of trivia for Cal about Drift. Can come in as well. So, Cal, I'm going to give you some. You're going to need to get your pen and paper out for this one. I'm going to give you a list of some groups. So one set is a bunch of male R&B groups in the 90s, and we're going to say in their heyday. And the next one is a bunch of female groups in their heydays. And if you had to go, and I'm going to say, if you wanted to go to a concert of one of the males and one of the females, which one would it be? I already know my answer, but I'm going to give you the names. So this is in their heyday. This is before, I don't know, drugs or they split up or anything. People got fat. Do you know what I mean? Like, people can't sing anymore. So here we go. So Jagged Edge, Blackstreet, Boys to Men, Drew Hill, New Edition. You can put Bell Biv DeVoe / Bell Biv DeVoe if you want. One and the same. 112.
Cool.
Jodeci.
I knew that was coming.
Had to be. Come on, man. Mint Edition. Tony Tone.
Jeez.
And Next. Those are the boys. And now we go to the girls. This is where me and you are the same, and this is my shit. Next, the girls.
Go on.
Total.
Big.
En Vogue.
Big.
TLC. Escape. Brownstone. Jade. Destiny's Child. SWV. Zane. And 702. If you can go to either one of their concerts back in their heyday, out of one of those two groups, which one would it be? I'll tell you what my pick was. I've already seen a couple of these guys live. So mine would have been Jodeci and SWV. Just like they're the songs mostly on my playlist. You know what I mean? Good times. So for me, and any guy back in the 90s, they had Jodeci in their tape list. In their tape list, yeah. That's how far back I'm going. Their tape list, not CDs. Yeah, before CDs were a thing.
Yeah.
Tapes. You have to rewind it with a pencil.
With the pen. Put the pen in.
There you go. Right. You know.
I know.
Selling
So,
tape
yeah.
when it breaks, people don't know that struggle.
Well, they don't know that pain, bro.
They don't know that pain.
I still got my cassette tapes.
So
I got mine somewhere as well. My jungle telepathy tapes. They're somewhere.
What? Jungle Splash.
My brother still has as well.
So yeah, that's it. So I'll leave that to you. And have a good evening. I'm off to bed later.
Go get some rest.
Yeah, I will do. All right, take care, guys. Cheers, Chris. Thanks again.
Big up, bro. For men, it's Jodeci. Boys to Men and Blackstreet run them close, but it's Jodeci for me. For the women, it would either be TLC, SWV, or Destiny's Child. If I had to pick one.
I mean, we're talking about going to a concert, right? Because if we're talking about music, most of those are brilliant.
Yeah,
but
concert.
If we're talking about a concert, I'm not really sure I want to stand up watching gal get wet over, man, and all them thing there. So
what you gonna go to? I'm talking about I can't go Jodeci.
Yeah, but I don't.
But I'll be real with you. I went to Tyrese, Tank, and Genuine concert, bro. My missus did not look back at me once, bro.
And that's what I'm saying.
I had to take the L that night. I just had to take the L. When Tyrese is on stage and he's talking about, I'm going to take my clothes off, and you see your missus in front of you, go, yeah, but I've just got to take the L, bro.
I'm not going to lie, but see, that's the type of L I don't want to take, though, bro.
But sometimes you have to take L's, bro. In 2 L's, what do 2 L's make? A W, bro. I take a couple L's and then I win in the future, bro. Like, I had to take the L that night, bro.
I hear you. But if we got home and I see our eyes closed, open your eyes, man. What are you thinking about? No, I'm not really.
I take the L, bro.
I think in terms of my favorite, Boys to Men will be my favorite out of those lot. I can imagine the Jagged Edge probably being the concert I'd enjoy the most, though. Them man are vibes still. I can imagine them being a lot more entertaining live. Would Jodeci be entertaining live?
Yes.
You know already, I'm a Casey and JoJo man. I don't really like Jodeci.
What?
So yeah, when the group broke up, that was when I was.
That's a massive L. Where's Sadiq, bro? Please tell me you ain't gone to bed yet, Sadiq.
Yeah, I went in the Jodeci still.
What? Bro, you think Devontae was just doing what? Ad-libs, bro. He was in the studio making stuff happen, bro.
Yeah, he used to write the songs, right, Devontae?
What are we doing here, bro?
What was the other one's name again? He just used to just show his six-pack all the time, and he thought that it was
that, bro.
I weren't a Jodeci guy. I just weren't a Jodeci guy. But
yeah, you didn't mess with that, no?
No, the thing, Casey and JoJo, they're my guys. But as a group, when they were Jodeci, nah, this weren't my thing, man.
Jodeci, bro. For me, Jodeci, they're probably my favorite.
They got a couple. They got a couple songs, but
a couple.
Yeah.
Oh, it's times like this where I kind of wish Matt was here so he just break the rules and play music, bro.
Remember, music is subjective, man. But everyone's got
not when it comes to Jodeci, bro. Jodeci did not just have a couple.
Music is subjective, period, bro.
Brother, they did not have just a couple of songs, bro.
And the wickedest thing is, you see, back then, like Chris has got a point as well. Like we've already had these conversations. Remember, you are a hardcore R&B guy, innit?
Yeah.
Them times there, I was a garage, jungle, hip hop man, like NWA and all that. Like I weren't really into R&B, so like when I dipped into R&B, it was like now and again. Do you know what I mean? Now and again, I became a bit more of an R&B guy as I got a bit older. And even now, I wouldn't even say I'm like really into that slow, soft music. Like not really. Do you know what I mean? Like it's always been one of the lower ends of my
even now, you see, if I want a little action, we'll say, yeah. Oh man, just fling on a couple tunes, bruv. I don't even speak, bruv. Just fling on the tune. Just turn each song up every time it changes the next song, bro. Just now and again, I'll just give a little. You're right, yeah.
Yeah, I've never really been an R&B guy. Don't get me wrong. Certain times I'll be in the mood,
bro.
Certain times I'll be in the mood. Don't get me wrong, but overall, you know what I mean. It's because you're a neo soul guy as well, right?
Yeah,
like,
bro.
See, like I'm not. When the missus puts that on us all now, I'm like,
what? That's my back, bro. I know when
I'll put the headphones in and I'll listen to my own thing. Like I'm not really one of them slow jam type of guys. It depends. I've got to really be in the mood for them thing there. Like,
you see, when neo soul comes on, bro, I put ice in my apple juice, bro. I know.
I know.
It's about to be a good night, you know.
I know.
Everything gonna be all right, you know.
I hear you, brother. I hear you, mate. You know, there might be people out there that hear where I'm coming from. There might be people out there that don't. Do you know what I'm saying,
bro? Just, man,
I'm just not really one of them slow jam guys,
bro.
No, when the mood's right,
Donald Jones. Oh, when I put on Donald Jones,
Donald's cool. But there's a time and a place for that, and it's very rare I'm in that mood. That's all I'm saying. There's a time and a place.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. Long car journey, bro. I might even switch on the slow jam playlist, bro, just to set the mood for early.
And I'll crash, bro. I'll fall asleep, big man.
Bro, you set the mood for
early. Long car journeys, bro. That's when I'm putting on the Snoop, the hip hop.
Come on, man. It don't just start when you get in the bedroom, bro. You got to entice each other, bro. Come on, man. What we doing there?
Bro, look, if I'll beat to Laddy Daddy.
I need to let her know she's wanted from the moment we wake up until the action out. Come on, Drift, what we doing there, bro?
I'll beat to Garage, bro.
Garage? 2 multiplied by 10 plus 1.
Yeah, bro. I mean, not that song. That's some old school thing, but you know what I mean? Like, look, it is what it is, bro. I'm just not really a slow jam guy, bro.
Nah, bro, I need to send you some tunes, man.
That's fair enough.
The women's group, I think for me, I'd actually probably go Destiny's Child. You know, their catalog is
yeah. It's definitely
their catalog's amazing.
It's definitely Destiny out of the women. Although
SWV, that's close.
TLC
and TLC, yeah,
TLC. What as a teenager, T-Boz, I leave it there.
I was more of a chilly guy, you know. Still,
okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Most people were, but
T-Boz was nice, but
I was always a little bit. Like
I never call her chilly. I called her tamale.
I was always a little bit different like that. People would always have their favorite, and I was always like,
no, I hear it, bro. I hear it.
So yeah, T-Boz.
I should drop the bag there still. Usher, you don't even from some old school Usher, bro. Sometimes.
No. Usher used to kill it still. Usher used to kill it. Cool. Yeah. Usher used to
you redeem yourself. You redeem yourself.
And do you know what it was as well? I know this is very immature of me to say, but you see, like the boy bands, I always just used to feel like boy bands were for women. Like they used to like scream and get all thing and that. Do you know what I mean? I always used to feel a bit like I don't really want to be on this groupie thing for these boy bands. So like I didn't really check for the boy bands.
Let me just. I'm not a groupie, bro. Let me just.
No. I'm just saying that was how it used to.
All right. Just. I like that. They're just dashing boxes on stage and all that, you know, like.
No, but that, you know, that's it. Just that's just where it used to like. So individuals, I used to be like, like Keith Sweat. Keith Sweat was the guy. Donald Jones, Usher, Tevin Campbell. Them man used to kill it. But like, see the boy bands where it was more just about like women screaming and all that. So I used to be like, I leave them man over there still.
No.
So,
nah, bro, I'm not gonna lie. The R&B is my thing, bro. As I said, bro.
But Boyz II Men are definitely the best out of all of those, in my opinion.
Do you know they might be the best, but in terms of concert, I'd rather go to a Jodeci concert than a Boyz II Men concert.
Fair enough. I'll probably say Jagged Edge for concert. I reckon a Jagged Edge concert would have been kind of cold still.
I don't think their catalog's that big though.
You don't think Jagged
No, I
Edge's
think-
catalog's kind of cold still?
Not Jodeci catalog though. It's not Jodeci.
No, but they could definitely hold down an hour and a half concert though.
I don't know. Drift.
You don't think so?
Hour and a half's a long time. I think people sleep on hour because we watch football and it's an hour and a half. But songs are only 3-4 minutes long.
Yeah, but obviously you got the get the talking, do some features, bring Jermaine Dupri out, do a little. You know what I mean? Like
I don't want to hear too much talking.
I hear that.
Yeah.
112's getting slept on a little bit still. 112 is kind of cold.
112. Do you know what? Again, not to dump on the parade. My brother went to watch 112, and I've heard 112 sing live. Not good.
Oh, they're not good live. No.
Oh, it's bad.
Oh, okay.
Sound like Ray J the other day, bruv, on Verses.
No, but remember, Ray J was never really a vocalist, though. So I'm not surprised he did pour in the verses.
Them man on 112 ain't really vocalist, bruv. Diddy did a very good job hiding that one.
No, Slim was a good vocalist.
Slim was one of the worst, bro.
No, come on. I mean, I've never heard him live, so I take your word for it.
Yeah, Slim was good.
Fair dues.
Right, it's been waiting patiently. Chris Angel back in the building.
Let me find out you throwing boxes on these men and shit in the content. You're kind of romantical, Callum. I didn't know that.
That's my thing still.
Hey, dropping your boxes for these men singers. And shit.
Never. How are you, my
Drew
bro?
Hill. Shout out Drew Hill.
Hey,
Hill.
no, I'm good, man. I'm good and shit. I'm good. But how are you guys? You guys are good and stuff?
Yeah, man. Not too bad,
Not too
bro.
bad, man. Not too bad, man. Every time I see that top, I just have regret.
Beautiful, man.
What size are you guys' paws and stuff? Hard paws.
I'll wear medium because I like it to hug me and I want to feel like I'm, you know what I mean?
Oh, all right. Sounds kind of romantic. Okay.
Yeah. I want my Liverpool top to hug me. Still, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I feel you and shit.
I'm a large, but if you have a link to get that top, I can weight cut to a medium.
You lost some weight, Callum.
No, I have, but I will fully water load and weight cut to a medium if you know anywhere we can buy those.
You guys get like jersey numbers in the back, or you don't get jersey numbers and stuff.
No, I don't get jersey numbers.
No. You know, truly just based on the fact that the player will leave eventually. That's probably the only reason I don't do it anymore, because I know I want to wear it and he might like do something snaky like Coutinho did, and then I'll feel a bit of a way having it.
You guys have like Stevie G jerseys though? Like
he's the only person I've got a number and name on.
Okay, what about
Michael Owen?
Michael Owen?
Yeah.
Damn, that's traumatizing.
Yeah, look what happened. So yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk on like the midfield. I know I think I catched the show the other day where Drift, you were like pretty much we don't really need a 6 right now because we have Fabinho, and you think next season he's gonna do better and stuff.
No, more if we could only get 1, I would understand by an 8 over a 6. Yeah.
So I didn't really catch the show really, but who would be his backup in your opinion? Fabinho's backup, Basetic. You do realize like his injury is kind of like concerning long term and stuff. So like his abductor injury is a big deal. Like going forward and stuff, he's gonna be more prone to injuries going forward.
Is it not the same injury that Ibu had when he was at Leipzig?
No, he has a meniscus. He had a meniscus.
Oh, I thought it was his abductor that Ibu had when he was out for like 8 months.
I could be wrong. You're probably right, but I know for sure. I know Ibu had a meniscus.
I didn't even know Ibu had a knee injury.
No, Ibu had a meniscus at the beginning of this season. When he was at Leipzig, if I'm not mistaken, it was torn muscle fibers in his leg, in his thigh, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was his abductor that he.
Yeah, no, his abductor is different though. No.
Okay.
But we do have to watch him going forward and stuff. So that's why I'm kind of in the realm of maybe I'm getting a 10 and 8. So we were getting McAllister apparently, and we should get one of like Kone. I know Kyle's probably happy about that. And we need a 6. Like I think we really need a 6. I think it sucks. We should be able to get 4, but knowing FSG and knowing how they run their business or how transfers is I think we're only getting a 3. But we do need a 6. Have you guys been catching up to the U20 World Cup and stuff?
No, I haven't.
I haven't, you know.
Sorry.
I keep meaning to, and then I just get distracted and stuff. Yeah, man.
There's only 2 South American teams in it now. Brazil and Colombia.
Okay, Colombia's still in there, yeah?
Yeah, we beat Slovakia 4-1.
What stage is it at of the tournament?
Round of 16 now. We play Italy tomorrow.
Okay. You know what? I might try and catch some games then still. I might actually try and catch some games.
Yeah. I'm kind of hyped and stuff. Hopefully my nation does well because, you know, the older cats kind of suck and shit. So hopefully the youth, man, you know, brings us Nigeria is doing very well though. I'm reading the comments and stuff.
Okay, cool.
Oh, Nigeria beat Argentina, yeah?
Yeah. You know who the manager is of Argentina?
No.
Mascherano.
Serious?
Yeah.
I saw Arbeloa and Torres almost come to into a fight the other day. Who were they managed? Was that the under 20 World Cup?
No, I think it's under 20 like Atletico Madrid and another team or something like that. Like, yeah, they went at it and shit.
Yeah,
Torres
I'm not gonna lie.
Torres needs to
Arbeloa
stop
don't want to
taking
smoke
roids,
with Torres anymore.
Yeah, Torres needs to stop taking them roids and shit. He too big for no reason.
That in the babyface assassin. That's just the assassin.
Yeah, you heard the rumors about Goretzka apparently?
No.
That we're looking at him apparently. I don't know if it's just rumors or Twitter or something, but apparently. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I think he's past it, in my opinion.
Yeah, so do I. I feel like someone's playing a really, really bad trick on you because it feels like all the players I've wanted over the last couple of years are now being linked with us, and I'm just waiting for someone to go, joking,
I heard Coney's like for like 25 mil. It's kind of like
no,
really cheap.
no. We don't mention his name too much, man.
No, but
Bayern Munich seem to be having a bit of a clear out.
Yeah, because I think they sacked their sporting director, the technical director. They didn't bring in a whole different regime and stuff. They didn't like the fact that I think kind of like how you said it, Drift. Like they've walked that league for so many years that like the moment they feel like it's not gonna happen, they panic and they fire everybody and shit. You know what I mean? Like they fired their sporting director,
and they still won it, and they still
won it. And look, like when you really think about it, their manager before Tuchel, did he really need to get fired? Not really.
No,
he really didn't need to get fired. You know,
it's just that he looked like he wasn't going to win the league, and they panicked.
Yeah.
Literally,
so, you know,
that's it, bro.
That's the type of people I want at Liverpool, to be honest. But I know, just gets emotional and stuff in that area and stuff. You know, about sacking people and shit. You know what I mean?
No. I just think everyone would regret it, but
Drift, don't you think? Not to get on it because you guys are like Civil War from Marvel. So I don't know which one is Captain. Which one is Captain America? You guys gotta pick this stuff. I don't know, man. I'm Team Captain America, whoever that is, and shit.
I'll be Iron Man then. Still,
He's got
the cooler gadgets, you know.
Yeah, but don't you think in life, like, don't you think people come in your life and take you to a certain extent, and then they move on? Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
but if they make a mistake, then I'll let them make another mistake before I judge them for it, though. If you get what I mean, I'm not just I'm not a one mistake and then you're out. Kind of Come on, no, I'm not.
No, Drift, sorry, bro, to call you out. When it comes to Liverpool, you're patient. When it comes to real life,
Callum, stop. You're gonna ignite this for another 30 minutes. You got people in the background.
He's lying to you, lot.
It's me and Drift talking. All right, cut it out. Get out of here. But in the aspect of a business, Drift, like, I'm trying to understand like your level of loyalty, because I think it's like a different level and stuff. I could never and stuff. Like I'm very like cold-hearted in regards to like giving people chances and stuff, but I'm just trying to understand you. Like, I understand giving a person another chance or giving, but it's like in sports, it's a result business. Like it's and I think we're in the same aspect as people are so quick to like throw players under the bus. Shouldn't the same logic be with managers as well? Because at the end of the day, shouldn't we be more loyal to players than managers? Because the players are the one in the field of battle, making the job done, in compared to the manager in a way, in my opinion. I know it might seem a bit different or whatever.
Yeah, I disagree on that one, But I understand what you mean. But no, I disagree. I think depending on what the scenario is, players are allowed to have more bad games than a manager, generally speaking, because as you said, a player is the one who goes out and runs around and stuff. So they're more putting themselves on the line. But I think based on the success that the club has and how hard it is to run the team, because I think it's harder to be a manager than a player. Because a player only has to think about himself, generally speaking, whereas a manager's got to think about everybody. So I think it's harder to be a manager than it is to be a player.
Don't you think in a club system it's hard to be a club player? Because after, like, you look at it, the players that have left Liverpool.
No, but you still got to only think about yourself, though, Chris. Do you get what I mean?
You're right.
You've only got to think about. I mean, obviously, you've got to be mindful of everybody else because you're in the team. But you still only really got to think about yourself. Whereas the manager's got to think about everything. So I think it's harder to be a manager than a player.
I don't know. My head is like getting like confused and stuff because like I'm not as loyal as you, so like it's conflicting.
Don't get me wrong. If we get to the end of next season,
it's like I'm going through a metamorphosis right now. Currently, I'm getting a headache and shit.
If we get to the end of next season and Klopp's been given everything he wants and we still fail, then you lot will see quite quickly that I will be like, oh, okay, my threshold.
I can't see it drift for you, man.
My threshold. No, bro, it happens. My threshold has been met. And you know what? It's time to get serious now.
Nah, I thought that day you changed. The day you came on, I don't remember what it was. It was like a couple of weeks ago. When you came on, you were like crazy. I'm like, yes, this is what I needed and shit. And then next week you came on and it changed. I'm like, oh, come on, man. I think he was drugged up or something that day or something.
No, I was vexed that day. I was extremely vexed. But there was a lot of personal stuff going on that was making me extra angry that day. So, but no, if this time next year we're sitting there and Klopp's been given what he wants, and the situation is still the same, you'll see a difference. Like, as you lot already know, I turned my back on Jones. It was too early, but I did. I turned my back on Joey. I never thought I'd turn my back on Joey, but this season was a lot. I just had to turn my back on Joey now, and he's got to go. Like, I will do it.
Get out of here because I got to go pick up my kids and stuff. And I took too much time and stuff. But yo, happy anniversary, Kyle, with your missus and shit. Make sure you go make another kid and shit. You wasted too much time. Go put some R&B on. Put some R. Kelly and shit.
No.
Hey, yo, you better check on your wife, bro. That R. Kelly music video is traumatizing. There's probably a midget in your closet, bro. Go check on your wife and shit, bro. Let me go out here. Bye.
Big up.
He would drop a bomb and then bounce.
Oh, man. It's in the closet.
Oh my God, a rubber. I don't know. I see it both ways with what Chris was saying there. I do sometimes think it's the player, sometimes it's the manager. Look, I don't want to get rid of Klopp. I just want him to change. I really do. I keep on saying it. The only person that can hold Klopp back is Klopp. And I will also say there's a bit of narrative going around that he has to get absolutely everything he needs. Like, again, maybe a slightly bad example because he gets most of what he needs a lot of the time. But, bro, we've seen Pep go through times where Pep wanted a striker, didn't get a striker, and he never fell out of the top four. Still managed to keep the team ticking over. I don't think any Liverpool fan expected us to win the league this season. We did not expect to fall like this, though. Second place was the lowest I was willing to accept at the beginning of the league. Then, so like, we have to look at, no manager gets absolutely everything they want. Ferguson never ever got everything he wanted in one window, but he still had to make it work with what he had.
I know, but it was a little bit less competitive back then. But
no, that's true. But
the league is very competitive at the moment. It's not an excuse, but the league is very competitive at the moment.
Arsenal wanted Mudryk in January, couldn't get Mudryk, but they still went and got Trossard. Like, they still did something. Yeah, like, they didn't sleep on their laurels. Like, went and got Jorginho again.
But again, here's what I'm saying, and I'm not even being shady because maybe those players will end up doing well for them. But at the time, it looked like great business, right? Because it was going to help them to try and achieve the goal that they were in. So they did the short-term kind of thing. But in the long term, they're now stuck with Jorginho in their midfield, who, let's be honest, they could do better than.
18-month deal, Drew.
No, but what I'm saying is he's still got to be there now as part of the team. And really and truthfully, they could do better than him. And I guess it's a little bit difficult because, yeah, you're right. He's older in an 18-month deal. But, like, that's the kind of thing that I'm saying where, like, I just think Klopp doesn't just want that guy that's just got to hang around now. They didn't really want you, but I just panic bought, so to speak.
But that's 1 year, bro.
Well, I don't know how long Trossard's contract was, but it's a similar situation. It's clearly he wanted Modric, the young guy who was future-proof. He bought somebody in who could have won them the league, and I totally understand why. But now it didn't pan out, and they didn't win the league. And Trossard's a good player. I didn't think he's crap, but now he's got Trossard around for 3-4 years in the squad. It's like, well, what are you going to do with Trossard now? Now you can't go and buy another winger because you're like, well, you got Trossard already.
No, I still think they can because Trossard, Martinelli, and Saka, they haven't got anyone else in the wings.
I mean another left winger. Sorry, like they like that. If they wanted to go and buy a better left winger now, they can't really do it now because they got Trossard. But you're going to
play Trossard on the right, bro. Trossard could play on the right.
Well, whichever one they do, it's like they've still just got to accommodate Trossard in the squad now, and maybe they want to because he is a good player. I don't think he's a bad player at all. But you get what I mean? I'm just saying, like sometimes you buy a player for the short term. I don't think Klopp ever likes doing short-term stuff, which some people could say is to his detriment, maybe. But I think Klopp always wants to do the long-term thing. He doesn't really. That's why anytime we ever do anything short-term, it's loan only. We never, ever buy short-term, only loan, because you don't want to be stuck with the player that he doesn't want.
We barely even do that.
I know, but Kabak, Artur, it's like whenever it's a short-term thing, you make sure loan. Don't give me a player I'm going to be stuck with for 3-4 years. Like I want to be able to, like, this guy's
then
going.
doesn't that suggest that he's waiting for the person he wants rather than having a plan B then?
Yeah, but again, to not go back down the same rabbit hole, I think it's always based on budget. Because I think if they gave him the money to buy the player he wanted at the time, he would. He'd pay them more to get the player at the time.
A lot still depends on the selling club, Drew. Players are coming for our players.
That is true.
We said no. Arsenal triggered Suarez's release clause, and the owner said, "What are they smoking over there at the Emirates?"
But we know Liverpool don't get involved in any kind of bidding war. We don't do that. We're like, boom, if you don't want to come here, we're off. Yeah. And that is how we've operated for the entirety of the time under FSG. I've never, ever seen us embroiled in a bidding war, ever.
Off the top of my head, I can't think of one. But that's Klopp's way as well, though. Klopp's been pretty clear in saying, like, if you don't want to play for Liverpool, I don't want you here. If you're and Arin, I don't want you here. That's Klopp's been very clear.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I agree. But I do believe there are players that he would have accepted, even though that's a circumstance, if the club was like Werner's an example. I think Klopp would have been willing to still accept Werner flirting with Chelsea if we'd have put up the money. I do. I think he would have been like, you know what?
Werner was on the owners. Werner was on the owners. There's no two ways about that. Werner was on the owners. Hence why I think they said you can go and get a Jota.
And that's what I'm saying. We always pull out of a bidding war. We never get involved in a bidding war because we know the money's going to go up and we're just not willing to.
That wasn't even a bidding war. That was a release clause. Like we rarely do release clauses. Like, and that's where I feel the owners are terrible.
Yeah, because they don't want to pay all the money up front.
Ugarte's right there. Go and pay the money. But apparently we were and ahhing about structuring a deal, and here we are now. So
yeah, because they don't want to pay it up front.
Just wanted to, we are going to do the super chats, but just wanted to bring this one up based on a comment Drifty said, which big up the Ram, says, Cal, hypothetically, if I accidentally forgot Drifty's side from Morley's takeaway, would he forgive me? He'd forgive you the first time. Don't do it a second time, bro. I hate to call you out live, bro. You're lying. If I did something to you, Drift, one of two things would happen. You'd get me back and then cut me off, or you wouldn't get me back and then you'd cut me off.
Whoa. How bad was what you did to me, bro?
I'm not talking about I just forget to get you something from Morley's. I'm talking about you don't give out second.
You'd have to do something savage for me to cut you off, bro.
You don't give out second chances. It's actually something I admire, but no, I actually admire it about you. I do.
But you're talking about people doing me dirty though, bro. Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, you don't have that, bro.
Yeah. But if you just make a mistake, I'm talking about. But doing me dirty is totally different to making a mistake. Like, if you do me dirty, then
that's what I'm talking about. If someone does something to you, I'm gonna be
a mistake. I'll forgive you for mistakes, bro.
I don't know, man.
Of course, bro.
I don't know, bro.
Of course, but just savagery. If you do something savage, yeah, that's different.
I'll be
I
honest.
think
I feel
most
like
people don't forgive
out
savagery.
of,
You
out
don't
of us
forgive
three,
savagery, bro.
out of us three, I think I'm more likely to be
No
forgiving.
way. Not from savagery. You are way less forgiving of
No,
savagery than me,
no.
bro.
I'm no.
We can
I'm
bring
not-
your missus on it right now to back me up if you want, bro. If you want, bro, you're way less forgiving for savagery, bro. Way less forgiving for savagery.
I have a tolerance level. Once my tolerance is passed, then I'm gonna go to a length that is probably unnecessary.
And savagery completely drains your tolerance bar immediately, bro.
Not immediately, no.
Immediately, bro.
No,
There's
it
only
doesn't.
one person in your life who gets away with savagery, and that's your big brother. That's it, bro. Other than that, you know, bro. You already know, bro. And your mum. Mumsy and brother. That's the only people who get away with savagery. That's it. Anyone else, they're getting put in a reverse sleeper hold or a rear naked choke.
I disagree with that.
Let's bring
Right.
Wifey on for 2 seconds to back me up.
she's busy.
Oh, convenient.
I'm playing slow jams through the Bluetooth at the moment. Let's call a big up to Glasgow Red TV, aka John Moore. Big up yourself, bro. Can you hear us? You're on mute at the moment. Oh, John, you there, bro?
John?
All right, we'll bring John on in a bit. I can't believe what this guy's got in his background. This is
that's savagery. This is savagery.
This is savagery at the highest level. Jay,
what's going on, bro?
How y'all doing?
Is that who I think you're supposed to be?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, if you have to ask, then yes. Man.
Oh man.
Cal, why you got that kid on, man? That brings back bad memories. You know how down bad we were to have the Warrior kids?
I know, but this kit is nice though.
It is nice, but it just brings back.
It's got the collar,
down.
it's got a button, it's got the sleeve trim. Like
we nearly won the league in the Warrior kit, Jay.
That's
this
true.
kit
That's
is
true.
a gold emblem as well. This kit is nice, bro.
And Drifty has on the he just got off of work at the military base, doesn't he?
I just got the fitted long sleeve on tonight.
He in the fatigues, man. So I wanted to remind everybody that there was a team that played in the Premier League that had an 8-point lead and didn't win the league. And so I got a package specially ordered.
Oh shit.
I got 11 bottles of Martinelli. Arsenal special edition. Special edition. Apple juice. I'm gonna drinking all of it. I got one for every player that bottled the league. One for every single player. I'm drinking some right now. And it's even better that it has the same name as one of their players, too, isn't it? It's just perfect.
You know what though? Ironically, that's the one player who didn't bottle it. I think he's the only player
He played well.
who kept on going right till the end. I can't lie.
I had to remind everybody. Let's make sure not everybody didn't forget that, you know. Arsenal absolutely bottled. Don't let Gunnar leave. Forget it. Do not let him forget it. But
I can't believe
one thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is some of the players we've been linked to. Not necessarily them themselves, but I've seen some comments about their hair with Kone and Thuram, and how some of them don't look professional and they don't look like footballers for Liverpool. And for those people, they can absolutely fuck off.
We're not
and they need to cut their hair before they come.
Yeah,
Fuck
send me
off.
links their Twitter pages. I want to see who they are.
Like absolutely fuck off, because
first
of all, you don't know why they grew their locks. And this is coming from a bald guy, by the way. So and
but we know why a lot of that was being said, and that
I've heard it
I'm
about
not
Trent
dealing
too at times, and I know y'all probably seen some of that too, since he started growing his free locks. And I don't stand for that. That's just nasty.
Yeah, we know.
And, I think Kone is going to get done, but the one thing I will say about his locks is he needs a dime red though. He needs a dime red. I'm pretty sure they're green for Gladbach right now, but then they need to be red when he gets here. Other than that, I have no problem with obviously players with locks.
Everybody knows. What did those locks do for Divock? Don't talk to me.
Look what
That's
it's doing for
Champions
Trent.
League Divock, bro.
Look what it's doing for Trent.
Real talk, bro.
Killing it,
Real
man.
talk.
And Lukaku with the massive W this week, and he can't lose the Champions League final in front of her. He can't. She don't know nothing about the sport. he needs to bag a Hattie against Man City. What do you mean?
I'm not gonna lie though, that girlfriend pressure can take it the other way though, and you might buckle. So we'll see what happens. You get me?
Look, I need him hitting 40-yard screamers against Man City. That's what we need to see. And yeah, man. And I'm gonna leave y'all with a few questions. What is your favorite rap group ever? For me, it's Outkast. Favorite rap group, yeah. For me, it's Outkast. Even though they're a duo, if you know, I'm from the South of the United States, and so, and also your favorite rock band.
Oof.
For me, I'm a bit corny. I like Queen. I'm a big Queen guy.
Cause we are the champions.
And the last question for y'all to chop it up with is favorite American slang word. My favorite word that y'all use is shocking. It's so funny every time y'all say it. 'Cause y'all say it so casually. Like when the other day you said what Adrian did against Atletico Madrid was absolutely shocking. And you say it with a straight face. Like, he was that bad. He was shocking. It's hilarious to me that I just said. And it's like it's in my vocabulary now because I was watching the Roma game. And Anthony Taylor, I'm like, this man is shocking, and I find myself saying it. He was horrible. And so yeah, and one last thing I'm gonna say, the Under-20 World Cup's going on. Shout out to my American brethren in the round of we made the quarterfinals.
Okay.
The USA,
okay.
you know, golden generation coming soon.
Okay. I'm gonna try and catch some games.
There's a USMNT Academy player, but he's not on this team. But he's under 18. But yeah, shout out to my American brethren. But I'll let y'all chop it up.
Yeah, we'll chop that up now, man. Big up as always, Jay.
Big up, guys, and I'm enjoy this Martinelli's because they absolutely bottled it.
Hey, don't choke now. Don't choke now.
Special edition, Arsenal edition.
They should be called McKells, to be fair, but we move.
We move. All right. Have a good day, Kop-ish community. Much love.
Big up, man. Big up, bro. They did McKell. They did Martinelli dirty there. He's the only player I don't think bottled it in the running.
It happened though, innit? Who's your favorite rap group?
Dipset.
Oh, actually, I need the answers to that.
Yeah, 100%.
Who's mine? Is it cheating saying state property? Is it cheating saying that? Who is it? Freeway,
yeah.
Beanie?
In my head, I was thinking, that would be my next, but that because they're all individuals who came together, it is kind of cheating. But you're definitely on the right track. When they were doing their thing, but remember, Dipset were part of that technically. Remember, for 2 years they were.
No, they were in Rockefeller, but they weren't state prop, though, were they?
I mean, everybody that kind of comes under Dame's wing, but I get what you mean. But like, yeah, state prop was cold though. You know what? I give you state prop. They made 3 albums. Yeah. I give you state prop.
The Locks.
D Block will be my next one. Yeah. If it's not Dips, it's D Block.
It might have to be the Locks for me.
I'll say the Locks because we don't talk about him anymore after his fuckery. Yeah. So yeah,
for me it might be. But you got
I don't know.
I'm looking at the chat as well. Wu-Tang are up there. G Unit.
J Unit was for a moment. It didn't last long.
I'm a massive Outkast fan. I am a massive Outkast fan, but
Outkast were cold still.
Yeah. My bad. Favorite rock band.
Shade. I don't really listen to rock music, but what I did listen to, Linkin Park was probably the rock group that I was like, because they did a bit of rap as well. I can't remember his name, but one of their musicians actually released a rap album. If anyone in the chat can remind me of what his name is, and it was actually quite good because Linkin Park had a rapper in their group. I can't remember his name. And his rap album was actually all right. Like there was a couple of tunes
Mobb
in his
Deep's another
album.
one. Big up Mobb Deep's another one.
Yeah, Mobb Deep were cold.
I'll probably again growing up on wrestling.
Is that his name, Mike? Yeah, Mike. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I don't even remember saying it, but his album was actually all right. So Linkin Park, yeah. If I was picking a rock group,
I don't mind Red Hot Chili Peppers still.
Okay.
Growing up on wrestling though, I do have a soft spot for Limp Bizkit.
Oh,
they
because
used
of that. Yeah,
they used to do a lot of the tracks for wrestling, innit? A lot of promo packages for their music. So I remember Limp Bizkit quite a lot, but I couldn't name you like an album or anything.
That is an outrageous name,
What, Limp Bizkit?
Yeah. That's an outrageous name, I'm not gonna lie.
Favorite American slang word. Mine's dead ass or dead ass. That's how they say it. Dead ass.
Yeah.
Because what does that even mean? Is the bum dead? He's like, what's dead? Like, what does dead ass mean? Like,
am I reaching if I say motherfucker is an American?
Yeah,
slang?
everyone
I kind of
uses
feel.
that.
No, but I kind of feel like it's American though.
Well, it depends how it's said, innit?
Motherfucker.
No, because they
That's
usually say
American, surely. I like saying y'all. I don't know how, but that just fully integrated itself into my vocabulary. I'll say it and I don't even realize I'm saying it.
I can't remember you saying it.
I've tried to edge it out because I realize it makes me sound like I think I'm American, but like I do. I used to say it a lot.
There's a few actually. Oh God! Oh God! Tells Joe in there. Oh God! I bet. If someone says "I bet," something bad's happening after that, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
What else is there? What else is there? You dig?
Yeah, you dig. Know what I'm saying? That's another.
Right, for sure.
For sure. I don't really use those terms, but I just know them all. Because we grew up on American films. I don't know if American people know this about England.
We grew up on American culture. Let's be real.
Yeah, we did. American culture heavily dominated. Like, in my opinion, I don't really think anything British was a part of my upbringing. It was Caribbean and American.
Yeah,
I don't really think English culture influenced me apart from going to the fish and chip shop. Like, that was it. So, yeah, I grew up.
Even music-wise, I'd say only when maybe like Channel U came about did we start
Garage. It wasn't until Garage, Cal. Let's be honest.
Like,
until Garage
started moving away from. Because remember, like UK artists, they used to still try and rap in American accents and all that, and then they just moved away from it. Now, if you even think of rapping in an American accent, like,
I think I'm too old to check for the UK acts. Like, I still rock with the American acts. Do you know what I mean? Like, let's be honest, Americans dominate entertainment. Like, for me anyway, they dominate entertainment.
I don't know, Drew. If you say that, you look at people like Adele and Stormzy, a lot of people are crossed over, man.
I know, but generally speaking, because they're kind of like the exception to the rule, I believe, though.
No, bruv, even what's the brother they said Nunes looks like? Central C, even Central C, big out in the States at the moment.
I don't really check for these guys, man.
No, I tell you, I do like H.
H is kind of
H has got a nice flow, and you can flow.
RD's all right.
Yeah, he's not too bad. Wretch is my guy. But Wretch is kind of old school. Dave's legendary in the scene.
I just don't really check for the UK, man.
I hear that.
For me, anyway.
Big up. Not even Gets Drift.
I don't really check for none of the UK guys.
Gets
still.
Is about. I think
every
Matt's
now and
more,
again,
Matt's more the guy for this, though, isn't it? Matt out of all three of us really knows his like.
Yeah. Matt's a lot more into his UK stuff, but for me, in my opinion, then maybe it's not a fact, but America dominate my entertainment, other than football, obviously.
Hold on, so you man are really doing this, yeah? Back on this nonsense. So what? Everyone's getting a hail up. You're not hailing up H, you're hailing up Central C, hailing up Gets, but no one can forget about the landlord now. You think I don't do my thing? Everyone needs to remember. If it weren't for me, bro, America really been hitting off like that. I bought Drake over. Yeah, remember that? Yeah, certain man need to start putting more respect on the landlord. You get me? A big up to all the man them. But Gigs, I'm certified in this thing. Remember I told you I'm certified. Yeah, remember Gigs is the man, bro.
No, Gigs is cold. Gigs is cold. I'm not gonna lie, that is a proper spot on impression as well. Every time he gets me.
I just hope he never hears it, bro. It's gonna be long if he sees me apart in it. You know.
All I need you to do is say Batman. You see when he jumps in that tune? I don't care what anyone says. That might be one of the coldest features of somebody just jumping on the tune and just absolutely destroying it.
People hated it at first. It was only when people started listening. Because when I first heard it, I was like, Gigs.
Oh, man. Did they? No, bro. I was tuned in from the first time I heard it, bro.
When it first came, I heard it. Come on, Gigs, man. You could have gone harder. When I started hearing it more, remember, I said I only got into Gigs because I was trying to do the impression of Gigs on here. And I realized it's not as easy to rap in how he's doing it. And I was like, let me listen to his flow in that. When I started listening to him after I tried to impersonate him, it's like, he's really unique. Like he's in a whole nother
level. It took you that long? That's kind of a long time.
No, it did. Shout out to my brother Junior. Like he's been on Gigs from day one, and he's telling me, he's like, how can you not rate him? And I was like,
Gigs is definitely Marmite. There are times when it don't work. There are times when it don't work, doing like the slow kind of way that he raps. But generally speaking, when he gets it right, he hits the bullseye. Trust me.
No, Gigs is a man. Big up Gigs. Right, let's bring on our next caller.
I say covered in red like a portion of chips, you know.
Cheese, big album.
Had to bring
big album with the Killer Bees top on as well. Jeez,
yeah, big album.
I'm gonna see them next week in Amsterdam together with Nas. So
okay.
Getting excited.
That concert's gonna be cold.
Yeah, that's like with Wu-Tang and Nas together, crazy. Can't believe it. Yeah, I just had to get.
What you got for us today, though, bro? What's good, bro?
Yeah. I mean, it's been a while. I haven't seen. We haven't had any. Yeah, I haven't seen you guys in a while. We haven't had any clean sheets in ages. I've been sleeping in too many dirty sheets. I needed to finally clean something. Right. Also, I haven't heard anyone say "bala la la la" in ages. So like, finally understanding. I was finally understanding the slang. You
know what? Because we haven't been happy, bro. That's why there's nothing.
And it's just no real reason to say it. So,
yeah, bro. You know what? For old time's sake. Oh no. We're Oh no.
But I do kind of understand now what the context is for it. Man, I love that. And and also before I ask my question, I must say Kal, Warriors 2014. Man, I must say when it came out, I really didn't dig the shirt, but right now you wear it well. It looks really. Cool.
The shirt's lovely, man.
Yeah,
the shirt's lovely.
And I feel like now, now that some time has passed and we've moved on from that era, because let's face it, like footballing wise, we were crap back then.
Yeah.
But now I look kind of back on it, it's like, whoa, it seems kind of retro. So and what I'm doing now also is I'm doing exactly as you were said. Like I would usually wear an L, but I could only find this in M. And I'm not going to show my belly. It's a bit yeah.
I'm like that with my medium tops at the moment, bro. It's rough.
Yeah.
Rock the belly, man.
Yeah.
Bro. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is, bro.
Yeah.
And do the
It is,
Superman
yeah.
pose as well. You get me? It's a bit like-
Yeah. And no, but what I wanted to ask about today was if we could work out the whole and this is Cal's favorite topic after NBA is homegrown, because I've always been keeping track of how many who we're linked with, and what annoys me about the fact that sure, he may be a cool dude and all, but the fact that we re-signed Adrian really messed with me about, because I was thinking like, okay, like how many homegrown spots do we have left? Because if I counted it correctly, at least this year in the Prem, we had 23 full spots, and with a squad of 20, so to get 25, you'd have to add one more homegrown and then one more, and also one more like international player. But of course, with the outgoings and incomings, I just wanted to then my question would then be, how would you fill up the homegrown quota for next year? Also, what we have to consider for European competitions, because I think it's definitely for the Champions League, and I think it would be the same for Europa as well.
Yeah.
A big reason why we got to keep, I think you know what I'm going to ask now, because a big reason why we got to keep Gomez, we got to keep Curtis, and now that he's come good, like Curtis Jones is helpful here, because four of the 8 homegrowns actually have to be club homegrown, in the sense that 3 years that they have to be a club player for 3 years up until 21. Going on loan doesn't count. I looked into it, and so I was just thinking like, okay, what's the point if we sign 4 or 5 players, but then that means some people will have to leave, or they have to, then some of them have to be homegrown.
SG, thank you.
Yeah.
You know how much I get ridiculed for when I speak about homegrown.
Dude,
even in-house, in-house I get ridiculed, bro. Not just by the community. Someone in this,
it's a
someone
rule.
in this, someone in this screen right now says Cal has a plaque above his door that says "Welcome Homegrown." I actually know names, but I get ridiculed for this a lot. So thank you very, very much, bro. I appreciate you. You have no idea.
I mean, it's one of the rules. We can't get around it. We I just see, okay, we get Adrian again, another longer contract, and okay, apparently Mount is going to United apparently, but I was never keen on him. And so who's coming in, who's coming out? It's just I've been sitting. How we've become accountants ever since. Like now that we have just with the way things are. I literally one time I was bored. I have an Excel spreadsheet where I kept note. Okay, how many homegrown spots if we leave this? If we move this player out and that player out, maybe I can.
You and Cal will get on extremely well still.
Yeah.
We follow the rules, bro. We follow the rules.
Well, we're chopped down that. You know what, sir? I mean, the reason I started laughing is because I have no idea why I heard it this way. But when he said, how many homegrown spots do we have? I only realized he said homegrown about 10 seconds later. I thought he said, how many pum-pum spots do we have?
This is what I mean, man.
I have no idea why I heard it like that. But that's why I started laughing. So yeah, I put it there. I don't know what. I have no idea why I heard it.
Mind in the gutter.
Yeah. And also,
we're chopped now, bro.
We're gonna chop up. Thank you so much, bro.
Big up,
yeah,
bro.
I mean, it's homegrown. Someone's gotta, someone's
gotta address it. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And also, before I go, let's big up to World of Football earlier, and his So I thought, like, he was explaining how to pronounce some of the names, and I said, now that we have a new sporting director, I'm actually, because I'm half German, so I just wanted to say here, so it's Jörg Schmatke, but I mean, if he's only here for 3 months, no point. Like, it's similar to Jürgen Klopp, but like, yeah, it's so Jörg.
So it's not George or
it's not George. It sounds kind of like Jürgen, but it's like Jörg and then Schmatke.
Okay.
Jörg Schmatke.
Yeah.
Jörg Schmatke.
Appreciate that, man.
You must get annoyed when we say George.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you must get really annoyed when we say.
That's like calling Thierry Henry, bro.
Yeah. Terry Henry.
Terry Henry. But yeah, big up, bro.
Big up SG, bro. Bless you, man.
Big up, man.
Yeah, guys.
Take care, man. Enjoy the concert.
Thank you. Nice one. I'll look.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I just want to say, if I find one in L, Like I'll send you a link.
Please, appreciate. Thank you, man.
Medium.
Yeah, as I said, I'll weight drain if I have to. Big up, bro.
Big up, bro.
Bye, guys.
All right, Drift. I've got something here which I'm going to share. So let me know if it comes through, which will help because I'm sick of being ridiculed. For
Cal's in his element right now.
No,
people.
because no one wants to listen to me, brother. It took for a caller like SG to come in before people really take note. People were calling me all sorts of names in the comments, bro. What's wrong with Cal? I always speak about homegrown. What's his problem? Nah. Trying to follow the rules. So, as things stand right now, we have, this is before any player sells. We have Kelleher, Gomez, Trent, Phillips, Reece Williams, Jones, Henderson. I think that's it. Off the top of my head. Elliott's not count. Oh, Carvalho as well. That's our 8. Carvalho at the moment. As of right now, Elliott isn't counted as homegrown. Bichetic isn't counted as homegrown, but those players can be involved in the squad because they don't have to be registered. As of this summer, Curtis Jones has now become a homegrown player. He didn't take one of the homegrown slots last season. Sepp Vandenberg's another one. Reece Williams, Leighton Clarkson, and Yaros, the goalkeeper. Also, Glatzel, Jack Byrne, but I don't think we'll ever see them.
How does Sepp Vandenberg count if when he goes on loan it doesn't count? Because he's been on loan for the majority of the time he's been in Liverpool.
He's been on loan here though in this country, and he's still registered under us.
Oh, so it's if you go on loan in a foreign country, it doesn't count.
So it has to be unbroken for 3 years.
Oh, so yeah, he went Preston, and where else did he go again?
I think it's only been Preston.
Is it only Preston? Okay,
yeah, I think it's only been Preston.
Well, now we know why we're going to be keeping a couple of the young players around.
All right, Morton isn't, guys. Tyler Morton isn't. So Tyler Morton isn't until hold on. I had another one up here. I'll get it.
What, because of his age? He's not old enough.
Tyler Morton still isn't yet. So Tyler Morton will be homegrown. It's the list. You'll have to rate me from now on, man. Because look, I do my research on this stuff. Tyler Morton won't be until next season. Neither will Pitaluga. So where I will give credit potentially if this works out is we're keeping Adrian for one more season, so Pitaluga becomes the third choice. However, we could do that right now with Yaros. Yaros could become third choice straight away. And you could still keep Adrian. So the club could potentially keep Adrian and not register him. But that will mean he won't be able to play in the Europa and won't be able to play in the Premier League, but he will be able to play in the FA Cup and Carabao Cup if needed.
Oh, I thought you had to be a Premier League registered player to play in those competitions.
No.
Okay.
From my knowledge, you don't.
Is Pitaluga progressing well, though, Cal? Because last time we checked in him, he weren't doing too well.
No, he is progressing well.
Is he doing all right now, yeah?
Yeah, he's getting better now.
Okay.
So, when I get annoyed at things like Adrian getting a contract extension, or I say we should be in the Rice race, I'm not just saying it because those players are good. I'm saying it because it has its weight in gold as well. There's a reason why Man City secured Jack Grealish. There's a reason why they went and got Calvin Phillips. Yes, Calvin Phillips hasn't worked out too well, but there's a reason they went and got him. There's a reason they went so hard in the paint for Harry Kane as well. There's a reason. There's a reason because these players are worth their weight in gold. Robbo is not homegrown. So homegrown only relates to English and Welsh players or players who've been in the English setup between the ages of 15 to 21 for 3 years unbroken. So Cesc Fabregas is homegrown. He's homegrown by association for Chelsea. He's homegrown by club trained for Arsenal because he was there between the ages of 15 to 21 unbroken. So it's not just about where you're born. Case in point, Eric Dyer is not homegrown. He was born in the country, but he's not homegrown.
He grew up in Portugal, isn't it?
Precisely. So I gone back now. If we all are believing what we see, Kelleher will stay. What if we register someone under 21 who is homegrown? I just don't think we can. I don't think we're allowed to, because this is the argument I put up before, but I don't think we're allowed to.
So if you're too young, you can't go into it regardless, no?
No, I don't think you can. This is the argument I've had with people, because that area is a bit grey, but I don't think you can. So as of right now, Kelleher is homegrown by club. Jones is homegrown by club. Gomez is homegrown by club. The other homegrown players we have at the moment is Hendo. Trent is also homegrown by club. So we've got our 4 homegrown by club if we keep those 4.
Yeah. Which we probably will anyway.
Yeah, but this is what I say about Gomez. He has to stay. We can't sell Gomez yet. We're not in a position to. Hendo's the 5th player. Carvalho, it seems as though it's going to go out on loan.
Kelleher, if we keep him.
Kelleher should be staying. So that, for my reckoning, we need 3 homegrown players, if I'm not mistaken. So this is why I was saying Kyle Walker-Peters would be good for us for right back. Getting another goalkeeper instead of Adrian, or registering Yaros as the 3rd choice, but having
Cal,
Adrian.
what age do you have to play in England between? Is it 17 and 21 to be considered homegrown? 15 and 21.
But then I think you have to be over 21 in the January before the season starts. So Curtis Jones is 22, but he turned 21 in, I think it was the January.
And
so
how many years do you have to be in the league in that time frame? 3 years. Okay.
So Connor Bradley isn't yet. So Connor Bradley won't be. I got rid of the page like an idiot.
So I was just looking to see when Jota came to England.
Jota misses out.
Because he was an Atletico player, but he came here on loan, and then he was back and forward for a little while. Does that count? Or do you have to be a permanent player? Because he first signed for Wolves on loan in 17-18, and he would have been in the age bracket at that time.
Yeah, but
that's 5 years ago, and he's 26. Oh no, maybe just would have missed out.
So Connor Bradley won't be able to take a homegrown slot until the 25-26 season.
Well, at least we've got the 4 that are homegrown academies. That's the most important thing, because that's the hardest thing. You can buy homegrown players
in a couple of years, we'll be all right in theory. It's now.
Well, we're all right for the homegrown academy players. It's just we got to get a couple of more homegrown players for the other part.
Yeah. Which for me, why it would have made sense to try and get a Ron Robert Zieler, try and get a Kyle Walker-Peters, because straight away they're homegrown and they can actually be in the squad and help.
Yeah, but let's just hope Liverpool ain't fucking about Harry Kane, innit?
You know that ain't happening. Harry Kane should have happened last summer.
Harry Kane ain't never come to Liverpool. But if we want to do the homegrown thing, why not go and buy the best homegrown player there is?
Well, yeah, and this is part of the reason why people are on about Mount as well, and why it wouldn't have been like.
I think that's why we were after Mount. Not only because Klopp believes he can do what he needs him to do, but because he fit the quota. 100%.
But it's one of the reasons why I really want us to sign Jacob Ramsey as well.
Could it be one of the reasons Man United are even going after him? Not that they don't think he's good enough, but maybe he helps them to fill their.
I actually think Man United are pretty good for homegrown.
Are they?
Yeah, and again, one of the things people always say on the channel, which I notice, is why are we the only club that speak about this? I think it's because the other clubs are actually okay.
Maguire's leaving though.
Yeah, but I still think they'll be fine.
I'm sure Jones is leaving. So they've got Wan-Bissaka, McTominay, Garnacho, Rashford, Sancho don't even count anymore, does he? Because he went abroad during that time. Does Sancho count as a
I
homegrown
think
player?
he does because he went to Dortmund when he was 18, I think, and he would have been there from 15. I think I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
So yeah, you're right. So Jones and Maguire are going. Brandon Williams, Shaw.
Is
Wan-Bissaka.
Brandon Williams still a Man United player?
Yeah, I'm on their website, which feels dirty. I'm gonna have to delete my history.
I know a couple of people saying McTominay's Scottish, but guys, he grew up in the he grew up in the Man United academy though. He came through the academy. Twanzebe, surely he's not still in. Is he still a Man United player?
Who's that?
Twanzebe, is he still a Man United player?
He's on their website. Alanga.
Yeah, Alanga. Yeah.
Marcus Rashford, Greenwood, Sancho.
Is Greenwood still allowed to kick ball? Yeah.
It's a techie one, that, isn't it?
That's very techie, bruv.
It'd be interesting to see what happens.
If Man United stand by him, I'm not gonna lie. I don't care if you got the innocent thing. We heard the tapes, man.
Yeah,
That's
we know. Yeah,
that's scandalous, man. We know. We heard the tapes, man.
I'm gonna be real. I'm more disappointed in the two families because I don't care how much money you're making. You do that.
Something dodgy's gone on there.
Of course it has. But yeah, long and short of it, we need some homegrown players. And
so what we need two
or three, ideally 3.
Rice, Kane, and who could be the third one, Carl?
I'm gonna be real. We signed Rice and Kane in one window. I'm FSG still.
Oh, me too, bro. I would do a big Florida highway style U-turn, bro.
I'd be FSG in so quick. Kyle Walker-Peters.
Yeah, Kyle Walker-Peters. There you go.
Anthony Robinson from Fulham. I actually don't know his background, so I don't know. But if you're saying it, Kop-in, then I'll take your word for it.
We might end up actually chasing after Ward-Prowse, bro.
But there's a lot of good homegrown. Elise, bro. I mean, Elise to come in and compete with Salah.
Do you know how much money Elise would cost, though, bro?
Apparently, he's got a release clause, but I don't actually know how much it is.
Oh, does he? We might have to go and check out a couple of those Dewsbury Halls and Madisons and Ward-Prowses, some of those relegation fodder teams, brother. Just
maybe. I mean, look again. Maybe I've got to be fair to Klopp. Maybe one of the reasons why he might want to keep Milner potentially is for that homegrown spot as well.
That's probably got a lot to do with Henderson still being fully part of his plans.
But Henderson is only here. Henderson and Gomez are here because they're homegrown. I'm just going to say it because I don't want anyone else to be put in a position to say it. They're here because they're homegrown. That's the only reason they're here.
Well, then it kind of feeds more into the narrative of to stop attacking Klopp for having these players around and now understand
because the problem is we should have seen this coming from a little while. This isn't just an overnight thing. This has been happening for a couple of years.
It does seem like it's quite a difficult thing though, because you want to make sure the player's good enough, but you genuinely have to pay way over the odds to get a player who's English.
Not
who's
all
good
the time,
enough.
you don't.
That's what the problem is.
If you do it smart, you don't.
Bro, we know there's very rarely English players move to other English clubs for cheap. There's always English tax put on top of an English player account. Always, no matter what.
If you get them at the right time, there isn't no drift.
Like Elise, do you know how much we'd have to pay for him, right?
No, but this is my point, Drift. Why didn't we go and get Elise when he was in the Championship? Why didn't we get Eze when
he hadn't proved he was good enough at that point? We got to be honest. It was a massive risk. It's like Maddison. It ended up paying off, but everybody knows Maddison at Norwich hadn't quite proved he was Premier League proven yet. Do you get what I mean?
This is what I'm saying. We have to sometimes take a risk now and again with those sort of players.
We did with Elliot and Carvalho, bruv, and it ain't really paid off so far, bruv.
No, but they are young. Maddison weren't as young as them two were.
No, he wasn't, but he was still pretty young. I'm sure when Leicester signed him, he's only 21.
Yeah, but 21's different from 15, 16, bro.
No, Carvalho was 19 when we bought him, but he weren't that young. He weren't that young, bro.
Elliot was like 16 when we signed him.
Yeah, Elliot was. We jumped ahead of the curve on the Elliot thing. Yeah. But I think it will pay off in the end. I don't know how we fit him in, but he's a super talent. But we have tried. Those two players are an example of us
Elliot
trying
will
to
be
get ahead of the curve.
Elliot will be Salah's quote unquote competition this season.
Remember when I did say that though? Remember when I said I think Elliot is the backup for right midfield and everyone looked at me sideways?
No, we didn't look at you sideways because we thought you were wrong. We looked at you sideways because that should never be the case.
I had a feeling that was going to be what it was though.
Tommy, Max Kilman's another shout. Although I don't think he's as good as some of the players we've been linked with, but Kilman's a shout.
What about Ferguson? How long's he been in England?
Oh, Ferguson would be the guy, man. But
has he been here long enough to be homegrown?
I don't.
Because he's obviously Irish, but has he been in England long enough?
I don't think he has. I'll be honest with you, and no, in fact, I won't say it. Ferguson's quality though.
Every time someone says Alex Scott, I think of someone else.
Yeah, I know you do.
I heard, I mean, a lot of the people in the chat are saying we should go for him.
Jared Bowen's another one. Levi Colwill. I don't think Chelsea would sell Levi Colwill to us. I think whoever Chelsea sell to will be a team outside the big six if they sell him, and they'll put a buyback clause in. They know if they sell him to Liverpool, they ain't getting no buyback clause.
Even
Butland, we could have got Butland. Ben Johnson's a shout for right back. But there's a lot of homegrown players out there, Drift, we could go and get.
I know, but they're not top level though. That's the problem. Ideally you want a Rice, you want a Kane, you want a Grealish. If you're bringing in an English player, you want like the ones. Do you know what I mean? You want one of those guys, obviously.
Or you buy them when they're slightly younger and you build them up. I don't know. I think we could look. We're the only club that doesn't seem to be able to navigate it. So we're doing something wrong because everyone else seems alright in that department. You either buy top English talent or you buy talent where they can fill in and be backups, but adequate backups. And we're not doing either, so it's a bit mad.
Joey will be all right as well. I know I've given up on him, but I still think he's got the talent to be all right.
Only at right back, though.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but we'll see. I've given up on him, but maybe. We'll see. Just give me 1 sec, bro. I know you're bringing in the next quarter. Give me 1 sec, yeah.
Bruno.
Hi.
How you doing, brother?
I was talking with what's his name? The one that caller that you had one with the glasses.
Oh, Chris.
Not Chris. It was on Wednesday. Jay? I was on Phil. I think it's Phillips's show.
Yeah, I saw you were calling the other day.
Yeah. And we've been linked with all the Gates, and now we've been linked with Tarams and Kones, and saying, "Oh, this deal's done for McAllister." I'm hearing a lot of talking. We need to hear action. No, none of this talking, none of these words. We need to see action. Yeah, I want to see them holding the shots. I want to see deals done. I want to see that the signatures on the paper. Yeah, that they've given the money. They've gone over and they've given the money, and the contracts are being signed, and that they've actually done it. None of this. Oh, we're linked with this player. We're linked with this player. We've done this. We've done. Actually, get it done. Yeah. You're talking about this homegrown thing. What happens if we don't do it? What, do we get fined 100,000? What, do we have to only use 3 substitutions? What, do we only allow 3 substitutes on the bench?
So what happens? Say, for example, we only have 5 homegrown players out of the 8. We can't register 25-man squad. We'd have to register a 22-man squad.
Well, in that case, then there'll be some 22-man squad. Hang on a second. Yeah. There's 11 that can play on the pitch.
No.
An additional 7. So that's how many substitutes are on the bench? So that's
9.
9. So that's what 11 add 9 is what? So that's at least 20 in my books. 20. Yeah. So thanks very much, James. Jordan Henderson, you're not playing. Thank you very much.
No, but the only thing is though, so you don't have to. So Bichetic won't have to be registered. Elliot won't have to be registered. So these players can still be played, but they just don't have to be registered.
Okay. Yeah. Back to the whole transfer situation. Yeah. We need to get these deals done. I'm seeing a lot of reports. I'm seeing that we've been linked with Kone, that we've linked with this. Go in there, go to Nice and go, right, it's how much you want? 40 million? There you go, bang. 40 million pounds, spot bang on the table. They're saying, okay, 41 million. There you go. How much do you want? 40 odd million. We are Liverpool Football Club, man. I'm tired of this. You lot call it penny pinching. I'm tired of this garbage. I'm tired of this BS, right? We are Liverpool Football Club, right? And by the way, the Europa League, right? If you're in it, you have to win it then. You have to win it. You have to win it. You have to go to the final and win it. Yeah? I expect a title challenge next season. We don't celebrate top four. Right? I don't want to be getting all right. You don't get a fourth place trophy. At the end of the season, when they're rewarding the trophy to the winner, you don't see them going, oh, let's go over to Anfield and present the fourth place trophy. We don't do that here. Yeah? We don't do that here. That's like giving your child a gold medal for going to school. Right? That's like giving your child a PlayStation 5 for him going to school. Right? And say, right, I'm going to buy you a PlayStation 5 because you went to school for 5 days a week. That's what it's like. Yeah? That's like you rewarding your child for doing chores. So that's like you telling your child, right, I'm going to get you, right, your favorite t-shirt, your WWE t-shirt. I'm going to get you a PS5. I'm going to get you an iPhone 16. Yeah. I'm going to give you headphones, the best headphones that's like £300 in value. Yeah. For doing the dishes. Like, Liverpool Football Club. Yeah. I expect a title challenge next season. If I don't see improvements next season, like I told you, Jurgen Klopp, you've got to be out of it. None of these second chances. Crap. You said that you'll wait until December. Can you explain to me why that is, please?
Honestly, the reason why I say I wait till December is because if we sign new players, I think you've got to give them a couple months to bed in and to buy into the philosophy and sort of integrate into the team. Plus, I think it's fair to give, what would it be, 4 months into the season to see if you can turn it around. Because I don't think a month is enough. A month, you're effectively giving away half the season potentially, but I'd rather give away half the season and have a definitive answer than not have a definitive answer.
And could I just quickly switch on this, right? Fabinho, if this guy is not playing well, then I'm sorry, mate, then you should be replaced. You should be sold or you should be replaced. I don't want to hear, I don't know what Drifty said that you have to give him a chance. What in the name of garbage is this? And I heard what you said when you said, I'm not sure if it was you that said it, that if Nunes isn't playing well, that he should be sold. I think it was Drifty that said he should be sold in January.
No. And that was Jamie.
Oh, it was Jamie that said it. Yeah, Jamie Phillips. Yeah, that's who I was speaking to on Wednesday. And that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Sell him in January. If that's the case, then Jordan Henderson, get out of it, gone. That's the case, then. Fabinho, you've been here since 2019. Bye bye, au revoir. See you later. If that's the case, then you can't. You have to give him time, and Klopp needs to. Okay, he has to be able to. He has to stick the ball in the net. That's his job, right? Why does Klopp? This is what pisses me off. Why does he try to turn number 9s into number 8s? It drives me insane. Can you explain why he does that?
I can't. I have no idea why he does that. Nunes is an out-and-out striker who should be played as such.
Exactly. He should be playing as a number 9. Centre forward, not sitting here trying to convert him into left wing. What's next? What, you're going to try and convert a goalkeeper into a central midfielder? Huh? What are you going to try and do? You're going to try and convert a right back into a flipping left wing? Like, what in the name of garbage is this? That's like putting John Henrisa, who's a left back, into striker. Yeah, I know this guy could strike the ball ferociously, but you don't put a left back up front. That's like putting a defender in central midfield. That's like putting Cristiano Ronaldo in goal, Messi on the right. That's like putting Messi in goal and Ronaldo on right wing. That's what this is like. Or right back. And this last thing, and this is the bit that really drives me insane. Right? This whole thing about managing expectations. Sorry, I don't do that here. I expect winning. Yeah? winning. Yeah, I won't accept losing. I won't accept this loser mentality that when you're in a trophy, that you're in a competition, you should just bottle it. I'm sorry, Liverpool Football Club. I don't want to see Man United overtaking us. And by the way, what was it that thing you said about Man United? You was talking about you was looking at something about Man United, one of their players.
Oh yeah, their squad.
Yeah. First of all, we don't look at Man United players. We don't go around buying over. We don't go over to flipping Old Trafford like, here's 50 million for a Man United player. We don't do that here.
No, I wasn't saying we should buy a Man United player. I was just looking at how many homegrown players they had.
Oh, that's the homegrown thing.
Yeah. Right, he said his shots for me as well, Bruno. Yeah, cool, bro.
No, because I thought you was talking about. I misinterpreted what you was trying to say. If you know what I'm trying to say.
No, we good.
Yeah,
Bruno, we're gonna chop it up, man.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
No,
Here we
thank
go.
you.
Here we
It's a
go.
pleasure, bro.
There's a party to hidden, don't you know? We don't do that here, you know. Anyway, I'll see you guys next week.
Big
if
up,
you know
bro.
what I'm trying to
Big up,
say.
Bruno.
Big up, Bruno, man.
I like Bruno Banton, you know.
You know, I was just trying to look at that whole thing with the homegrown with Jota. We got Jota signed down to 2027. I like that still. Very long
Yeah, Jota ain't
contract.
going anywhere for a little while.
Yeah, I like that still.
Look, based on what, again, I know we always have a laugh and a joke with Bruno, but again, I have to agree with what he's saying.
I mean, I missed half of what he was saying.
He's basically saying top four is not a trophy. Like,
No, it's not a trophy. But it's kind of mad though that people get so angry about us not having it, but they say we do get it, that we shouldn't be happy about it. It's almost like a bit of a contradiction, but
no, it's because it's the bare minimum. It's like, for example, Drift, if me and you, let's say, for example, we're living in the same house, the bare minimum is for me to be respectful to you, right? You're not going to come back in from work and be like, Cal, brother, you see you, yeah, you are one of the best people I know. You're respectful. Like, it's a given, innit? Manners and respect's a given, innit? Like, you can appreciate someone being and doing that, but that's not an award. That's life. That's what you should be doing. Like, top four for us, especially where we are, that should be a given. That should be a certified thing, and we haven't done that. So
I hear that, but it's still a bit mad to be so angry about not getting it. But if we get it, don't be happy about it. But I get what you're saying. It's not like I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, there is a middle ground between respect and disrespect that you can lie, you know. You don't have to respect somebody, just don't be disrespectful, if you get what I mean. There can be a middle ground.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people in the world who I don't respect, but I don't disrespect. You get what I mean?
Bruno's analogy was getting a child, giving a child a gold medal for going to school. You wouldn't do that. They'd be expected to go to school.
Oh, okay.
And also giving a child a PlayStation and favorite headphones and different presents for washing up the dishes. So if I got a PlayStation for every time I washed up the dishes, bro, I'd be a gamer. Put it that way. So I get where he's coming from. If I'm going to be honest, I really do.
Yeah, that's a bit too much motivation.
I'd take stuff out of the cupboards and wash them up that they've been washed. If that was the incentive, bro. But we know there's something that has to be done. If there's dirty dishes in the house, they don't get done, then you ain't gonna have anything to eat with. So,
although on the flip side, we all know there are dickhead kids who still get great Christmas presents. So,
yeah, true.
Plenty.
Pep Guardiola, innit?
Yeah.
That's spoiled brat, bro.
I'm telling you, people, don't spoil your kids, man. It creates weird adults.
It creates monsters, bro.
Yeah, it creates weird adults, man. Don't spoil your kids, man.
Yeah.
Do what Cal does, make them earn it.
Yeah, for real. Oh, for real.
Bro, you ain't doing anything any different to any other Caribbean parents, bro.
No, I am. I'm not doing lashings. I ain't done no lashings.
No, but I mean, like in terms of making them earn their keep. You know what I mean?
They like, bro, Stevie, as young as he is, he knows when he's earned something now. He knows. Robbie's not quite there yet. Still working on him, but he knows.
Even if you have a dishwasher, they have to load it. You know them ones, like, because you know some people do have dishwashers, but you know what? Then that means you're the one who unpacks it and packs it. If I'm being honest, I'd rather do the washing up than unpack a dishwasher. I'm not gonna lie. Once it's full, there's a lot of stuff to come out of that dishwasher.
I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't have a dishwasher until me and my missus bought our current house. I ain't never going back, bro.
One of them ones, yeah.
Don't get me wrong, you still have to wash things up. Like the kids' stuff, I have to wash by hand and stuff. And like, I can't put their bottles and, well, not Stevie's bottle, but Robbie's bottles in the dishwasher and stuff. Like I have to wash certain things, and pots and pans sometimes, like you'll have to wash by hand. But bro, you see when you can just dash 5 plates in there and press a button?
Here's the thing I don't understand about dishwashers, yeah, because I ain't got a dishwasher. I ain't bougie like that, Cal. I don't live that life.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Shout out to you still.
When I go back to my mum's house now and I see the dishwasher there, bro, part of me feels like disconnecting something.
But like, in my opinion, if I've got to rinse the dish before I put it in the dishwasher, I might as well finish it.
No, you don't have to rinse.
Everyone's house who I've been to with a dishwasher tells me I got to rinse the plate before I put it in the
No,
dishwasher.
you're not meant to rinse, because then it's got nothing to hold on to. You're actually meant to just scrape the plate or bowl so there's not excess food.
So my friends are boying it then. Why do they all tell me to rinse the plate before I put it in the dishwasher? I'm thinking, if I'm gonna rinse this cloth, I might as well wash it, bro.
No, I agree with that. I don't have to rinse mine. I scrape mine to make sure there's no excess food or anything. But I'm not.
I'm glad you told me that, because next time I go around, I'm gonna just fling it in there and I'm gonna tell them.
Scrape it first. Don't just dash it in there with
of course I made half a pizza and a whole of course I'll put the food in the bin. But people, they always tell me, no, rinse the thing before you put it in a thing. Like, I always used to think I might as well just finish the job, bro.
Yeah,
that's some half-ass shit right there.
I'll be real with you, bro. When I go around to mum's and I see my nephew around there, sometimes he eats and then just puts the plate in the dishwasher. I look at him and I think, why don't we go outside and spa for a little bit, bro? Why don't we just go outside and have a little spa? Because yeah.
I think dishwashers are for parties. I think if you've eaten dinner and you're the only one who ate, just wash it up, man. They don't need to burn up the electricity with the dishwasher.
No. Like, I probably use a dishwasher once a day.
That's a lot, blood.
If that.
What's it, a 40-minute cycle? That's a whole heap of electricity, you know.
No, but remember, like, if let's say, for example, I have 2 meals in a day, the missus have 2 meals, the boys will have 3 meals. That's a lot of plates, bro. It's a lot of plates.
Not if everyone washes up their own.
But I can't make Robbie start washing up yet.
Stop lying, Cal.
Stevie can't reach the sink yet. I've tried. Stevie can't reach the sink yet.
I respect it.
Stevie helps me cook, though. Stevie helps me cook.
I respect it. I don't know. Dishwashers are for parties.
Nah, dishwasher it's a game changer, man. It's a game changer. That and like tumble dryers as well. Game changers, man.
No, I've got a dryer. I've got
2.
I told you, but I only use my dryer to get the creases out my gums when I'm feeling lazy, bro.
Nah, we got 2. We got 2 dryers.
Last time I put my boxer shorts in the dryer, they fit my girl. Never again.
Oh, what did you put them on? But when you put that stuff, you're meant to put them on. No,
put them on the cotton spin, bro, because they're cotton boxes, blood.
No, but you meant to put them on a cupboard dry instead
I
of
learned
like.
that the hard way, bro.
Yeah, you did, bro. Where did you put extra hot? Coming out skimpy, bro.
Only thing I put in the bro. Halfway up one fire, I thought, baby, got some new underwear, man. It naga make it.
Oi.
I only put bed sheets and towels in there now, bro.
Is that it?
Yeah, bro.
No, obviously certain you got to hang like track suits and jeans and stuff like that. But like
slowly it's shrinking them, you know, bro. It's slowly shrinking.
No,
them,
I hear that. But
maybe socks. Maybe I'll put socks in there still.
Oh, socks have to go in the dryer.
But yeah, it shrinks your clothes, man. Be careful with them dryers.
Yeah, it depends how often you do it, though, man. But there are a couple gadgets, brother. I'll just like tumble dry and dishwasher. If we move house and we get another house and there's no space for a dishwasher, yeah, it ain't the right house for us.
I hear you.
Remember,
I see that little robot going around your front and hoovering as well. I see you. Technology king, yeah? I see you, bro. I see you, bro.
That was decent as well, still.
Man don't even have to get up to open the blind, you know. Hey, you man don't know about Kall, you know.
Oh, no. We didn't get to keep those. I wish we got to keep those. We didn't get to keep those. I wish that would have been the dream, man. But no, there are some good gadgets out there, man. Trust me, Drew.
I hear you.
Game changers out there. Game changers. Right, bring our next caller. They say this is a big rich town.
What it do? Good, how y'all doing?
Not too bad, bro.
Chilling. Definitely chilling. It's been a good show for you guys. I enjoyed the talk, joined the chat. Everything's good. Can you hear me?
We hear you, brother. We hear you. A little bit crackly.
A little crackly. Oh, okay.
Oh no, you're good now.
Okay. Let's just break it off a little something, right? Give you a little American term there. So yeah, I want to know, like, let's just keep it real. Community Shield is a trophy. So it's a trophy. I'm gonna rep it and I'm gonna appreciate it. And also, I normally turn down people's angst against it when I say, what is the English Super Cup? What is the Super Cup for England? It's the Community Shield.
Say it for the people in the back, please, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you heard. You know what I mean? Community Shield. Rep it. Because as far as I'm concerned, we got one trophy. Arsenal got 0. So let's just go on to the next topic.
I agree with you on that one. If I'm going to push an agenda, then I agree with you on that one, bro.
Yeah, we can move on from that. All right. So this is something that me and Jamrock got a little bit back and forth heated on. So I wanted to hear your insight on what you thought about this. So I know James Milner's no longer with us. And I can understand maybe Kall, you might have a little biased opinion because I know that Coutinho gave him his first assist. But going beyond that conspiracy.
You did as well, yeah.
Going beyond that conspiracy, when we deal with these things, you're talking about homegrown. Big up on educating people with knowledge. Because sometimes people don't understand. This ain't FIFA. This isn't like something where it's just cut and dry, or you can, as long as you offer the right amount of money, that player is going to come to the club. There's so many factors involved in everything that we said. But with James Milner in War's club, we got into it because I was saying how James Milner in this club is basically like a 7th, maybe 6th, maybe 8th. Like if you had a depth chart, okay, and you were to put James Milner on that depth chart for our midfielders, I think that he would be towards the bottom of that depth chart. And the only reason why he got the playing time that he got was because of the injuries, and because he's consistently available. He was consistently able to fill the role, whichever role we needed, whether it was in as a defender, or whether it's in the midfield. Hell, if we needed him, he probably would have played in the front line if we needed him. So I was being told that apparently I don't know how to do my depth charts or something by Jamrock, but I truly believe that, like, you look at a lot of the way that our season has kind of rounded out, and that's the reasons why you see a lot of these players getting the playing time that they're getting, or even when it comes to players like Milner getting minutes over other players. It's simply because, one, they know the system, and two, they obviously have the coach's trust, and three, it's just availability. I mean, big ups to Tarmizi, and Tarmizi is all about, like, you got to be available, period. And it comes down to that. All right. So the other thing I wanted to go to quick is, do you feel as though players that set high bars, like Mo Salah has set for the last umpteen years he's been here, it's almost like a setback, not setback, but it's almost like a catch-22 when it comes to the success, the high bar that they succeeded at, and now everything is rated on that bar, as opposed to everyone else could be playing at normal levels, but because they're not playing at that high bar they've already set, now, oh, he's had a subpar year, or oh, he's had a bad year, or something along those lines when it comes to that kind of like criticism. And the last thing I wanted to talk to you about, so come down to my time here, is so the eye test. We had a big debate on eye test and versus stats. I don't know if it was on another podcast and you're going into it. And I said it's a balance of the two. We were trying to get pushed to either one or the other, eye test or stats. And it even got so bad as when it got to the point where it was, okay, do you even trust the statisticians' eyes when it comes to rating the stats? Because you know how we all like to utilize statistics to back up our points.
Yeah.
How do you feel when it comes to those types of things? And I got a little bit of time, so I'd love to hear maybe drop one more interjection.
Can I go first in this one, Drew?
Yeah, go for it, man.
For me, I always maintain, I think stats are subjective. Sorry, no. Stats are or should be contextualized, and the eye test is subjective. So one of the players I really enjoy watching play football, or used to, should I say, is Xabi Alonso. I think he's graceful. But if you were to turn around and be like, stats-wise, very few assists and things like that, but then that has to be contextualized. That's not his role in the team. His role in the team is to ensure that he is the pass before the assist, for example. It's like some people get so infatuated by the top line stats that they sometimes don't look at the underlying stats. So case in point, McAllister, I think if we sign him, will be a good signing. And people are starting to say he's a goal-scoring midfielder because he scored 10 goals in the league. Only 4 of those weren't from the penalty spot, though. That, to me, doesn't suggest a goal-scoring midfielder. That suggests a midfielder who can chip him with goals, but from the penalty spot is pretty deadly. So on the top line, 10 goals from a midfielder seems like that's brilliant. But when you break down the stats and you realize 6 of them came from the penalty spot, 4 of them didn't come from the penalty spot, the argument then changes, because you can't then call him a goal-scoring midfielder, in my opinion. You call him a player that chips in with goals, but from the penalty spot is deadly, therefore he has 10 goals in the season. So with Salah, for example, his stats were better than Saka's last season, if I'm not mistaken, for goals and assists. But when you break down their season, you realize how many times Saka was instrumental in getting Arsenal through games and helping them. Like, again, not even to use one of our players, but again, even when you look at a Nunes, you have to look and break down how many times was he the first goal scorer? How many times did he come on off the bench and maybe score like he did against Leeds, which was the 6th goal? Not taking away goals from his game, but contextualizing the stats. And I don't think that happens. But from the eye test side, me and Drift is a prime example. Me and Drift will watch the same game and I'll be like, oh, you see how he dribbles? He's sick. And Drift will be like, nah, I'm not feeling that. But this brother dribbles like this, and that's where I say you can't use one or the other. They have to be merged together. But
absolutely,
unfortunately, we can be really emotional as humans. So sometimes some people just won't. A lot of times it's agendas, isn't it? Like,
yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly.
Sorry, I was a long-winded answer, so sorry.
But you needed it. I needed it too, for sure. Okay, and last, I was gonna say, wait, and you know what? There is something last that I wanted to ask you, since we are talking about eye tests and stats and all that other stuff. When it comes to, I mean, one, I'm sad to see Milner go because one, I would have liked to see him break the record in a Liverpool kit for like longevity, but and I know individual records don't mean anything to people, somewhat or whatever, but I would have liked to seen it happen. But I wanted to ask you, what was your best Milner goal celebration? The same thing I did for Bobby. Like, what's your best goal celebration for Milner? And big up on Ox too. I wanted to ask you about Ox's best goal and celebration, and because one thing that we're going to miss and something that people really don't recognize is that when Ox was playing for us, the majority of his goals, especially in the early part of his career, came from outside, if not just like a foot within the box. Like, he was one of our only players that was really like just like putting it. I mean, top net type, putting it into the net from outside the box, and he was deadly from out there. So, yeah, I wanted to know what your thoughts on. I'll put my my comments of who I thought or what I thought my answers were in the chat for you.
Big up, bro.
Big up, bro.
Always a pleasure, bro.
Appreciate
Let us know when this channel's up and running properly. And
I mean, it's up and running. I definitely want to get you guys on, because you know what? Because the question I wanted to get into,
the link for it or nothing, but it's cool. It's cool.
Oh, okay. Drifty put it in the thing.
I thought we were cool now. It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah. Okay. Yo, for real, I want to. You know what? Because your point on homegrown was so spot on. I don't think people realize that fact. I think the fact that, like, you look at our wage bill, you look at the way that there's certain players, like you got Bobby, Keita, Arthur, and Ox, who are in our top 15, I think, or top 16 highest players paid on our salary list going off the books. And I mean, that's 100,000 or more. Like, that's a lot of spots that we can put in some quality players, or some other players can be looking for bumps to get into that bracket. So I want to have that debate with y'all, because, hey, I'm a stat guy, but I'm also an eye test guy too. So I'd love to have that conversation with you.
We'll talk.
I appreciate your time.
Big up, G. Big up as always, bro. Love, man. Big up. I fully agree with you on the stat thing, by the way. That's exactly how I look at it. It's got to be basically 50-50 down the middle, innit, really? You know what I mean? And it does get a bit like, let's add some context here and etc. etc. I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think you can base the eye test on. You can't. It's impossible to just say the eye test. It's like another prime example when we signed Balotelli. Everyone was like, "Look how many goals he got." Moso's got. In fact, no, I won't even use Balotelli. I'll tell you who I use an example. Pepe, at Arsenal. When they signed him, it was, look how many goals he just got. He got 21 goals. He's coming from the French league. He's young. 13 of them came from the penalty spot. He's brilliant from the penalty spot. Doesn't mean he's a goal scoring winger. Two different things.
Absolute dead food, that player. Jesus.
And you see it.
It is what it is. By the way, that thing you said about Saka, I wanted to be a bit shady still. I don't know if it's called for.
It would be shady. I know you wanted to, but it would be shady. He had a better season.
Was he really that important? Really?
Yes.
Or he was. Starboy hype. I don't know.
No, he's important. The problem Arsenal have got is that he's fallen off towards the end of the seasons because he's not been rotated. And he still is a kid.
Or is that a convenient excuse for a player who's done it for 2 years in a row now? I'm just saying.
No, it depends which way you look at it. I personally think you look at his age, you look at how much football he's played. He's played a lot of football.
How many Arsenal fans gave Salah that excuse, Cal?
But it's different for Salah. He's not a kid.
But kids have got more energy, if I'm being completely honest with you. I think the older you get, the more fatigue becomes an issue.
Not much endurance, though.
You know, they say naturally until you're 21, you don't even have to work on your fitness. And then afterwards, that's when you have to work on it.
No, no, I
naturally
agree.
until you're 21, you just have fitness.
No,
just
that's
because of, do you know what I mean? Natural. So is it an excuse or is it reality? I'm not saying it's not a fact. I'm just saying it sounds like a very convenient excuse for this star boy.
No, I think it's reality. I think all Liverpool fans said it last season. Like Salah looked burned out.
But nobody gave him the excuse, though. That's what I'm saying. Nobody was willing to let that be.
Yeah,
the
but
reason.
no one apart from Arsenal fans is saying that about Saka. Like, I'll say it because I'm happy to die on that hill, but you won't catch Liverpool fans giving him that excuse. There was a debate or anything, but you saw it with Salah when he came back from AFCON. He weren't the same player. He was shot to bits. And we just kept on playing him and playing him and playing him. Hence why he has been what he has been. Like, he's a player that's been overplayed from 2017 up until now. It's going to catch up with you somewhere or shape or form.
I believe Saka's a wicked player, but he's overrated.
I disagree.
Two things can be true at the same time. He's a wicked player, but he's overrated. Arsenal need to have that guy, so they've overgassed him a bit.
I disagree, man. I don't think he's well. All right, if you're saying because people are saying he's world class, then yeah, he's not world class. But I think
people are saying he's the best right winger in world football.
I mean, that's crazy.
But that's what I'm being told, Cal.
Yeah, but we know there's some people that just really will go overboard with stuff.
I don't even think any of the Arsenal fans disagree when the crazy ones say it, bro. But I don't know. We'll see. 300 grand a week now, bro. You got to be a bagsman.
I'll be honest, out of everyone else in the league, if we didn't have Salah, it'd either be Mahrez or Saka.
Oh, well, Mahrez is better than Saka.
Mahrez on his day. I think Saka might be a bit more consistent than Mahrez.
Only because he plays more. I think if he played Mahrez every week, he'd be more consistent than
You'd be surprised, you know, if Mahrez throws up some stinkers, it's just that Man City can gloss over it because they've got immense talent all over the pitch.
Man. I don't know. I think Mahrez is better still.
No, I agree he's a better player, but I think Saka, obviously
remember last season? Mahrez was amazing last season, you know. He just got rotated this year, bro.
I think Saka. The season just gone or the season before?
No, the season before when they lost to Real Madrid in the semi-final. Like Mahrez was arguably Man City's best player last year.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And this year he got rotated. Do you know what I mean? And even when he comes in, he's banging hat-tricks in FA Cups and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, like context has to be added to that though as well. Like,
I know, but I'm picking Mahrez over Saka every day.
I don't have a problem with that, but just like Saka's still sick. Like he's still sick.
He's a very good player, but
like if we had Saka at Liverpool, like no one would be complaining.
No, I wouldn't complain. But I'd rather take Mahrez at Liverpool though.
That's fair enough. I don't have a problem with that. In terms of James Milner being a utility player, I actually think we have two utility players in the team, and I think Klopp might be looking for a third, and I'll explain. I think Gomez is our utility defender. He can play right back, centre back, and left back at an absolute stretch in an emergency. I think Gakpo is our attacking utility player. He can play as a 9, he can play as a winger, he can play as a 10, and at a stretch, he can play as a right winger. I don't think we have a midfield utility player. I think McAllister would come in and become that. And when I say utility, don't go crazy, people. I'm not saying he's just some guy who fills gaps, pause. I'm saying he can play a variety of positions to a good level. I think the term utility, kind of gets disrespected. Utility doesn't make you a rubbish player.
Well, the thing is,
McAllister can play the 6, the 8, and the 10. We don't have a midfielder who can do that at the moment.
Yeah, and the thing is, Milner couldn't do that. So where Milner was a utility player was in positions on the field that you wouldn't generally think he should be playing. He just was able to. So a central midfielder and a player who used to be a right winger in his heyday, playing at left back's a madness, isn't it? If you really deep it for a
me, a utility player is a man who can play
a multitude of positions. Yeah,
I'd say 3 or more positions because I don't think a utility player is somebody who can play 2 positions. That's not a utility player.
But Milner was never a midfield utility player, really. And they could play
No, he was an
DM,
all-
but
he
nobody
was-
really liked him as a
He
DM.
was an all-round utility player. He played defense, midfield. But in his first season, he played as an attacker sometimes.
Yeah. So I don't think we'll ever get a midfielder like him ever again, to be honest. So yeah, I agree with you on the McAllister thing, but I don't necessarily know if you're a utility player if you're playing 2 or 3 different positions within the same area of the field. But at the same time, I get what you mean. Like, would you say a utility player is somebody who can play left wing and right wing? Because technically, you're still playing on the wing. So are you really a utility player? Do you get what I mean? Like,
for me,
so
it's
if you're
gotta be-
playing central midfield
it's
and
gotta be
holding
free
midfield,
position.
are you really a utility man? Do you get what I mean? Like, are you really utility man? But you're still in midfield, even though you're in a different part of midfield. You're still in midfield. Do you get
Playing
what I mean?
6, 8, and 10 are 3 very different positions, bro.
They are. They are.
I'm speaking from experience, bro. The workload and it's just they're so different.
They are. But in our team, I don't think there's much difference between the 8 and the 10 as an example, like because of the way we play. Because we don't really play with a 10.
But that's
Not
what I'm
really.
saying. When we do, though, there's a big difference.
So
Shaqiri used to come on as a 10 sometimes. There's a big difference between what he was doing and what Hendo was doing.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm
6,
just not
8,
used to ever
really
seeing us really play a 10. That's
No,
I'm
I hear
just
you.
not really used to us ever. We've probably played it like a handful of times. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just not used to us playing it really. But
Out
you're
of the
probably
3,
right.
out of the 3, like 10 to
I think
most
Kone will become our most utility player. I've just got a feeling if we sign him, he'll be the guy that will probably be playing more often than not, like randomly in the team.
I actually think that'll be Thuram. Thuram can play 6, 8 and at a push play 10 more than Kone would be able to.
In the 10, I agree. In the 6, I'd prefer Kone.
No, I agree. But Thuram can play 6 better than Kone could play 10.
I don't think either will play 10. I don't think we'll ever
I
see
doubt.
either.
I'd hope not. I'd hope not. Well, not when you got players like Szoboszlai out there, but Klopp, we've seen him do stranger things.
And again, we barely play a 10 anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Salah catch-22, yeah, given how well he played in his first season. I think Virgil suffers from the same as well. I think Virgil's level dips slightly. People speak about Virgil like he's washed. I think Virgil had a mentality issue this season. I do think he suffered from, again, another player who's been overplayed, but I think his was a mentality issue this season. If he clicks back into gear mentally, we've seen it this season when he's been on, like when he's been tuned in, like the Brentford game.
I'm not making excuses for him. I think he was worried about the World Cup, went to the World Cup, came back from the World Cup, and realized we can't win anything, and still remained switched off, which is wrong. But I believe that's what happened. I think if we'd have come back from the World Cup and we were like in a title race or whatever, I think he might have been a bit more switched on. But I think he looked at it and thought, well, we can't win the league. And he just remained switched off. And it's completely wrong. But I think that's what was a lot to do with it. He was scared about getting injured before the World Cup. And then he couldn't get himself out of that mindset. Because he was brilliant at the World Cup. That's what was mad, bro. If you actually go and look at his World Cup performances, he was amazing at the World Cup. So what happened? I think he just weren't switched. He strikes me as a type of player, which is bad, and I don't agree with it, but he strikes me as a type of player that when there's something to be won, he's ready to go. But once he realizes there's nothing to think, he's kind of like nonchalant and like, you know what I mean? And it's the wrong attitude, but that's the type of person he strikes me as. So I hope now, without any distractions, he's back and ready to go.
Yeah, hopefully. Your favorite Milner goal and celebration, and same with Ox.
I don't really remember any Millie goals apart from penalties. I'm trying to think. Favorite celebration was definitely when he did the old man thing. Do you remember
when Brighton?
No, I think it was Cardiff, wasn't it? Didn't he score the winning penalty against Cardiff? And then he did the old man celebration after.
I don't think it was a winning penalty. We won the game 2-0. Genie scored the first goal from a corner.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I say winning goal as in he secured the game because we were struggling in that game, if you remember. And that was like in the run into the title when we was trying
I
to
don't think
win
we
the title.
struggled. We just hadn't scored yet, and Genie.
It was 0-0 at half time, bro. Cardiff.
We weren't
mad.
struggling though. We were comfortable. We were always going to get a goal.
Do you think so?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't.
yeah.
I was worried we weren't going to score in that game. I'm not even going to lie.
No, I
But
wasn't.
yeah, that old man celebration.
My favorite Milner goal is against Aston Villa 15-16 season. Scored it like 1 minute, 2 minutes into the game. Left-footed goal, brilliant finish. My favorite celebration was folding his arms against Leicester when he scored the winning penalty, 2-1, 19-20.
That would have been my other one, yeah.
My favorite Ox has got a decent catalogue of goals.
It's got to be crossbarring in.
Well, against Genk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
it's
one
got to be that.
Yeah.
Oh my days, what a finish! And if it's not that, it's the absolute scream in the Champions League against City.
Well, there's that one against City. The one he scored in the league against City was a brilliant finish as well. The one against Arsenal in the Carabao Cup where he volleyed it.
Oh, I forgot about that Arsenal one. That was a goal.
His very first goal was against Swansea, if I'm not mistaken. That was a really good finish. He kind of kneed it and then kind of sort of volley lobbed it. That was a very good finish.
But it's the clap against City. You can't hit any sweeter, Cal. You know, it's just like you just can't ask for a better connection. And the ball just kept rising until it got in the top corner, brothers. I'm mad thing.
I actually think Flacco's goal against Man City in 1920 was better than that one, though.
I disagree. That was a brilliant goal, though, because that had no backlift on it. That's what was so good about that shot. There was no backlift on that, bro. That was just
Flacco's goal in that game. Ox has got some nice goals, though, man.
I'd actually prefer Flacco's goal against Crystal Palace the year we won the league.
Oh, that goal was fun.
I'll prefer that one than the City goal.
Oh. I watched. Do you know what's jokes about it? Because we weren't doing watch-alongs those times. I watched that game with my neighbor in his house, bro. You see when Flacco scored it, bro? I just stood up and looked down at him, bro, sitting on the sofa. And he's like, he was just like, well, that's the game gone. How's he saved that? Bro, that goal right there. This is what I mean. That's not Flacco. That Flacco's not there anymore. Flacco didn't even celebrate, bro. Man just went. He just did that. It's like high-fiving, man.
It was It's about time. It's been coming. But yeah, no, that for Ox, it was the Genk goal for me for Ox.
My favorite Ox celebration was actually from the first Man City game where he slid on his knees and saluted the cup.
I think it was probably the celebration when he hit that goal against Bournemouth and he kind of like jumped in the air and did like because I felt the emotion with him in that moment because that was the year we won the league and it was like every goal just kind of felt so important. Do you remember when he scored that goal against Bournemouth?
Yeah.
Like
1920, Ox scored some important goals that season.
Yeah, he did.
He scored some important goals. Even the game against Southampton where he won 4-0. Ox got the opening goal in that game.
One thing I'll say about Ox, his Liverpool career didn't go anywhere near as well as it should do, and it would definitely be considered a failure. But he rarely let you down in the game he was available, though. That is one thing that I'll give credit to Ox. Maybe towards the end, but like for the majority of the peak of his Liverpool career, the availability was really annoying. But when he did play, generally speaking, he would give you a decent performance, if not a good performance. So it's a shame. What could have been with Ox is
I actually don't think Ox. I don't think his career at Liverpool was a failure. I just think it wasn't what it should have been.
But that's why I would consider it a failure because I actually believe that he had the ability to go on to be levels and he didn't reach it.
I still don't think it was a failure though, Drift.
He won a lot of trophies, so I guess technically it can't be a failure. But
no, but Naby won the same amount of trophies, but Naby's was a failure.
Yeah, Ox was better than Naby. I agree with that. It's just a shame. I think Ox could have been something so brilliant. But
I got to jump off in a bit, Drift. Do you want to do the last supers? So do you want to do the last two, or do you want me to do some of the supers before I jump off?
I don't mind going through the supers. It's cool.
John and Uncle Rods won't keep you waiting too long. Shout out to Jamrock who's become a member. I think Jamrock was a member before, no?
He might have just had to go out and come back in. Maybe
Okay,
sometimes
cool.
that can happen.
I know a few people who had the problems. Jamrock, let us know if there was an issue there or if you just made that decision. Shout out to Pimpin' Distress. Blessings, son. Happy anniversary to you both. Big up yourself. Pimpin' Distress, a special big up to yourself. You know why, but special big up to yourself, man. Much appreciated. Dan says, do we win the Champions League in 1920 if Alisson's fit? In my opinion, yes.
Oh, I don't know about win it because Bayern Munich are on smoke, but we would have beat Atletico.
I say yes, we would have, because we'd have been able to rotate, because we would have been out of sight in the league. I think
no, bro, that was the year. That was the lockdown year. Remember?
Yeah, exactly. And we had already wrapped up the league, so anytime we played in the league, we could have rested players for the champion. Oh no, the Champions League was played in a.
Yeah, don't you remember? It was all like in a bubble, and it went to only one game and all that. It got a bit crazy. Do you remember?
Oh, if it was just one, yeah, even more so. If it was just one game, even more so, I believe we would have won it.
Do you think so? I'm not saying we couldn't have, but Munich were on smoke that year.
No, they were, but we could have beaten. We're the only team that could have beaten Bayern Munich. Although I'll never forget how they moved on Barcelona. with no fans as well. It makes it even worse when you hear the goal just getting clattered every time.
Yeah. And don't forget, they moved up PSG as well that year.
It's when Coutinho came off the bench and said, "Yeah, you want to send me on loan?" And not
I think he got 2 innit?
And an assist.
Mad thing. Yeah, bro. He bit the hand that fed him. Rago.
He didn't bite the hand, bro. He slapped the face that fed him. That's what he did. Flacco says, Flacco versus Barca, pound for pound, one of the best performances in the club era. Facts. Guy Paul says, how much do you reckon we spend net, and do you reckon we actually get what we need this summer? I don't think we get all of what we need. Net spend 70 mil max.
20 net spend.
I laugh, but it could actually be that.
We've never actually gone above net spend, I don't believe.
No, we have gone above. Average is about 20, but we've gone above in Windows. Shombe says, thank you, Callum. LFC over any individual. It has to be. Scott says, why not Alan Varela? Better / cheaper than Ugarte, in my opinion. I can't say I've watched too much of him, but look, if he's better or as good as Ugarte and he's cheaper, go grab him, man. Don't let him go to a Benfica or a Porto or somewhere, and then you look at him in a year's time and his value's 10 times what it was when they bought him. Just go and grab it, man.
Big facts.
Sam Max, big up Sam Max says, how do you feel if McAllister's our only midfield signing and we only get one backup right back for free? I can't see more than 3 incomings. I'm going to be honest with you. As much as we link to Kone and Thuram, I think we only get McAllister. And if we don't get McAllister, I think we only get one. I don't feel like we'll get a right back.
I mean, technically, we don't need one if what you're saying is right about Joey and what's his name playing at right back. If we don't play Trent there, but
we need a right back, Drip. We need a right back. Joey can't be relied on.
No, I'm saying based on the way the squad is.
No,
I know we need one, but I'm saying based on the way the squad is.
Yeah, I look at the midfield numbers. If we're not selling Flacco, here's our midfielders. Fabinho, Henderson, Bichetic. Let's say, for argument's sake, we get McAllister. It'll be McAllister, Jones, Thiago, Elliott. That's 7, right? I don't think we get any more. So I think he'll potentially use Trent as inverted a lot of the time. So
then we'd have to buy a right back if he's thinking to do that, because you got to make sure you've got another player in the squad who can do what Trent does or similar, so that you can still play the same way if Trent's not available.
If you don't, all you do is just go traditional right back and pack the midfield out with 3 again.
Depends how much he wants to stick with that. Unless he's only playing that formation because of Trent, then yeah.
I'll be honest. If we get 2, I'll be surprised. Anything more than 2, I'll be astonished. I think the most we do is 2 centre midfielders and a centre back. The absolute most. Anything more than that, I'll be extremely shocked.
And big up Sam Max as well in the DP, rocking that Kop-ish merch. I see you.
I actually wouldn't be surprised if we just got 1 centre back and 1 centre midfielder though.
Oh, Bob, I've been trying to tell you, though, because that's how our owners move.
Honesty says, I would sell Fab for Paulinho, 27, great age to play for us, and Bichetti can learn from him. And when Bichetti is 22, he can make that position his own. It's not a bad transition, in my opinion.
I like Paulinho.
Yeah, he's good, man. H says 2018 Oblak was apparently was first choice, but quoted 80 mil. Wow. I didn't know that.
I think I do remember something about that. I think I do.
I'm surprised we would have made him our first choice over Ali.
I don't think he was first choice, but I definitely think we inquired about him.
I thought he was first choice for Chelsea.
I definitely think we inquired about him.
Oh, I didn't know that. Look, don't get me wrong. Oblak back in 2018, even now he's still sick. I just look at how he's playing with the ball at his feet. I didn't think Klopp would be interested. Because that was the whole reason why he bought Karius to play ahead of Mignolet.
No, but if you remember, Roma were really acting like they weren't going to let us have Alisson because they were still peed off. We only paid what we did for Salah, and he went on to be who he was. Remember? So they were in their feelings. So I think Liverpool were thinking we need to have an alternative in case they don't let us have Ali. Because they were proper in
but Hate is saying Oblak was first choice, not Ali.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know if he was first choice, but we beat them in the Champions League and we took Salah off them for cheap and they were in their feelings. I'm still surprised we managed to actually get it done. That's how you know how much Edwards is an absolute bad man, because they're in their feelings and we still managed to get it done. So
big up Edwards, man. Big up to Nelson for his super chat. Vacabond says Liverpool won't sign a right back this summer. It would ruin Conor Bradley and Ramsey's development. Expect a bid for Gonçalo Inacio. Soon there will be declared interest in Max Kilman, and City are both interested. Max Kilman's a good player. Inacio would be fantastic. I know everyone's harping on about Mickey van der Veer. Again, I don't know if a lot of people have watched him play, because I think everyone's looking at this clip where he sprinted.
I haven't seen him play.
No. I feel like there's a lot of PR going into this without anyone actually knowing how he plays. And I'm not even saying I know how he plays to say he's rubbish, but I don't know how he plays. So one clip of him sprinting and saving something on the line doesn't automatically make him a top player or a good enough player.
I saw hella clips of Karius before he came Liverpool.
That's I actually disagree that signing a right back would ruin Conor Bradley and Ramsey. I think one of them needs to go out on loan, and I think it needs to be Calvin Ramsey.
Maybe both need to
maybe even both. So yeah. M Shack says, who will take the number 9 shirt, Nunes or Gakpo? I think it will be Nunes, but I wouldn't mind seeing the shirt sit down for a year.
I don't think we'll give it to anyone.
I hope not. I'd prefer it to sit down dormant for a year. Vacabond says Kone or Thuram, but both will not happen. However, Borussia Mönchengladbach have an interest in Nat Phillips. Oh well, run it up. Player swap.
Swapsy thing.
Yeah, Nat's worth 40
and as we were told, there's a brother on the board.
Yeah.
So let's get it done.
All I'll say is Nat is 40 mil worth in my opinion. So it's swapsies, isn't it? Shombe says Klopp called us spoiled brats. He didn't use the term spoiled brats. He did say we were spoiled though, which did really rub me up the wrong way. Sam Max says City in for McAllister now. FSG, pull your finger out. Yeah, this could, I don't know. You could look at it as 2 ways. One, I always looked at McAllister and saw him as a City type player. I just didn't think they were going for him because they're renewing Gundogan's contract. But if they don't get Kovacic, they could do, or this could just be McAllister's agent putting a bit of pressure on Liverpool and Brighton putting pressure on Liverpool, say, look, come and get this player quick or else, because we want to do our own business. H says, leave it, Cal. He don't rate Bruno the weekend or Breezy. You rate Chris Brown. I know you rate Chris Brown.
And I rate the weekend.
Rah.
I just haven't listened to enough of Bruno Mars to really.
That's your fault, bruv. That's your fault. Told you I could have hooked you up. And you said no.
I ain't catching a grenade for no one, though, to be fair.
Yeah, no, obviously that's a lot. I say that though. I would catch one for the missus and for the kids still. I would.
She'll remarry, Kel.
I know. No, and rightly so, innit? But I said vows as my husband. I got to protect as a husband.
You'll become a bedtime story, fam.
I got to protect her, bro. It's part of my role as a husband. I got to protect, bro. Just make sure the next guy she gets with is a better man than me, innit? Or else I'll haunt her brother. H says, in Civil War, Drift is defo Captain America, just backing Bucky after he dummied Iron Man's
Marjay, I ain't heard someone say that for time.
Nah, H, man, you need to call in one of these days, man. No, H is actually jokes. H, you need to call in one of these days. Sasquatch says, greatest pre-match press conference of all time. I don't think nothing will ever top Khabib versus Conor. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of the Khabib and Conor press conference, you know. I thought Conor stepped over a few lines in that press conference.
I prefer Conor and Diaz.
Conor Diaz was good. Jones and DC was good. The second one was very good.
Conor and
Eddie.
Yeah. Other people tried to get involved and they were getting shut down and everything, bro. That was
no, Conor versus Aldo in Ireland.
Yeah. Or even Conor RDA. Do you remember how much he was buying off RDA, bro? Oh my day. Man started saying he was a cheap Aldo. He cut like, bro, do you remember? Oh, bro, he was going, Conor destroyed.
At this point, he's not even Brazilian. At this point, he's not even Brazilian. He doesn't train at his homeland. He's from America. He's American.
Conor destroys most, to be fair.
He does. Old Conor. The new Conor, I'm not really feeling. He's not as quick-witted anymore, man.
Yeah,
even though the beginning
he's too rich, bro. He's not hungry anymore.
At the beginning, tough though. I don't know if it's how they edit it, but when you speak to Chandler and he's like, "Yeah, you heard right, 185." And he's like, Chandler's like, "I thought you're 185. You do what you're told." I run this game. You do what you're told. I pin you down. I was like, "Yeah, that's Conor. You do what you're told."
Who do you think wins?
Chandler.
Are you going off of the back that Connor's like past it now, or you just think Chandler's better?
Chandler's a bad matchup. Here's the thing: Chandler, I think, has been very smart in getting this fight. He's been in entertaining fights and put himself in the firing line in order to get this fight. I think he goes against that when he fights Conor because he knows he can't. You see how he does a shootout with Gaethje and Poirier. You can't do that with Conor, especially in the first round. If Conor catches you in the first round or second round, you're done. He might not hit he won't have the brute strength of a Gaethje or Poirier. He's way more accurate than them, though.
Yeah.
Like Conor lands on your chin is no joke. Like
I've got a feeling that you're right, and Chandler might take it, but I do think the way Chandler was getting not pieced up, but he was losing to Ferguson until he caught him with that front kick, in my opinion. And Ferguson is kind of dusted now. So I'm thinking that might be what makes me think that Conor, with that accuracy, like you're saying, might be able to get Chandler before the opportunity for Chandler to get him back.
Chandler wrestles that first round and lowers and beats him up for the first round.
You're right. You're right. He can't. He knows he can't go to ground with Ferguson because Ferguson is just as dangerous on the ground. You're right. He'll just wrestle Conor, innit? Yeah.
Second or third round, he'll get Conor out of there, in my opinion.
Unless Conor's able to just hit his ego because you know Chandler's ego will make him stand up.
But no one's doing that with Connor because they know how dangerous it is.
But Chandler's the type of guy that you can draw out. His ego will make, especially if he's got his son in the crowd, his ego might start flaring up a bit. And
not
then
against Connor.
Nah.
Henry Hoof and their man at Kill Switch, they'll make sure. Kill Cliff, sorry. They'll make sure. This is one of the guys you don't step in there and let your ego get the better of you. You just don't. Eddie Alvarez did it, brother. How did that work out for him? Eddie Alvarez did it, and how that worked out.
That was Pete Connor, though. That was Pete Connor. This Connor ain't that Connor, bro.
The round that Khabib lost against Connor as well. Ego got the better of Khabib, thought he could stand with him because he knocked him down in the second round. But he was getting pieced up in that round. And then in the fourth round, he came out and said, I've longed for this. I'm going to grab your hip and I'm going to take you to the ground. I ain't doing this game. Like,
yeah, I hear you.
Hate says, Romelu moving mad, cuffing Joey to H, man.
He's still a Liverpool player, you know.
H says the best UK slang is calling someone a mug or a muppet or a melt. Calling someone a melt is a good one as well.
Or slag.
Yeah. Jay says Skepta is probably the biggest UK rapper in the US. I know it's comedy, but I only discovered KG after I saw Ted Lasso. KG's a legend, man. KG is absolute legend.
My guy, man.
KG is a legend.
What is Skepta bigger in the US than Dizzy? Surely not.
Yeah, he would be. Yeah,
is he? I thought Dizzy like fully conquered the US.
No,
fair enough.
Football Gospel says best artist that's been on BBC One Extra. Shawnee Bees might be a busy signal as well.
Do you know what? Don't shoot me, but I haven't really seen Shawnee Bees. I don't really listen to the radio. Like honestly, I don't listen to the radio. I catch it on YouTube every now and again, but like I don't listen to the radio. Honestly, I don't. So yeah, that's probably why I haven't. But busy signal, that's my guy though.
Honesty says, who are you guys top 5 underrated rappers? Mine are Black Thought, Ross.
I don't know who. Oh, rappers that are black, I think he means.
No, I don't think that's rappers that are black. I think that's meant to be a name, but I think that might be a typo. Roster 5'9", Joyner Lucas, Jadakiss is underrated, and King Cook. I don't even know
Black
the last
Rob?
two.
What other rapper starts with black?
I don't know. Underrated.
Jadakiss ain't underrated, bro.
I only think Jade is getting his flowers now. I think Memphis Bleak's underrated.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe Memphis was where he should be, to be honest.
I think Memphis.
I want Memphis life to just do nothing and get paid, bruv.
No, Memphis weren't doing nothing, man.
Bruv, he was just basically Jay's hype, man. Let's be
that's not nothing, though.
Jay did so much to help him. He gave him one of his biggest songs, and it still didn't elevate him.
Yeah, I know. I think Memphis is a bit underrated. I'll be honest with you. I know this is left of field. Will Smith is very underrated.
Oh, you went there.
Oh, it's actually a rapper called Black Thought. I've not even heard of him.
I have no idea who
I've
he is.
never heard of Black Thought.
Yeah. Joyner, Common, Mos Def.
Yes, yeah. Talib.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit you left field. What's his name again?
Ja Rule.
He used to roll with Redman.
Not Method Man. Eric Sermon.
No, not Sermon. But he used to roll with Sermon and Redman. Why can't I remember his fucking name? Nah. Keith Murray.
Keith Murray. Have you ever watched some of the stuff? Have you seen a Keith Murray interview?
Bro, Keith Murray is fucking hilarious, bro.
Bro.
Bro, Keith Murray
Murray stories, bro. Oh my, bro.
Bro, the man's a nutter, but he is cold though. A lot of people don't realize how cold he is as a rapper. Like Keith Murray is cold. Do you know what? Cannabis is actually underrated
Andre
as well.
3000.
I think Andre gets his flowers still. Some people put him in their top 5 of all time, Cal.
Fair enough. He should be.
Andre's cold. But yeah, cannabis. Yeah, cannabis is underrated as well still. You know who is underrated? I don't know if I technically call him a rapper. Wyclef. I think Wyclef gets a lot of like bad slack that's not really fair.
He's not a rapper though.
Kind of, you know. What about Lauryn Hill? I think she's kind of an underrated rapper.
Oh, she shouldn't be. Not from anyone I've spoken to.
Vocally, I don't think people underrate her, but her rapping, I think people underrate.
They shouldn't. I can't think of a better female rapper than Lauryn Hill.
Raw Digger.
Nah, Raw Digger's cold, but she's not better than Lauren.
No, I think she is. At rapping, she is. Raw Digger's cold, bro.
Nah, if we're going to talk about rap, I'm taking the Brat over Raw Digger.
What about Young M.A.?
Nah.
Look, Young M.A.'s cold, you know, bro.
She's good, but she's not Lauren. Lauren's different.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to rapping, I'll put Young M.A. above Lauren still for rapping.
Bro, Lauren's wordplay is too different, man.
Nah, Lauren's cold, but Young
Lauren's
M.A. is
wordplay can fit into
bro.
any era.
Boy.
Saswat says most underrated game of all time. Would say Def Jam Road to New York. That game was fire. I can't really. I don't know games. I only played
Half-Life 2. Absolutely sensational. If anybody hasn't played Half-Life 2, please go and play it, man. Unbelievable game.
Adnan says, "Hey, Kopish team joined today as a new member. Big up yourself, Adnan.
Big up
Appreciate
yourself,
you.
You lot don't rate Young M.A., yeah? Oh, shit. All right.
Jay says, Frimpong, Marcus Edwards, and Eunice are homegrown because they came from academies, right? Frimpong, I'm not too sure. Marcus Edwards, I believe so. Eunice Musa, I believe so as well.
Would Edwards not have left too early to be counted?
I don't think he did leave that early.
He was 17, I think, when he left, you know?
I don't think he was that young.
I think he's only like 20 now, right?
No, he's like 24, I believe.
Oh, shit. Is he that old?
Yeah.
I heard a story that he left really young, though. I'm sure I remember somebody talking about how he was really young when he left.
Marcus Edwards 24.
I could be wrong, but I heard he was really, really young when he left.
Anthony Robinson is from Everton's academy. Oh, that's a shout. Anthony Robinson for left back. Yeah. I know Zabiri is a big fan of him as well. Jay says Luis Guillermo, is next for Brazil. Go get him. Never seen, never heard, but I'll have a look.
Never heard of him still. Maybe is he playing in this under-20s World Cup?
Must be, yeah. Light Vibe says let's cook and buy all of our targets.
I wish we had that Heisenberg money, bro.
Trust me. Jay says McAllister not even in England. He was in Italy for Martinez's wedding. Yeah, they were all over there, innit?
Is he marrying an Italian woman?
Who Martinez?
No,
you know which Martinez he's talking about, innit?
The Argentinian goalkeeper.
No, Lautaro.
Oh, okay. Oh, so yeah, I heard Martinez. I was just thinking about the goalkeeper.
Oh, you got Emiliano now.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, yeah. Makes sense. Right, man got married just before the Champions League final. Yeah, all right.
I know, mad, isn't it?
I'm not gonna lie. I would have slapped him if I was a manager, but still, we keep it moving. That's a hell of a distraction, bro.
It is. Would you take 60 mil for Diogo Jota? What price would you be willing to sell him if you receive interest?
No
price. I told you there's only 2 players in the world I am swapping Diogo Jota for, and that's Harry Kane and Victor Osimhen. Anyone else, leave me alone.
So unless you're for Osimhen, I'd only swap him for Kane.
And fair enough, Drift. But those are only 2 players I'm swapping him for. So he's my striker. He's the striker I start next season. everyone's fit, Jota starts as a number 9 for me. Someone.
Oh, and Haaland, obviously.
Oh yeah, but that's not realistic.
Kane ain't really.
Kane,
ain't realistic either, bro.
Kane would be more realistic than Haaland.
Oh yeah, of course.
Haaland should have happened last summer if we were ever going to do it. But Stefano says stats. IE stats. Nunes Premier League XG is comparable to Havertz, and Bamford sadly needs to improve that finishing ASAP. Big up, boys. I'm not wanting to say I didn't want to speak on that.
It'll be fine.
Jay says goal of the season.
We scored a couple bangers. Off the top of my head, I might change my mind if you give me all of our goals, but from what I can remember, I'm either going Gakpo's second goal against Man United or Trent's free kick against Leicester. But you might be able to remind me of something that might jog my memory.
Trent against Bournemouth early in the season was a belter.
Yeah, that was a good goal still.
Salah versus Man United, the volley with his right foot.
That was a good goal. Nunes' first goal against Real Madrid.
Yeah, shout. Jota versus who did Jota score the one where he cushioned it on his knee, took another touch, and then volleyed it across him?
Oh yeah, who that was on the other day? Who was that?
Yeah, that might be my personal goal of the season.
That was Leicester, I think.
No, it weren't Leicester.
Was it not?
No.
That was a goal still. Leeds.
Oh, Diaz versus Palace.
I'm trying to. Was that the one when he like duppied a couple man, cut inside and whipped it into the far
couple
corner?
about 4 players.
Yeah, there's been a couple still. There's been a couple. The Trent goal though. The Trent free kick was different, man.
I think Trent's goal against Brighton was better than that.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
It's the whippage, man, and I called it. That's what made me feel good about it.
If Kone came in January, do we get top 4? Yes.
Most likely.
Vacabond says always a fantastic
Big
show.
up
Big up yourself,
Vacabond. Big up yourself, bro.
M Shack says, what was your favorite Bobby goal and assist? Oh, jeez, I'll be here all night.
Favorite assist was the Newcastle one. And my favorite Bobby goal was when he sat down about 42 Arsenal men.
I won't use the same answers as Drifty, even though they might be my same answers. An assist against Southampton in the orange kit for Salah.
The backheel chip flick. Oh, fucking hell, bro.
Also his assist against Bournemouth in the 17-18 season or 18-19 season, I think it was. Assist against Everton. No, assist against Leicester in 2021. Oh, he's had too many, man. Favorite goal is Man City. The chip Man City.
Oh, when he bodied Stones.
It's my favorite Bobby goal. The Arsenal goal in 15-16 runs that close as well.
Top corner. It's got to be when he sat them all down, though, man. That goal was just.
You see,
and then man did a roly poly, bro. Man took it back to kindergarten and that.
You see, when he scored that goal against Arsenal, it's almost like that's the moment where I was like, yeah, this is my guy. That was the moment for me when I was like, that's my new Gerrard type guy.
What's your favorite Bobby celebration?
Hoffenheim pulls his shorts down a little bit, does a little skank.
I remember the little skank. Oh shit.
Or another goal that slept on, Swansea 16-17 when we lost the game 3-2 at home. Ball's come over from Gini Wijnaldum. He's taken it on his chest and volleyed it with his left foot.
I'm thinking of the Stoke winner. I don't even remember the goal you're talking about. I remember the volley against Stoke.
I'm gonna miss Bobby so much, man.
It's mad. You know what my favorite celebration is? I think for the cheekiness, it'll be the one eye thing after he got the eye injury against PSG.
Oh my, yeah, that's the one actually. That's the one.
But do you remember when he scored that goal against Stoke? Was it the Stoke one? I can't remember. But this is ponytail Bobby, and he backed his top, and then he did like a pose. You remember? Hey, that celebration was cold, bro. Bobby's the king of celebrations. I don't care.
Oh, easily, bro. Even this one.
Even the thing is, Mane said that them two used to come up with celebrations in thing, and then whoever scored first got to do it.
Yeah,
so like it used to be like a thing. But like even like we used to do the wheel kick celebration when he used to like, yeah, Bobby's the guy, man. It's gonna be mad still without it.
Oh man. Zlatan says, missed today's call-in, had to dodge co-workers that are rival fans like Matrix. It was a great show. Big up yourselves, Zlatan.
Yeah, big up Zlatan. Big up. I know we were supposed to have a little disagreement about something, me and Zlatan, I think, or something, innit? But big up. Hopefully
yes, you were, yeah.
I can't even remember what it was, but we're supposed to have we had a disagreement about something or something like that.
Promo says Kone and Thuram in this year, then Mbappe next year. Yeah, we wish, boy.
Forget that Mbappe thing, man.
Have you seen the picture going around of Kone, Thuram, and Ibu though?
Bro, that's some super photoshopping. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's brilliant, bro.
That picture's cold though, isn't it? M Shack says, name the best KO and submission in UFC this year.
This year.
This year, best submission is Alexa Grasso on Valentina.
Nah, I'm gonna go John Jones standing guillotine.
Nah, I think that was like
sorry, it wasn't standing. He had him down, innit? But still, that guillotine was ruthless, bro. You pop a man's neck off like that, bro. That's a mad thing, bro.
I mean, the choke wasn't even under Valentina's face, bro. Under her chin, it was on.
I know.
It was your bias with Valentina.
She cut off the blood supply. It was savage still.
Bro, her face turned a different color, bro.
Yeah, I know. But I still think John Jones's one was more savage, though.
Best knockout is easily Izzy.
You would say that, innit?
Of that KO
was that spinning wheel kick knockout this year?
Which
I can't remember his name. You know the black guy, middleweight, and he did that like he did that like mad wheel kick knockout. He caught him flush in the face.
Well, caught his foot and then.
Yeah. When he caught his foot, was that this year or last year?
That was the year before last. That was.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm all over the place with time.
It's got to be Izzy, bro. Come on.
By the way, on this Izzy thing, I just want to say, even though what Izzy did was nice and it looked good, yeah. If you lose to somebody 3 times,
he hasn't lost.
I guess the first one was a bit skeptical. We'll understand that, but he's lost him 3 times, and twice was by KO. Yeah, I mean, I know the third one wasn't a KO, but it was a stoppage by the ref, which technically he saved his life. But
it was an early stoppage.
If you've been knocked out or stopped twice and lost 3 times to the same person, and then you get a win, fair play to your win. But do we really just all of a sudden just forget he lost the other ones? Because that's the narrative that's getting spanned quite a lot here, and I'm not really sure, because that's like Liverpool. We've won 1 title. City have got 4. We can't sit up here bigging up our Chester City when they've got the 4 and we've got the 1. It'll be really stupid of us to do that, because that's what Izzy's doing. He lost 3 times, he wins 1, but because it's more recent, man wants to act like he didn't lose 3 times. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Man, sometimes it's so easy to spot the Izzy hater.
I'm not an Izzy hater, bro.
Yes, you are, bro.
I'm not an Izzy hater, bro.
You already said it, bro. Since he beat Rob Whittaker, you'll never be an Izzy guy, bro.
Bun Izzy, but I'm not an Izzy hater.
How can you say Bunner, man, but you're not a hater, bro?
I'm not a hater, bro. I understand. I understand that he's a truly gifted, superb athlete. I'm not a hater, but button him in it. That's 2 different things, bro.
Izzy's my guy.
It's 3-1 in the trilogy, but man am acting like it ain't,
on paper it's 3-1, but real people know it's 2-2.
I don't know about all that.
It's 2-2, bruv. You know it's 2-2.
Man don't care about all that.
I do, bruv. It's 2-2, man.
Ain't nobody got time for that. No, but he's lost 3 times. He has.
You say he got stopped 3 times?
No, I said he's lost to him 3 times.
Oh. MF Doom is underrated. I don't even know who that is.
Doom, the game? Hold on. Yeah.
No, as in MF Doom is apparently someone.
Oh, okay. Right, I'm lost still.
Did you see the footage of when they bumped into each other at the airport recently, Pereira and Izzy?
I've heard about it, but I haven't actually seen
jokes it. Still. It's jokes. It's actually jokes.
Is it a nice interaction or
no, it's nice. It's not. Probably if it wasn't if it was a bad interaction, it would have made the news, bruv. No one's stopping them. No one is like, let's be real, bro. If they get into it, who is stopping?
Yeah, it would be very difficult. It would be very difficult.
Latan says favorite UK slang is universal credit. Using the sentence FSG will need universal credit to get us players. I think that's expressions. He uses that term quite a bit, innit?
Yeah. It's not even slang. It's like an actual benefit. It's a real thing in England.
Shout out to Expressions and KG for their show on DR Sports Best of Rivals. You see that show right there?
Best of Enemies, yeah.
Oh, Best of Enemies. Oh, bro, that show right there, them two put on. Amazing.
It's hilarious, bro.
Oh, it's amazing, bro. I had to rewind certain bits quite a lot, brother, and was just cracking up. KG and X on the same show roasting another man is a madness.
It's a madness, bro.
Big up to Don Robbie Freeman.
It's R.I.P., bro. It's one of them ones, bro.
The way them two bounce off each other, if they ever had a TV show one day, the ratings would go through the roof.
Bro, they need to. It's like Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior, bro. Like, you've lost. That's it, bro. You ain't winning, bro.
Them two are jokes, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. Arsenal knew it was coming though after all the talk.
Yeah, they had to though.
They knew,
Honesty says, boys, go listen to Yaya remix with Eminem, the Royce the 5'9", Black Thought plus Black Thought is in a group called The Roots with Questlove.
Oh shit! Okay, so I probably know he is. Just didn't know his name.
I know he is. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't really like Royce the 9, the 5'9". I'm not. I remember one tune he was talking some devil stuff, and I was like, yeah, like my spirit don't take to this. Like, you know, sometimes when people go a bit too far, like talking about murdering and all that stuff in a casual way. I know I shouldn't really listen to it, but it goes over my head. But he started saying some stuff. It sounded very satanic. I was like, I don't really know what this guy's doing here. And then ever since then, I ain't really checked for Royster. So I don't know if I've missed out on him being a good rapper, but yeah, my spirit never took to him, you know.
Yeah, I've not really listened to any of his stuff. I couldn't tell you a song. Mr. Sinclair says, morning from Melbourne. Just a suggestion for the online merch. A reversible hoodie, one side white with Shameless, and the other red with Deviled Advocate. Raw. That's a pretty direct shot. Raw. That was a very direct shot. What are we doing here? Bro. I mean, for a start, you can't wash reds and whites together because the color's gonna run. But man said one side says Shameless and the other side's Devil's Advocate. That is that's you might as well have just said super chat air for Callum.
Good morning, though, bro. Pick up yourself.
You can't banging up a bacon. Those violence so early in Melbourne. Big up yourself, though, all jokes aside. Tyron says, will we ever see a 13-year-old play in the Prem, especially the way it's built nowadays? I wouldn't be surprised, bro.
I don't know, bro.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That would be a mazza still.
Just make sure you don't get bodied by a 13.
Man strength is real. I wouldn't put a 13-year-old, no matter how good he is, in there. With
there
kids.
Are some big youths out there, Drift.
Yeah, but not 13. Like, your balls haven't even dropped at 13, bro.
Bro, there are some big youths out there.
No, I know, but
I went to school with a couple man we were 13. When we were 13, bro, they looked like men.
I know, but if you got in a scuffle with them, you'd realize they didn't have the strength yet. They didn't have the
This is-
grown-up strength yet.
This isn't a scuffle though, Drift. This is you might get caught slipping and get barged by one of these, man. Yeah, that's all it could take, bruv. You think you're gonna usher him out to the corner flag, and he just lays one on you in the shoulder, and the next thing you know, you're a meme. But for his whole career, you're a meme.
What you say, man? Turns into a Cat Williams. Oh, that's savage.
Oh.
Oh, you can't be letting them things there happen. You know what I'm
man,
saying, bro? That's a lot. I think if a 13-year-old playing the Prem, he'd be super skillful. I don't think it would be on size. He'd have to be like Lionel Messi or some shit. But
Don't get it twisted, though, Drift. I guarantee there's a couple 13-year-olds out there that will twist up big man, bro. They've been doing jiu-jitsu.
Possibly, but no, but they're trained 13-year-olds. That's different.
Yeah, but that's right. But they're still 13, bro.
I'm gonna be real with you. As I sit here right now, I will never, no matter how trained you are, let a 13-year-old bad me up. I'm sorry.
You might
I'm
have.
sorry. Man, strength and aggression and life experience will kick in, and I will bust that Clark, bro. I am never letting a 13-year-old pack me in, bro.
You might not have a choice, bro.
Bro, I'm never letting a 13-year-old pack me in, bro. Never, ever, ever letting a 13-year-old pack me in, bro. Not a fucking chance, bro.
You might be having an argument and just hear me and Matt from the sidelines going, Drifty head movement.
Never, bro. I'll use life experience on
Drifty, fight the hands, fight the hands.
Never
Don't
that,
let him
bro.
down to your neck, Drifty. Drifty, tap. Tap, he's going to snap it, Drift, tap.
Man ain't Cat Williams in me, bro.
Bro, I ain't putting it past no 13-year-old, especially with their mentality nowadays, bro. They don't care now.
If a 13-year-old beats me, he's on drugs, bro.
Bro, if a 13-year-old has been doing jiu-jitsu for 7 or 8 years, I guarantee you they could put us in a situation we ain't gonna want to be in, bro.
Boy, we'll see.
Telling you. M Shack says Chandler's head kick versus Tony or Edwards head kick versus Usman. Edwards for me.
Yeah, Edwards. Yeah,
that was just.
It was picture. It was picture.
From a technique standpoint, everything about the kick was absolutely perfect.
100%.
Like everything, like how you're taught to throw a kick in terms of you throw a kick and then you bring it back to where it came from. You startled your opponent and you feint before. That kick was everything. Like everything. One of the best moments I've experienced as an MMA fan. Probably the best, actually.
It was beautiful. It was picture perfect.
Like that moment, like that's watching him win that and his post-fight interview is the first time I've come close to actually crying watching MMA.
Oh shit!
Like it got me in my feelings. My man's looking down the camera saying, "Oh, mum, this is for you," and no one believed in me. Look at me.
Yeah.
Bro, that's truly emotional stuff, man.
Yeah. I still think Barboza's will kick was the best knockout I've seen from a a head kick.
Uriah Hall.
Who's he fighting? I don't know if I remember that
from
one.
The Contender Series knocked the guy out, and the guy wasn't moving for about.
Is it? Oh right, I don't think I've seen that one.
I mean, Masvidal against Askren.
Or I just remembered Valentina versus I.
Oh. Bro.
She paused in midair, bro. But
yeah,
she didn't even fall straight away. She paused. Bro.
I tell you what it was about that. She set her up from the first round because she kept on throwing the leg kick to the body.
Yeah.
And he set her up for it, and then she just went high randomly and just boom.
That was.
If you listen to it back, if you actually listen to it back, when she hits her with the leg kick, you actually hear I go, oh, and she's out. No, I'm not even joking. Like, it was mad. That's up there. Masvidal's definitely up there as well.
We kind of have to put Holly Holm in against Ronda as well, isn't it? That was a beautiful head kick.
Oh yeah,
beautiful head kick.
Yeah, that was picture perfect.
She broke her jaw.
I don't think she broke her jaw, but she messed her face.
Oh,
up.
I heard that she broke her jaw, but I heard Ronda's jaw was broken after that.
If Ronda's jaw was broken, like she'd have been screaming in the cage.
I don't know. She was out.
Nah, she would have been screaming, bro.
She got a hammer fist after, remember? She was just out, bro.
No, there's Matt Riddle had a fight in the Contender Series and broke someone's jaw, brother. And you see and hear the pain that guy's in. Like broken jaw, no joke. I would.
Or maybe she fractured it then. I'm sure I heard that
she was just a really bad head kick, innit? She just takes time to recover.
It was picture perfect, bro.
It's picture perfect, bro. I can't wait to the next couple of UFC.
Remember, Usman broke Thingy's jaw in their fight, and then he still talked shit afterwards, bro.
Nah, he fractured it. He fractured. He didn't break his jaw.
He bust him up whichever way.
Let's just hope Leon does the same, man. Gets that win over Colby.
100%.
All right. I was gonna slide out, but I feel we got one more caller, so we'll take this and then go from there. Waited patiently.
Very patient.
Glasgow Red TV, man, like John Moore.
What's up, bro?
Big up, guys. Big up.
Is that Rangers shirt, bro?
Cal, you win tonight.
No, I'm not even. I wasn't even coming at you like that. I've never seen that Rangers shirt before.
Yeah, it's Rangers top.
Oh, I've never seen that. I quite like that. It's quite nice.
Quite nice.
That is quite nice still.
Yeah. Black
You
and gold.
can actually buy it at the mint for a $5.
Are you serious?
Swear to God, mate, you can buy it for a $5 just now.
Raw. That's a bit of a disrespect, isn't it?
Well,
that's cheaper than a Big Mac.
But pardon me, it's 2 seasons ago football shirt.
No, but sometimes after a while, the price goes back up again because it's like retro or like whatever. So that's kind of mad still.
Well, it actually is disrespectful because this is a shirt that we won the league in. We won
£5 for a top, bro, is extremely cheap, bro. Like,
yeah. No, you're right.
I can't even get bread and milk for a £5 now.
No, you can't.
You're
crazy, bro.
Standing there asking for change, and the person, the cashier, is asking you for more money. Like
that's what I'm saying, bro. It's mad to
no facts. But I want to talk to you guys about our new sporting director, the 3-month contract that he's on. Personally, I find that a bit strange. I was talking to a guy. Kall-in, I think you know him. Duncan Oldham.
Yes, I don't know him. I know of him. I've never actually done any work with him, but yeah.
I was talking to him, and even he says he finds it a bit strange, and he knows a few people in and around Liverpool that work for Liverpool, have connections to Liverpool. And even he says he finds it very, very strange as to why it's only a 3-month contract. Surely a sporting director would need at least 2 to 3 seasons to get his feet under the table to get the signs that he wants. A sporting director wants a project. They want a long-term deal. They're not coming in for 3 months just. Now, the other reason I find it weird is because I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but John Henry and Tom Warner were actually at the Monaco Grand Prix. So they were spotted talking to the guy that owns F1, who owns Libya Media, who were actually in talks to buy Liverpool Football Club.
I didn't hear about that. No, I didn't know.
So has this guy come in on a 3-month contract because we are still in talks to sell this football club?
Are the guys they were speaking to, are they rich?
Are they rich? They're the richest company in the world.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean,
well, if they own an F1 team, then they must be super rich.
I mean, nobody competes with these guys. They own F1, they own 2 baseball teams, and they own the NFL team and 5 hockey teams.
But if them man aren't Liverpool representatives anymore, can we link it?
No, this was John W. Henry.
There's John W. Henry.
Oh, I thought you said Ward and
No,
Edwards.
John Henry and Tom Warner.
Oh, do you know what? Sorry, I thought you said Edwards and Werner were talking to them. I was thinking, well, they're not really like Liverpool man
No.
anymore. So, oh, Jay Henry. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting.
So as this guy being brought in on a short-term deal, which looks like to me, well, doesn't look like it is a short-term deal. If they brought him in because the new owners have turned around and said, look, listen, we don't really fancy the guy. We want to bring your own person in.
But why don't they buy us now? Why are they going to wait until we start the season before they buy us? That would be really disappointing.
It would be disappointing, but maybe they want to start afresh. Maybe they want...
They can start fresh right now, John. They
No,
can
but
literally take the gun. They can start fresh right
hear it
now.
though. We could make signings, then they buy us. But let's say, for example, we spend 250 mil.
Yeah.
They just add 250 mil onto the price that they'd buy Liverpool for. Because if
Yeah.
we get bought out now, Manu Kone goes from being 25 to 30 mil to 45 mil. Teams are going to fleece us because
Oh,
new money.
yeah.
So maybe new owners and Manu Kone.
So how do you know these owners aren't already calling the shots behind the scenes? When have you ever seen?
I'll be
When
very
have you
shocked
ever?
if FSG leave.
When have you ever seen
we
Liverpool?
get new owners and Manu Kone, life would have peaked.
Now we're talking about signing McAllister for around about 60 million. Kone in Turan.
Yeah.
When have you ever seen Liverpool go after these kind of quality players in one summer under John Henry?
Never had to.
That's why we've got to wait and see if we actually get them all in, though, John.
Yeah.
That's the problem. We have to wait until they get in.
We need to play that one cool, because again, we've all seen transfers look as if they're going to happen, like Fakir. That was.
I'm gonna go look at these guys right now. So Liberty, you said they're called.
Liberty Media.
Liberty Media. Let me go look at these men. See what go on.
Owners of it. They just bought F1 last year, I think it was.
Okay. How much are these people worth?
But in my opinion, there's got to be something in that. There has to be, because you do not hire a sporting director on a 3-month contract. If you're here for long term, you want someone at your club for the next 3, 4, 5 seasons. So you do. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know what you guys think, but I don't see any sense in it at all.
Oh, they're not as rich as we think, though. It says they're worth 20 billion. So obviously they're super rich, but like in terms of like some of the other guys, I don't think they can talk to like Newcastle's owners or PSG or owners.
Jeff, I think you're looking at the wrong people. I mean, these people are worth 1.3 trillion.
Are you? Well, this is talking about the stock exchange and stuff. Yeah, maybe. I mean, if there's 2 companies that are called Liberty Media, that would be a bit mad.
They're worth 1.3 trillion. Now you're talking about Man City owners. You're talking about Man City. You may as well burn your checkbook, because if these guys are serious, you can't.
I don't know. It's saying 20. It's saying 20 bill. It is saying. I mean, I could be wrong, but it is saying 20 billion.
I've spent the last, I would say, 4 days looking into this to see whether it's actually legit. They actually, what it was, I think it was back in March, they were inquiring about buying a 51.9% stake in the club. But apparently now what it is, they want a full out 100%.
Okay. I mean, don't get me wrong. 20
And
billion
then
is
the
still
second point-
rich. Like, I would still be all right with it. It's still rich. Do you know what I'm saying?
I said I'll be all right with it. Snap their hands off, bro. He said,
I think the second point is, I think FSG still want to own around about 10 to 20% of Liverpool. I think that's the sticking point.
Yeah, we look good on their resume. We've always known this. This is you know what I mean? We look
So
good
if
on their
whether
resume.
these guys would be willing to accept FSG still owning 10 to 20% of the club, or whether they want the full 100% control.
I think
Now,
that's the
bro,
glaze
if they have
now at Man United as well.
if they have full majority, then FSG have no say in the matter. They can do whatever the hell they want. They don't need to listen to FSG.
FSU would just keep making money, and that's what they want.
Yeah,
So
that's exactly what they want. But the other thing I want to bring up to you guys is I'm sick and tired of people cutting my fullbacks. Every other week I'm hearing someone come with my fullbacks. Now Drifty did it.
Who did that?
Drifty.
Which fullback did that cost?
Oh, hold on. Drifty came. He came at fucking Ramsey. He came at Connor Bradley. And
Did
I comes on tonight and
I just said they should go
Robbo.
alone. I didn't slew them. I just said they should
No,
go alone.
Drifty, a few weeks ago, you turned and said they weren't good enough to be at the club.
Ramsey
and Bradley. Yes, put his ass on full screen.
I don't remember saying about Ramsey. I rate Ramsey. Bradley, I may have said it about Bradley. I don't remember saying about Ramsey though. I rate Ramsey. I think I've gone on record of saying that I think Ramsey is a brilliant player.
You say they're not good enough. Your exact words were they're not good enough for the first team.
The joke is Bradley's probably better than Ramsey.
Exactly.
I think that was one of the arguments that we had. I don't think he's good enough now. I wouldn't make Ramsey a first teamer now. I think he does need to develop, get a loan.
I would bring Bradley back in. I'd move Trent in the midfield and put Bradley as our right back.
I don't know about that one, John. Still,
that's a madness, though. I'm not gonna lie. Right now, when we're in the transitional part of it, I don't know about that, John. You know, I don't know, bro.
I'm telling you, this guy Bradley is underrated.
He's underrated.
I said to Kall one week. Drifty, I'll ask you the same question. Would you have thought Trent would be the player he is today when he gets first thrown into the squad against Man United? Would you thought he'd be as player he is today?
No, I wouldn't. No.
Right. So the question is, you do not know this guy's full potential until you actually gave him a chance on the first team. Until you give him minutes on the pitch, you will never know his potential.
I hear you. And to be fair, Bradley's never actually let us down. Any game when he has been given a chance, he's actually been good. I actually do agree with that.
Honestly, I would start him. I'd bring him back, and I would start him as our main right back this season and move Trent in the midfield.
How do you feel about that, Kel?
You know, I love you, bro, but I can't do that.
I'm telling you guys, it's going to happen. Bradley's going to be our right back eventually.
If it works out, if it works out, I'm all for it.
But and then obviously going to the other fullback, Jamie. Don't see if he's still fucking watching. But talking about Rabble, don't dare curse on this channel. you don't dare say a bad word about Rabble. Rabble's the best left back we've had in fucking years. Years. Why the hell would you want to get rid of Rabble?
I know he didn't say to get rid of Robo. He said to upgrade on him.
Who with?
I actually think we can upgrade on him.
Oh, Kall, you've been drinking too much apple juice. You've been drinking way too much apple juice, man.
I think we could, man.
Rabo's the best left back in Europe.
Not currently.
I'm telling you now, he is. I've told you before, Kall. I would take the armband off. I would strip it off Hendo and give the armband to Rabo.
So you wouldn't take Theo Hernandez over Robbo?
No, I have him as backup.
And then they're starting over Robert at the moment, man.
No chance. No chance. He hasn't got the heart and the passion that Rebel has for his football club. I understand he has a talent, yes. Talent-wise, he may slightly get ahead of Rebel in terms of talent. But you can have as much talent as you want. If you don't have that heart and passion to play for this football club, but I'm sorry, you're not worth it.
I'm gonna be real. I think Teo Hernandez at Liverpool would be an absolute madness.
But would he have the heart and passion that Rebel has?
He might not need it. He might not need it though. He'd have the talent to back it up.
I disagree. Strongly disagree. But
From a defensive from a defensive standpoint, I can't think of times where Robbo's been exposed or exploited or anything. But from an attacking standpoint, he's not what he used to be. He's very limited.
But Kal, has any I think you're going off this season. Has any player been what they used to be this season?
No, I agree. But I think the signs have been there from the season before as well. Like, there was a reason why I said I'd have started Tsimikas in the Champions League final over Robbo.
I don't know. Simi's an interesting one. Simi is interesting. I hear rumours that he's probably going to leave the football club in the summer. I hope that God he does not leave this football club because I don't see where you get a better backup left back than Tsimikas. I don't.
I don't think we should be going out for a backup left back if he leaves. I think we should be going for a starter, making Robbo our backup.
Well, Kal, we all know what you think, but some of us don't want to hear that, Kal. Come on.
No, I love Robbo.
I've been hurt enough this season. Don't hurt me anymore.
I know. I hear you. I hope they both stay, to be honest. The both staying is the ideal situation. If one of them goes, it's a very awkward conversation to have because I don't think you can get a backup for Robbo. I think you got to go and get someone better.
Then you could probably say the same about Van Dijk. Van Dijk hasn't been great this season. Did we go out and get someone better to replace Van Dijk?
I want Van Dijk to be a rotational player next season. For me, no one is safe in this squad, in this starting 11 next season. Apart from Alisson.
No,
if I had my way, no one would be safe. Apart from
I would agree. I would tend to agree with that. But just lastly, last question I want to ask you guys. Not to do with football at all. I want to ask you your top 5 singing artists that you've ever listened to. I'll give you mine just now. I will start with Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Is number 1. I will go with Eminem as number 2. I will go Boyz II Men, number 3. Number 4, I will go with the Beatles. 5 is going to be a wee bit controversial at the minute because of what's happened to the guy. But I'm taking the guy away from the music. I'm just talking about his music. Number 5, me is R. Kelly.
I knew you was going to say that.
Yeah. I think R. Kelly is music. Take the guy out of it. The music alone is outstanding.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why it's such a shame that's what's happened because before it happened, he was the best to do it. And now we can't even talk about him. So,
which is a shame, didn't they? You should be able to separate the person from the music.
It's hard, man.
It is hard. It is hard, but then there's a lot of people out there out in this world that would have fond memories of his music. So you should be able to separate the two. Yes, he's a scumbag for what he did. But doesn't mean the music needs to pay for the consequences.
It's a techie one still.
Yeah. No, it is. But it doesn't mean you should be ashamed to be able to listen to his music.
No, I do believe everybody should be allowed to listen to it if they still want to.
Yeah.
I would probably just suggest you don't talk about it with other people because it could cause problems.
Conflict.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Conflict. Yeah.
So
You know what I
obviously,
mean?
I'd like to hear your guys' top five.
Yeah, no, we'll chop that up now, man. Big up as always,
John,
G.
big up yourself as always. Guys,
Big up,
make sure you
guys.
go and help John's channel, subscribe. Big up yourself, John, as always, my bro.
Big up, guys. And as
Big up
always,
as always,
hope the family's all well, all good, all safe.
All good, brother. And same to you, my bro.
Nice one. Big
Big
up,
up,
guys.
man.
Respect.
Big up, bro.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Big up. Well, on that one, I mean, we got a couple of supers. Jay saying R. Kelly's music is nasty because he's talking about his crimes.
Yeah, he kind of is.
I hear that. I hear that. But again, and like I said, I know I don't even want to say anything that sounds a bit controversial, but people will pick and choose when they think something is moral or immoral.
Yeah, that's true as well.
Do you know what I mean? And again, what he did is probably one of the most scumbaggy things you can do on the planet. That's true. But murder is an absolutely disgraceful crime as well. And we actually laud and laugh about that stuff. So people will pick and choose when they want to be moral and, you know what I mean? All of our favorite rappers have talked about how many people they've killed and nobody ever bats an eyelid. Murder is arguably the worst thing in the world, right? Arguably, murder is the way you took somebody's life. So people will be moral when and where they feel like it. But yeah, it's a techie one. It's a techie one.
Who's your top five? I've got MJ, Jay-Z, Usher, and Mary J. Blige.
See, it will always come down to favoritism rather than who I think is the best for me. I've never really thought about it. I'd probably go Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Michael Jackson. Cameron. Usher's a shout, you know.
I don't know.
I'd have to revisit it because I need a little think. Because I always just do hip hop top five. I've never done like all time music.
Yeah, I know Usher's a shout.
Casey and JoJo, they come as a package deal, right?
Yeah, they come as a pair.
Casey and JoJo.
And there's always one. I knew this was going to be. I knew someone would do this. I didn't think it would be you, though, Jay. Nas over Jay-Z. Look, Nas is brilliant, but he ain't no Jay, man.
Yeah.
He ain't Jay.
Nas is brilliant, but I can't do Nas over
He ain't
Jay.
Jay.
No, never that. You know what happens with people like Jay-Z, Beyonce? Sometimes people get so big, it becomes cliche to like them, that people look down on you for liking the person or think, but they forget what got you to be how you got that level.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. It's like the Messi thing where people, we've forgotten how absolutely elite the guys at now. It just becomes that weird argument of like, but it's like,
Biggie.
have you forgotten how good this guy is?
Biggie's in my tops. Yeah, so Michael Jackson, Biggie, Jay-Z, Usher, and Mary J. Blige.
But then it comes down to, we're talking about favorites, or we're talking about ability, because Biggie goes in there, we're talking about ability. I don't know if he's one of my favorites though, in terms of like top five. Like, I love Biggie, but I don't know if he would be in my top five of favorites. Because I think music's always about favoritism. Not about, because there's so many people I listen to who I know aren't that great, but I just like their music for some reason. So
Biggie's in my top five for both, whether it be ability or favoritism.
Fair enough. He's absolutely elite. I hear that, but yeah, I don't know. It's a mad one, because then I feel like, bro, how did I leave out Busta Rhymes? How have I left out Ludacris? And then I just start going on a whirlwind of,
I know.
of madness. Styles P. And I start going on a whirlwind, and I'm like, I'm leaving people out. And yeah, X, and you know what I mean? It's just like, where are we going? Shout out Max B, honorable mention, absolute legend. Most people don't even know who I just said, but
no, it's true.
Max B, absolute fucking genius. So it's like,
hold on. His top five, are we forgetting about people like Beanie Man, Bob Marley, and that?
Bro, that was what was running through my head when I was just thinking, bro.
No.
You know, the only reason I didn't put Bob in there is because I'm thinking I don't listen to Bob as much as I listen to a lot of other artists. So can he be my favorite if I don't listen to him as much as I listen to others?
Oh, I do.
You know what I'm saying? But then that Beanie though, you're right. Beanie, like, and then
Bounty, Berris,
Cartel. All right, by the way, I hope Cartel actually pulls through. You know, he's actually like really ill at the moment.
Yeah,
so
I've
prayers
heard,
for Cartel.
life-threatening illness. They haven't said what it is, though, have they?
Yeah, he's got some. I can't remember the actual name, but it's linked to your thyroid. I can't remember the name of the disease. Yeah, but it's like linked to your thyroid, and it's really affecting him that they've got him in solitary. He's been in solitary for like ages, and it's like affecting his health. So yeah, prayers for Cartel still, because he might not pull through this. He's actually got like really bad health issues at the moment. But yeah, it's the 2-pack. There's so many people, and it's just like it just becomes a whirlwind. So yeah, it's kind of yeah.
Jay says, at our best, we have a Scottish left back. I hear that. If I'm not mistaken, we haven't won the league without a Scottish player in the team.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Mrs. Sinclair says, real talk, not much social content on YouTube on why is there not many non-white refs or ex-Premier League players being recruited. Certified experience is 2023. I mean, Uriah Rennie's the only black referee I can think of. I can't actually think of any other black referees.
Uriah Rennie's the only one I remember as well, to be fair.
Again, that could be more of a case of, because one thing I don't like doing is saying, oh, we have no black people in these roles, it's not right. Are black people going for these roles? That's the question.
Yeah. You can't always pull the race card.
Like, I'm not saying you are, Mr. Sinclair. I'm asking the question. I personally don't know if black referees or people going for that or trying to become referees. In terms of ex-players, I don't even know if you can go down that route either, though, because ex-players are going to have biases potentially.
Darren Moore was done dirty a few times, but
I know we talk about referees, as in ex-players being referees.
Oh, being referees. Oh, I thought you just meant generally speaking.
Oh,
but
no,
how many ex-players become referees? Period, though. No, I don't.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it can really run because of bias and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
You just can't pull the race card too often. That's all I'll say. And it could be true, but you know what? One time when I realized that you can't always pull the race card is, I used to get really angry if I'd watch something like Big Brother, or I guess like for people who don't know what Big Brother is, like Love Island or something like that, and be like, right, like there's not many black people, or where's the black people rare? And then I started to think to myself, maybe no black people wanted to be in the show. Like, I can't just always like think of the like worst case scenario. It's like, did any black people even want to be in the show? Because if no one applied, then they like, you know what I mean? So it's like, you do have to be careful. We can't water it down by crying wolf, is what I'm saying. You got to make sure that when you're going to bring it up, you're bringing it up because of an act. Yeah,
and again,
you know what I mean?
Not saying you're doing that, Mr. Sinclair. I'm just saying.
Yeah, of course. But it's a shame because I would like there to be diversity in all angles. Something that's not spoken about a lot is Asian players. There's not many Asian players and whatever. Like,
bro,
that gets overlooked as well, you know. So
it's a sin that we haven't got more Asian players playing football.
I don't think I've ever seen an Indian player in the Premier League, period.
Well, we had one. We had a player called Yandanda, and he went to Swansea. I think I've only ever seen one Asian player at Liverpool in my recollection.
Well, obviously, when we're talking about Asia, it's the whole continent. So there's been,
maybe we should be a bit more specific.
Pakistan, India. But I don't know if I've ever seen an Indian player in the Premier League. Has there ever been an Indian player in the Premier League? My memory can't.
Michael Chopra, was he? I think he was half English, half Indian.
Yeah, I think he was mixed. Yeah. It's like Iranians. Have we had any Iranians?
Is Hamza Chowdhury?
I know the surname is Indian, but
but I don't think he was actually fully Indian.
I don't know. I'm just saying. So there are other.
Half Bangladeshi.
There are other races that aren't represented. It's not just black, but obviously we will lean into that because that's what we know. But you know what I mean? It's a shame.
It is. And again, maybe I'm just speaking of myself. I've played with some brilliant footballers from like India and Pakistan who obviously go to school and stuff. It could be a cultural thing. It could be, again, not getting the opportunities. We don't know. We'd have to fully break it down. But you look at the population, it's weird that we can't, in 2023, look at a football team and go, oh, raw. Like, there's none. Like, to me, that's weird.
I'm telling you, Somali, Ethiopian. There's loads of countries I can think. I'm like, is there any players that are of that ethnicity? And like, nah, I don't think there is. So yeah, it's a shame, man. It's a shame. I think that there was only 3 Indian boys in my entire school, and all of them could ball.
Yeah.
There's only 3 of them, but they could ball. They all play for the school as well. So yeah, it's a bit mad. It's a bit mad.
Weird. I thought, like, I'm not Asian, but like, even when I saw Yandanda breaking through, I was proud. I was like, yeah, finally Liverpool hopefully going to break down a barrier here. Obviously, you can't just put him in the team because he's Asian. He has to be good enough as well. But just seeing it was nice. It was like, hopefully this paves the way for more young Asian ballers, but it hasn't quite happened yet. I hope that changes. I really do hope that changes.
Yeah, it's true. No, it's true, man. It's food for thought, though.
Yeah. Just Lab says Hamza Chowdhury is half Bengali, and related to me by some long-winded way. My dad says, big up. Big up. I remember watching Hamza Chowdhury before he broke in at Leicester and he's playing in the youth football. He ran youth football. Whenever we played them, he used to dominate the midfield.
Oh, right. Michael Owen is an ambassador in the Pakistani Football League. Didn't know that.
He ain't doing much though, is he?
Raw, man. You just don't like Michael Owen, do you?
You know what? All jokes aside, I'd love to interview Michael Owen one day.
You know, Michael Owen's one of the best players to ever play for Liverpool, right?
One of the best strikers.
He's one of the best players to ever play for Liverpool. I know a lot of people have got a little hate for Michael Owen, but he's one of the best players to ever play for Liverpool.
One of the best strikers.
Nah, one of the best players, bro.
One of the best strikers.
It's a mad thing. He wanted to come back, man. We didn't bring him back. People have got to watch his interview and understand the true story, man.
He also wanted to leave, bro.
Anyway.
And people have been rocking with us for the whole time. Got to say a massive thank you.
I don't know how many other Liverpool players have ever won the Ballon d'Or still. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, at the time, it was actually European Footballer of the Year as opposed to the Ballon d'Or.
Bro, it's the same thing. It changes name all the time. Now it's called FIFA. I mean, it changes. It's been rebranded, but it's the same thing.
Owen was a star. Like, when we talk about star boys, Owen was the ultimate star boy, but he did peak early and then decline early as well.
I think he suffered from playing in a time where sports science wasn't peaked enough to understand how to make sure you get the best out of a player that has his physical capabilities.
Yeah, also rushed himself back to play for England as well. So.
And he actually agrees. He actually admitted that he let his hamstring injury heal naturally, and he should have had an operation. But at that time, they always used to think the natural way was best. And if he'd had the operation, he probably would have still had a career. It was like ever since he did that, that was when he said it like went left for him injury wise.
Mrs. Sinclair says, for the record, not pulling any race cars, but if you don't encourage people, they won't play. Fair to say, yeah, 100%.
No, big one. We knew you weren't playing the race card.
We knew you weren't. We just wanted to make sure people didn't think we were.
Yeah, well, you got Mr. Sinclair. This is the thing, because we're speaking to everyone.
Yeah,
there's some people that won't understand. So you've got to make sure that you just generalize and then broaden the horizon as well. It's a skill we've learned as being who we are, that you've got to make sure that you're always like making sure people understand who don't take it the wrong way and all that stuff. It's the reason why we say pause all the time, because people will take it out of context and they'll be like, oh shit.
Andy James, fantastic content. Big up Kopish, big up yourself.
Big up yourself, Andy.
People, we unless anything breaks over the weekend, we'll probably be back on Monday. So make sure you switch on the notification bell. Should have a good summer of content planned for you guys. All comes to fruition. So make sure you are subscribed. Make sure you're following us on socials as well. And yeah, FA Cup today. I won't be watching it, but I'm sure the two teams will put on a decent game. Hopefully both teams lose, but I know that's not possible. And then hopefully Romelo the Stallion hopefully pulls through next week and does a blinder.
I just realized John said, "What? No respect for Boys to Men, no, bro." I put Boys to Men as the
Not
best.
in my top 5 though.
But I think they're the best male group of all time.
They might be. I mean, Jackson 5's up there obviously as well.
I just think Boys to Men, everybody vocally was like not perfect, but like there was nobody in the group that was a letdown or a drop off or anything.
No one was carried in that.
Yeah, no one was carried in that. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah, no one was carried.
Yeah, big up people, man.
Bless you all. Don't miss any. No, all good. Until we see you next time, people. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Stay safe, stay blessed. We're Kopish. We're out, people. Take care.
Peace.